Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples, who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be handed? Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
President, there are. I table documents pursuant to statute as shown on the dynamic red.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
And committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 1. Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Amendment Bill 2026. Resumption of debate on the second reading and on the amendment moved by Senator Roberts.
Senator Dean Smith in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy President. Northern Australia is not a distant frontier. It is central to Australia's prosperity, security and future growth. That is why the Coalition supports the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Amendment Bill 2026, extending the NAIF for a further 10 years from the 30th of June 2026 to the 30th of June 2036. The Coalition established the NAIF in 2016 because we recognise the enormous economic contribution of Northern Western Australia and the wider North. Northern Australia covers more than half the continent but is home to just 5.1% of all Australians. Yet it produces well above its population share through mining, energy, agriculture, tourism, logistics and exports. In Western Australia, that contribution is unmistakable. The Pilbara is one of the great economic powerhouses of the world. Its ports, mines, gas fields, roads, airports and energy systems help drive Australia's export income and national prosperity. The Kimberley is rich in agriculture, pastoral production, tourism, aquaculture, resources and First Nations culture. From Broome to Kununurra, it carries enormous potential, but also enormous infrastructure challenges. That is why the NAIF matters so much. Since its establishment, the NAIF has helped bridge financing gaps and deliver infrastructure projects that might otherwise never proceed. It has supported projects across agriculture and water, energy, resources, transport and, importantly, social infrastructure. As at December 2025, the NAIF had supported 33 projects backed by $4.3 billion in commitments. Those projects are forecast to generate $33 billion in public benefit, around $7.60 for every dollar of NAIF finance, and support more than 18,000 jobs across Northern Australia. The independent review into the NAIF confirmed what regional communities already know. NAIF is trusted, it's effective, and it's regarded as a highly valued institution. Stakeholders described it as part of the Northern Australia ecosystem, with the review's first recommendation being that the NAIF continue permanently. This bill does not go that far, unfortunately, but a 10-year extension does provide certainty, and certainty is exactly what Northern Western Australia needs. In the Kimberley, the infrastructure task is urgent. Roads are the lifeline of the North. The Great Northern Highway connects communities, freight, mining, agriculture and tourism across the Kimberley. But it was only 3 years ago when ex-tropical cyclone Ellie tore through Australia's north showing everyone across Australia just how vulnerable that infrastructure can be when the Fitzroy Crossing Bridge, one of Australia's major road freight connections, was significantly damaged. cutting off East Kimberley from the West Kimberley, disrupting communities, supply chains and businesses across the region. That was a stark reminder that resilient infrastructure is not optional in Northern Australia. We need stronger roads, we need better bridges, and we need more flood-resilient freight corridors that can withstand the severe weather events that regularly impact Northern Australia. Telecommunications remains another major and consistent challenge for northern communities. Across the Kimberley, digital connectivity affects business, health, education, emergency services and tourism. Many communities still rely on unreliable satellite connections, while some residents need multiple mobile providers simply to maintain coverage across the region. That is not good enough in modern Australia. These are standards that would be unacceptable in parts of our southern continent, so why should they be acceptable across the northern part of our continent? Reliable telecommunications are essential for remote healthcare, online learning, tourism operators, precision agriculture, small businesses and emergency services. Housing, of course, is also becoming a major barrier to growth. In Broome and across the Kimberley, housing shortages make it harder for businesses, harder for schools, harder for health services to attract workers. In the Pilbara, limited housing supply and high costs are constraining economic growth and making it harder to transition workers from FIFO arrangements into permanent regional communities. The Pilbara also demonstrates why strategic infrastructure investment matters. Port Hedland remains the world's largest bulk export port. Karratha Airport and Port Hedland International Airport are critical economic and emergency links. The region's iron ore, LNG and critical minerals industries underpin Australia's economy and will continue to play a critical role in driving our national growth, in driving our export income and driving energy security today and for the decades to come. But sustaining that strength requires continued investment in roads, ports, airports, reliable energy, infrastructure, worker accommodation and training facilities. The NAIF is designed for exactly this purpose, to unlock private investment, reduce financing barriers and deliver long-term public benefit. The Coalition supports this bill because we believe in Northern Australia. We support it because we believe in the Kimberley and the Pilbara, and we support it because when Northern Western Australia is strong, indeed the whole nation is strong.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President, and the NAIF is something we should be talking about, and whilst the Minister's here, I note we should also be talking about trade, and I unfortunately couldn't attend the Trade 2040 Task Force because the bells were ringing. So I'd love a copy of your speech, Minister, but thank you very much to you and your team for putting on that event.
Order. Order. Order.
They did. And congratulations to the Trade 2040 Task Force as well for all their work. Thank you. And of course that's very intimately tied with the bill I'm speaking on, Deputy President, so thank you very much for your indulgence. I would like to congratulate the three panellists who undertook the 2024 independent review of the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Act, and I'll put their names on the record, the Honourable Warren Snowden, who of course represented the Northern Territory for many years in this place, Professor Peter Yu and Dr Lisa Caffery. So if I can put on the record my thanks to them in terms of the independent review which they undertook, can I also put on the record my thanks to the Secretariat who supported them in that process, and also members of the department. I thought it was a quality review, and as someone who's now speaking in relation to the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility and its future, I found it very informative and very helpful in terms of assessing the success, and it has been a success, the success of the NAIF, the short form we refer to, the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility. And I also want to associate myself with the remarks of my good friend Senator Dean Smith, and he made a point which is absolutely true. When North Australia prospers, Australia prospers. It's a fact. There's no doubt about it. And I know I have fellow senators from Queensland in the chamber, and I'm sure they would agree that when Northern Australia prospers, Australia prospers. So we should do everything we possibly can to unleash the potential of Northern Australia, and I think NAIF does exactly that. In the course of the review, I note the reviewers engaged in 85 targeted meetings, had 6 site visits and met with 83 different entities. So they actually undertook quite a considerable workload in terms of constructing the recommendations and observations that were made in the review. And there are a few thoughts in the review which I thought resonated with me. The first was a question that one of the stakeholders posed in relation to the role of NAIF in terms of providing that bridging finance to potential projects. The difference in terms of providing that support, the difference between a project getting up and running or not getting up and running. And NAIF actually bridges that gap and makes a difference. And the question posed was, if not the NAIF, then who? If not the NAIF, then who? And that's a really important question, that if we didn't have the NAIF, who would be performing that function in terms of bridging the gap, providing that additional loan on concessional terms, after having undergone due diligence and doing all the things we expect before the taxpayers' money is advanced in this respect. But if not the NAIF, then who? And the answer to that question is nobody, because there was no institution of government that was performing this role before the creation of the NAIF. And I do want to place on record my appreciation for the work that Senator Canavan did when he was Minister for Northern Australia, including in relation to the NAIF. And then the second point that resonated with me, and I think which underpins the amendment which was moved by my colleague Senator Susan McDonald from Queensland, is that the most significant recommendation contained in this review document, the most significant recommendation was recommendation 1. And recommendation 1 was, I'll read it, the government removed the existing time limit to allow the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility to make investment decisions in perpetuity. In perpetuity. So the review task force recognised the importance of NAIF, but they also recognised the limitations involved in NAIF only being established to work to a 5-year timeline, or as is proposed under this amending legislation, a 10-year time frame. So the reviewers were quite adamant, and it was their first number 1 recommendation, their most significant recommendation, was that NAIF should be enabled, empowered to operate in perpetuity. And from my perspective, that makes a lot of sense, because I also think we should have a situation, and the reviewers touch upon this as well, where the NAIF actually, and the term used is recycles loan funds. So like a bank, the NAIF lends to a project, it gets repaid in relation to those concessional loans which have been made, and then that money comes back to NAIF to be reinvested in the next project, and so on and so forth. And I think there's a lot of merit in that, as opposed to when repayment of loan is made, it goes into consolidated revenue, and maybe the NAIF gets something in the future. I actually think that would be a way to empower the NAIF, and it's one of the recommendations that was made by the independent reviewers. So I do compliment them in relation to that. And when we're talking about the reason we have the NAIF, some of the facts which were put on the record were quite startling in the review. So Northern Australia represents half of Australia's land mass. It's home to 1.5 million people, 5.1% of Australia's population, but it's an economic powerhouse. an economic powerhouse in terms of producing GDP per capita in that region. Northern Australia supports more than 100,000 businesses that employ more than 639,000 Australians. And the GRP, gross regional product, is much greater than the per capita rates for the rest of the country. So Northern Australia is a powerhouse, and NAIF is helping it to unleash that power. The review also touches upon the challenges faced by businesses, entrepreneurs, communities that are trying to get projects off the ground in Northern Australia, and I'm sure Senator Green from my home state of Queensland would be well aware of that, based as she is in Cairns. And these include prolonged underinvestment in critical infrastructure, the high costs of delivery, the limited available workforce, extreme seasons. So the costs of doing business are higher in Northern Australia, and that's one of the reasons why we need the NAIF. The NAIF has invested $4.4 billion to support 32 projects so far. $4.4 billion to support 32 projects. But those projects, that $4.4 billion, has led to $38.2 billion in public benefit. So just think about that, 8 times the public benefit for that investment of $4.4 billion through largely concessional loans that will be repaid to the NAIF. So it makes a lot of sense. 19,500 jobs have been created across Northern Australia due to the NAIF, and that includes jobs for 1,200 First Nations people, who of course represent a greater percentage of the population in Northern Australia than in the rest of Australia. And just to give you one example of a transformative project that is being supported by NAIF in my home state of Queensland, and I come from the mining industry, so I'm passionate about the mining industry, and I'm also passionate about undertaking projects which revisit old mines which have been left, including tailings, which is the waste from the mining processes, rehabilitating those old mine sites and obtaining economic benefit in the process. And a project which the NAIF is supporting with a $66 million concessional loan is the Mount Morgan Tailings Reprocessing and Rehabilitation Project, which is being undertaken by Heritage Minerals. Now just think about this. Mount Morgan was one of the outstanding gold mines in the whole world. If you go to Rockhampton, you see the beautiful architecture in Rockhampton. A lot of it was the result of wealth that was generated from the Mount Morgan mine. Hugely successful mine. Hundreds of tonnes of gold produced from the Mount Morgan mine. With this concessional loan of up to $66 million, Heritage Minerals, and I congratulate the team at Heritage Minerals for undertaking this project, they'll go in and they'll treat the tailings, the waste from previous mining operations, from say 100 years ago, and they'll extract the gold that's still there in that waste because processing techniques have improved, and through that extraction they'll generate a profit for themselves and their shareholders, but they'll also generate a public benefit of $849 million for the people in the Rockhampton region. So they'll remediate an old mine site, obtain economic benefit out of what was previously considered waste through the best technology available, and generate that community benefit for regional Queensland. So it is a win-win-win. Win for the community, win for the environment, and a win for the shareholders of that company. And that is exactly what we're looking for. So I'm delighted to speak in support of the NAIF. I'm delighted to speak on behalf of people of Queensland to support the amendment which was proposed by Senator McDonald, my good friend Senator McDonald. I note there's quite a few Queensland senators in the chamber at the moment, which is always good to see. We've nearly got a majority in the chamber at the moment. And delighted to support the amendment that the NAIF be in perpetuity. And as I started this speech, I'll end it. Where Northern Australia prospers, Australia prospers.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I'd like to start by thanking senators for their contribution to this debate, and I'll keep my comments brief because I know there are some amendments for us to work our way through this morning. The Australian Government is committed to driving economic development in Northern Australia in a stable, reliable and accountable way. And this bill delivers practical and targeted updates to the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Act 2016. It ensures that Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility remains fit for purpose and capable of supporting transformational projects across the North well into the next decade. There's a range of amendments that this bill takes us through, extending NAIF's investment decision-making period for another 10 years, strengthening accountability and compliance, establishing joint responsibilities for the Ministers of Northern Australia and Finance, and refreshing the statutory review requirements so we can keep that accountability as part of the system. The continuation of the investment period through to 2036 responds directly to the findings of the review that Senator Scarr spoke to. This will preserve NAIF's capacity to continue promoting transformational projects across Northern Australia and provide long-term certainty to investors and communities. This bill strengthens the legislative foundations of Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility, enhances accountability, provides certainty to investors and project proponents. It ensures that NAIF remains a reliable partner in delivering the long-term infrastructure necessary to grow Northern Australia. It's a practical, measured and future-focused package of reforms. Deputy President, I've seen for my own eyes the real transformational effects and economic benefits that the NAIF has had in Northern Australia and will continue to have over the next 10 years if this bill is passed. I think genuinely, if you are a supporter of the people of Northern Australia and the NAIF, then you will support this bill. I thank the Senate, commend the bill to the Senate.
The question before the chair is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Roberts be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment, as moved by Senator Roberts, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Little as teller for the ayes and Senator De Liga as teller for the noes. Senator Henderson, you need to be sitting. Order. There being 20 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. So the question now is that the second reading be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair. Oh, beg your pardon, I think I said amendment. The second reading be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator De Liga as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 10 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Act 2016 and for related purposes.
I believe there's a committee stage required. Senator Grogan, the chair's all yours.
So we'll start here. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered, and the question is that the bill stand as printed. Anyone?
This is move your amendment.
You want to move your amendment? Please do so.
I seek leave to move my amendments as foreshadowed in my speech.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. I so move those amendments.
So the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
This is our amendment.
This is the amendment. It's 3901, which is the opposition amendment moved by the coalition. Okay, I'm going to start again. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Okay. The noes have it? Division required. Division required. Please ring the bells for 4 minutes.
you out. Sorry, that was a short stint.
I'll go this way and leave you to it.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Lock the doors.
Oh, sorry. Yep.
Question is that amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 3901 be agreed to. Ayes are passed to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Little, teller for the ayes, and Senator De Liga, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 20, noes 30. The question is resolved in the negative. I will just give senators a few moments to resume their positions. Senator Allman-Payne, are you seeking the call?
Yes, thank you, Deputy President.
You have the call.
I seek leave to move Green's amendment on sheet 3685.
You don't need leave, do you?
No.
No, don't need leave.
Okay, and I intend to speak
Please.
briefly.
You have the call, Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you. The Greens are not going to support this bill unless this amendment is successful, because we are of the view that public money should not be spent on coal and gas and fossil fuels and native forest logging. Last year I went to the Great Northern Conference, and at that conference I heard from a vet who lives in Tennant Creek, and she talked about a couple of years ago the year that they experienced where they had the number of hot days that they will continue to experience if the global temperature rises by more than 1.5 degrees. And she talked about the impact that that warming had on that community. That term, where they had day after day after day of extreme heat, became known as fight term in the local school, because kids couldn't get cool, tempers flared, and they had fight after fight after fight. The consequence of that at the end of the year was that there was a mass exodus of teachers from that community. In addition to the teachers leaving, other people then left because they were partners of those teachers. So they lost other critical workers in their town. The following year, they had temperatures that were high, and again, it massively decimated their community. Now, that community has not recovered from a summer of temperatures consistently warmer as a consequence of global heating. And yet we have a bill here that seeks to continue to fund the very types of projects that are contributing to that heating. The northern parts of Australia should not be treated as a sacrifice zone on the altar of coal and gas corporations' profits. Continuing to open up and invest in coal and gas and oil projects in Northern Australia is condemning the people of Northern Australia to an unlivable future. That is the science, those are the facts. Now, the Greens are pleased that we have worked with the government on other pieces of legislation to exclude public money going to coal, oil and gas and native forest logging. And that needs to happen in the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility as well. So the Greens are putting forward this amendment to give the Labor government, the government that says that they believe in climate change and climate action, that says that they believe that we need to move to a renewable energy future, the opportunity to make sure that public money through this facility does not continue to go to coal, oil and gas companies. The people of Tennant Creek already know what it's like to live in an unlivable future due to climate change. The people across the north deserve to have a livable future and not to be treated as a sacrifice zone. So I implore the government, if you genuinely believe that climate change needs to be actioned, if you genuinely believe that we shouldn't leave the people of the north out on a limb, sacrificed on the altar of coal, oil and gas corporations, then I implore you to support this Greens amendment.
Minister.
Thanks very much, Deputy President. I'll just speak briefly to the amendment, just to put the government's position on the record. The government will be opposing this amendment. In 2024, the government updated NAIF's investment mandate to ensure that potential projects align with one or more of the following policy principles: sustainable and resilient economic development and alleviation of economic or social disadvantage in Northern Australia, working with jurisdictions to deliver key infrastructure in Northern Australia, sustainability, climate change and circular economy principles and solutions in Northern Australia, realising the critical minerals strategy, and materially improving the lives of Indigenous people and communities. And what that means is that we have seen an increase in investment by NAIF in a range of sectors and a range of projects: more investment in housing, more investment in renewable energy, more investment in critical minerals. This bill actually strengthens the NAIF's board's accountability to this investment mandate, which is really important. It requires the board to notify responsible ministers if the NAIF fails to comply with the investment mandate. It also enables responsible ministers to direct the board to take corrective action. The Minister for Northern Australia continues to retain a veto power over investment decisions, and in 2022, the Minister provided NAIF with the government's statement of exceptions, and it included the government's priority to transition Australia's energy sector to net zero emissions by 2050, and that the NAIF has a key role in contributing to this priority in Northern Australia. That's why the government won't be supporting this amendment, because we recognise the role that NAIF is playing in that transition. And just one of those projects that I wanted to talk to is the Alpha APH First project in Gladstone. The NAIF is providing a loan to Alpha HPA First project to ensure the investment will lead to the production of over 10,000 tonnes of high-purity aluminium and a range of related products. This will support high-technology manufacturing sectors such as LED lighting, lithium batteries and semiconductors. These are all things that are needed in the transition to making sure that people in Northern Australia, particularly in Gladstone, have good, secure jobs in industries that are either advanced manufacturing or renewable energy, or transitioning from the economy that we have right now in regional Australia. People in Northern Australia, and particularly the Gladstone region, deserve good, secure jobs, and these types of projects are supporting those types of jobs as we transition our economy.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for mentioning the Alpha HPA project, because it is a fantastic project in Gladstone, a community that recognises that we do need to transition to renewable energy, and it's why Gladstone Regional Council is one of the first councils in the country to have a transition roadmap. But I'm struggling to follow the logic. If I heard you correctly, you talked about the investment mandate and said that it has to take into account sustainability and climate change, and then the example that you gave of a project that's being funded is a non-fossil fuel project. Is it your position that the Greens amendment is inconsistent then with the mandate for the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility? Otherwise, I fail to see what the government's reasoning is for not excluding fossil fuel and native forest logging projects.
Minister?
Oh, Senator, I've provided you the government's position. We're not supporting your amendment, and we maintain that the mandate is a very important direction to the NAIF board on the projects we would like to see them fund.
Senator Allman-Payne.
So is it the government's position that the mandate already excludes then the funding of fossil fuel and native forest logging projects, given what the mandate contains?
Minister.
No, Senator, we're not supporting your amendment, and the mandate, as I set out, lists a number of different sectors. Of course, the NAIF is the NAIF mandate is a direction to the board, which we have seen an increase in those types of projects. We're very proud of the investment that the NAIF is making in Northern Australia, but I've been clear, we don't support your amendment.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Just some final clarity. I understand the government's position is that you're not supporting the amendment. What my question is it the view then that fossil fuel projects could be funded, coal, oil and gas projects and native forest logging under the current mandate?
The question before the Minister.
I just, in good faith, I want to answer your question, to put it on the record. NAIF investments are proponent-led and sector agnostic, and the Senator knows that that's the way that the NAIF has been set up and will continue, hopefully, to work over the next 10 years, and that's why we don't support the Greens amendment. I know that they've brought amendments like that forward in other legislation. The NAIF does not control which sectors potential project proponents arise, and the sector agnostic approach allows NAIF to drive broad economic and social development across North Australia. Of course, the investment mandate requires that to be eligible for a NAIF financing, a project must align with at least one of the 5 policy priority areas.
Senator Allman-Payne.
Minister, as envoy for the Great Barrier Reef, does the government accept that if the NAIF continues to be able to invest in coal, oil and gas projects, that it's actually putting the health of the Great Barrier Reef and the jobs that rely on it at risk?
The question is, Minister?
I'll just respond to that, given the personal nature of the accusation. I'm actually not the Special Envoy for the Reef anymore. I'm the Assistant Minister for Northern Australia. Very proud of the work that this government has done to protect the Great Barrier Reef, including our landmark changes to the EPBC reform that will protect the reef for generations to come. Our government is committed to net zero emissions by 2050, and NAIF has a key role in contributing to this policy in Northern Australia. The government takes a different view than the Greens political party about how we will reach that 2050 goal, but of course it's incredibly important that the NAIF continues to deliver economic development in Northern Australia while we protect these special places.
Senator Allman-Payne.
My apologies to the Minister. I neglected to note that that role had changed. I guess I just want to put on the record that I too have travelled around Northern Australia. I've been into the Territory in far north Queensland, and it is certainly not the case that communities are not concerned about the impact of global heating on the north. And again, I would say to the government, it would appear from the answers to the questions that the NAIF investment mandate does not preclude the funding of coal, oil and gas projects and native forest logging. And if the government is serious about protecting communities in the north so that they have a vibrant and healthy future, I would implore them to support the Greens amendment.
The question before the Chair is that Amendment 1 on sheet 3685 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the door. Question is Amendment 1 on sheet 3685 be agreed to. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim, teller for the ayes, and Senator Stewart, teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 11, noes 26. The question is resolved in the negative. Just give senators a moment to get back to their positions. The question before the chair is now that the bill stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. 1 minute. Lock the doors. Question is that the bill stand as printed. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Stewart as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 26, noes 10. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The question is now that the bill be reported. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Committee has considered the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Amendment Bill 2026 and agreed to it without amendment. Minister.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. I thank the Senate. I move that the report of the committee now be adopted.
Question is that the report of the committee be adopted. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Minister.
Thank you. I now move that this bill be read a third time.
Question is the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Question is the bill be read a third time. Ayes will pass to the right of the chair, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Stewart as teller for the ayes, Senator McKim as teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 29, noes 10. The question is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Northern Australia Infrastructure Facility Act 2016 and for related purposes. Government Business Order of the Day number 2, Health Legislation Amendment, Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading and the amendment moved by Senator Ruston.
Senator, I'll just give senators a few moments to leave the chamber. Senator Steele-John, before I call you in continuation.
Okey doke.
Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. I am pleased to continue speaking to this bill. Nurse prescribers have been pushing for this for a very long time, to be able to work to the full scope of practice and support patients to access faster, more affordable quality health care. The Greens are pleased to support this bill. Nurse prescribing will allow for greater efficiency in the healthcare system, as many patients will only need to visit a single point of care. Fewer referrals and hospital admissions will bring down the cost of treatment for many patients, which will lower the cost barriers to accessing healthcare during this cost of living crisis. To get the full benefits of this change, nurse prescribing needs to not only be implemented in hospitals, but also in primary healthcare settings, such as local clinics and aged care settings. This bill went before a Senate inquiry and was supported by the Australian Primary Care Nurses Association and Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation, among many others. Some submissions to the inquiry raised concerns about ensuring that nurse prescribing is implemented in a way that upholds the highest standards of patient safety. The Greens are firmly committed to making sure that people feel safe, supported and confident when accessing healthcare, regardless of who is providing that care. I'm pleased that this bill introduced a number of important safeguarding measures, including the requirement for nurse prescribers to be in a prescribing arrangement agreement, with existing prescribers and to complete a 6-month clinical mentorship process with an authorised health practitioner. Additional training and qualification requirements beyond those needed to be a registered nurse, the ability for the Minister to designate which medicines can and can't be prescribed by nurse prescribers, the expansion of the professional services review, ensuring appropriate oversight of nurses in their role as PBS prescribers. And additionally, I understand that further safeguarding measures will be detailed in the delegated legislation. These details that are in development, as they are in development, the Greens will be playing a careful scrutinising role to ensure that patient safety remains at the centre of reform. Now, while we are discussing healthcare professionals working safely within their scope of practice, it is important to recognise that many submissions to the Senate inquiry identified opportunities to go further. More than 20 submissions highlighted a clear and practical reform, expanding access to PBS subsidised prescribing for additional qualified health practitioners. One of those professions is podiatrists and podiatric surgeons. I have had the pleasure of meeting with podiatric surgeons and representatives at the University of Western Australia's podiatric clinic, and their message was clear. Podiatrists and podiatric surgeons are already endorsed prescribers. They are fully qualified and authorised to prescribe medicines. However, they cannot access the PBS subsidies for those prescriptions. This means their patients are left paying full price for medicines that would otherwise be subsidised. As the Australian Podiatry Association noted in its submission, quote, "A podiatrist with an endorsement to prescribe medicines may clinically decide a medicine is needed today, yet the patient must still book a second consult just to obtain a PBS subsidised script." This is not just inefficient. It creates barriers to care. We have a clear example provided to us from the Advanced Practising Podiatrists High-Risk Foot Group. Quote, "A 72-year-old man on the age pension living with diabetes attends the podiatry clinic for his annual foot health review under an enhanced primary care referral. During the consultation, the podiatrist identifies a probable fungal infection and recommends a standard 12-week course of oral antifungal medications. The podiatrist is qualified to prescribe and can initiate treatment immediately. But because the prescription is not covered by the PBS, the patient must pay out of pocket. At a discount chemist, this would be $27.99. He is left with a choice: pay out of pocket or book for an additional GP appointment just to access a subsidised script. This is unnecessary, it wastes time, and it increases costs for patients and for the system. It reflects rules that have not kept pace with how people actually access healthcare, and we have an opportunity to fix this. The Australian Greens are calling on the government to update the law to allow podiatrists and podiatric surgeons to access PBS benefits when prescribing within their scope of practice. This is a practical reform that would make healthcare more affordable, more timely, and more patient-centred. The Greens call on the government to make this change, and I move the second reading amendment in my name to give effect to it. In conclusion, allowing registered nurses to prescribe PBS medicines within their scope of practice will expand choice, improve access, and reduce pressure on other parts of the healthcare system. The Scope of Practice Review recommended this change, along with many other pathways to enable non-medical practitioners to play a greater role in the provision of safe, quality healthcare. The Greens encourage the Labor government to go further in their response to the Scope of Practice Review and to implement the identified opportunities for ensuring more healthcare professionals can work to the top of their scope of practice. Getting this work done helps everybody in the system. It's complicated, it's detailed, it's often behind the scenes, but it is the work that, when achieved, delivers better care for people, more affordable care for people. In the time that I've had the health portfolio for the Greens, I have had the opportunity to learn from many experts treating clinicians, allied health professionals, general practitioners, so many others. And the common thread between them all is a desire to work with government to get good health outcomes for people and to reform the system so that it works. It's the responsibility of elected officials to be up for the hard and complicated work to get that done. Sometimes not glamorous, but when it is ultimately resolved, makes a real difference in people's lives. And I look forward to continuing to work across the chamber to advance the implementation of the scope of practice review and to bring down healthcare costs in the Australian community. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Steele-Don. And just for the record, you will be your second reading amendment is foreshadowed, as we already have one that has been moved. So it will need to be moved after the first one is dealt with. Senator Askew.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to speak on the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025. As a Senator for Tasmania, I'm acutely aware of the profound and persistent challenges facing Australia's healthcare system. Nowhere are those challenges felt more clearly than in my home state. Tasmania is, in many respects, a microcosm of the pressures confronting healthcare nationally. We have the oldest population in the country. We have higher rates of chronic disease and socioeconomic disadvantage, and we are a regional and dispersed state where geography and limited transport options continue to create real barriers to care. Taken together, these factors have produced a perfect storm for a healthcare system that is struggling not only to meet demand but to recruit and retain the skilled workforce required to deliver high-quality, timely care. For Tasmanians, difficulty in accessing healthcare is not an occasional inconvenience, it is routine. Access to general practitioners, particularly in regional and rural communities, is increasingly limited. Emergency departments are under sustained pressure and hospital flow is routinely constrained. Too often, patients who are well enough to leave hospital remain stuck in beds, not because they require acute care, but because there are insufficient aged care or disability placements available to safely discharge them. This has a ripple effect across the entire system, reducing capacity and increasing delays for others who need care. Behind these patient-facing challenges sits a workforce crisis. Tasmania, like many jurisdictions, relies heavily on interstate and overseas locums to fill critical gaps. While those clinicians play an important role, this reliance comes at a significant and unsustainable financial cost, further straining already stretched health budgets. All of these pressures persist despite increased investment from the Tasmanian Liberal Government and additional funding from the Commonwealth. That reality demonstrates a crucial point. Simply spending more money without meaningful reform will not fix a system under structural stress. Tasmania shows us plainly that the challenges facing healthcare are national in nature and that the responsibility for reform must sit here in Canberra. It cannot be left solely to the states and territories to absorb growing demand, workforce shortages and outdated models of care. The Coalition supports the intent of this bill. Expanding prescribing capabilities to registered nurses has the potential to improve access to medicines and make better use of the skills already within our health workforce, particularly in regional, rural and remote areas. However, the government's narrow approach means significant pressure points remain embedded in the system. By limiting this expansion to registered nurses alone and excluding other suitably qualified health professionals such as podiatrists, Labor has missed an opportunity for more comprehensive reform. Reducing the burden on our healthcare system will not occur through a single policy lever. The Coalition agrees that we must start somewhere and we support taking prudent first steps. But we are clear-eyed that this legislation on its own will not deliver the systemic change required to address workforce shortages or growing patient demand. As a member of the Community Affairs Legislation Committee, which recently inquired into this bill, we received compelling evidence from a wide range of stakeholders supporting the inclusion of registered nurses as PBS prescribers. The Australian Medical Association, the Australian Nursing and Midwifery Federation, private health insurers such as Bupa, and other clinical experts all spoke to the benefits this change could deliver for patients. That evidence should be acknowledged. However, I and my coalition colleagues remain disappointed that the government has failed to present a coherent, whole-of-system plan to improve access to PBS subsidised medicines across the board. More than 20 submissions to the inquiry specifically called for podiatrists to be included in the expansion of prescribing powers. Yet under this legislation, podiatrists and paediatric surgeons will remain the only nationally endorsed health practitioners whose patients cannot access PBS subsidised medicines from their treating clinician. This outcome underscores the ad hoc nature of Labor's approach. These reforms stem from the Unleashing the Potential of Our Health Workforce Scope of Practice review, a review commissioned and completed some 18 months ago. Despite its significance, stakeholders are still waiting for the government's formal response. Disturbingly, Senate estimates recently revealed that the government has not even committed to delivering a response at all. That uncertainty leaves health professionals, service providers and patients without clarity, direction or confidence in Labor's long-term intent. While this bill will deliver some benefits, it falls well short of what is required to address rising demand, workforce shortages and access inequities across the country. Expanding prescribing powers for nurses is a step forward, but it does not and cannot resolve the systemic issues that are crippling the sector. Australia's healthcare system is under significant strain. Addressing that strain will require bold, coordinated and comprehensive reform. This bill should be the first step, not the final word. The Coalition with patients and broader health sector will continue to call on the government to provide a comprehensive response to the scope of practice review, one that clearly outlines its position on each recommendation and provides an indicative timeline for action. Such transparency would offer much-needed certainty to stakeholders and demonstrate a genuine commitment to improving health outcomes for all Australians. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Walker, yes, sorry, and it is for 2.5 minutes. Senator Walker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Australians don't spend much time thinking about who's allowed to prescribe a medicine. They think about whether they can get an appointment, if they have to drive 2 hours to see a doctor, whether mum can get the medication she needs before the weekend, or if dad can leave hospital without another delay. That's what this bill is about. It's about making our health system work better for the people who rely on it every single day. Because for too many Australians, particularly those living in regional, rural and remote communities, getting timely health care isn't as simple as booking an appointment down the road. Sometimes there isn't a GP down the road. Sometimes the nearest clinic is hours away. And sometimes your local nurse is the health professional you know, you trust and you see most regularly. So if that nurse has the qualifications, the training and the appropriate endorsement, why should patients have to jump through another hoop just to access a medicine they're already taking? This bill recognises that common sense. It allows suitably qualified registered nurses to prescribe certain medications under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, helping patients get the care they need sooner without compromising safety. This bill isn't about replacing doctors or lowering standards. It's about making better use of the incredible workforce we already have. Anyone who has spent time in a hospital, an aged care home, an Aboriginal community-controlled health organisation or in a regional health clinic knows just how much nurses already do. They're often the first person a patient sees, the last person they see before going home, and the one constant throughout their care. They know their patients, they know their communities. They are the backbone to the healthcare industry, and they know when something isn't quite right. This reform simply recognises the expertise they already bring to our health system. For someone in a country town, it could mean getting treatment without waiting days for the next available GP appointment.
Order. Sorry, Senator Walker. It being 1 p.m, we shall now move to 2-minute statements. Senator Deansmith.
Australians know their money is not going far enough. They know that it doesn't go as far as it used to. They know that groceries cost more, that power costs are going up, that insurance costs more, and that mortgages are increasing. But Dr Jim Chalmers, the Labor Treasurer, insists in trading in false hope to these Australian families that are struggling. In the Perth suburbs of Byford, Lansdale, Harrisdale and Averley, they feel the pain more than anyone in Western Australia. They are the names of the suburbs that have the highest proportion of mortgages. They feel interest rate pressures. But Jim Chalmers on the weekend said that the government's made good progress when it comes to tackling inflation. But that's not what the data says. The data says that inflationary pressures are pushing up housing costs and putting up rental costs. They are concerningly high for Australian families. We also know that Australia is now suffering from stagnant productivity growth. That just makes the inflationary challenge more urgent. And what have we heard today from the RBA? The Reserve Bank of Australia has made it very clear it will push up interest rates if the government doesn't do more to tackle inflation. This is not the time for Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Dr Jim Chalmers to get lazy when it comes to tackling inflation in the economy. And of course, there's more bad news. Consumer confidence in this country has fallen by almost 3% to levels that are now amongst the lowest they have ever been in its 50-year record. That's a sign that Australian families have less confidence in their economic future, less economic security as they start to plan ahead. These are troubling times for the Australian economy, but Labor insists on punishing people.
Senator Smith, your time has expired. Senator Walker.
Acting Deputy President, there's something pretty special happening around Australia right now. People who have never watched football, soccer, before are setting alarms in the middle of the night, pubs are packed, live sites are heaving, families are gathered around televisions cheering the Socceroos on. And what's striking is that Australians from every background see themselves in this team, because this team looks like modern Australia. Players whose families come from places like South Sudan, Cyprus, the United Kingdom, Croatia, Guinea and Italy all pull on the same green and gold jersey. Different stories, different cultures, one team. This is not a weakness, it's one of Australia's greatest strengths. Recently, we've heard voices arguing Australia should somehow become a monoculture, as though diversity is something to fear rather than celebrate. But if you want to know what Australia looks like at its best, don't listen to the culture warriors, watch the Socceroos. Watch 11 Australians trusting one another, relying on one another and working towards the literal same goal. That's the country most Australians recognise. A confident country that doesn't ask people to leave their heritage behind to belong here. A country where your family's story can begin anywhere in the world, but your future is proudly Aussie. Sport has always had a remarkable way of bringing us together. For 90 minutes, our politics, our postcodes and our backgrounds matter a little less. We celebrate together, we suffer together, and when Australia scores, everyone is on their feet together. As the Socceroos continue their World Cup campaign, I know the whole country will be behind them. They aren't just representing Australia on the world stage, they are repping the very best of who we are as a nation.
Senator Walker. Senator Waters.
Thanks very much. Next week is NAIDOC Week, a national celebration of First Nations culture. This year's NAIDOC Week theme is 50 Years of Deadly, recognising decades of advocacy. Udjuru Noonuckle, Uncle Jack Charles, Lewitcha O'Donoghue, Adrian Barragubba, the Minjerribah Murragumpan Elders in Council. It's a rich list of elders who've worked tirelessly to protect culture and community. I want to shout out to some amazing First Nations community leaders continuing this work. Danella Mills, who as interim chair of Our Ways Strong Together, is leading the work to tackle family, domestic and sexual violence against First Nations women and children. Professor Megan Davis and Dr Hannah McGlade, whose complaint on behalf of incarcerated First Nations youth led the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination to find that Australia's youth justice system was breaching human rights. The late Rhoda Roberts AO, who elevated Indigenous voices in the arts and creative space for First Nations stories to be seen and heard and celebrated. Travis Lovett, who walked all the way from Naarm here to Parliament House calling for national truth-telling. Dr Jackie Huggins AO, Larissa Baldwin-Roberts and Millie Telford, who founded Common Threads to support grassroots leadership for truth, land back and climate justice. Professor Anne Polina, chair of the Martuwarra Fitzroy River Council and one of 10 people seeking a UN ruling that by failing to take climate action, Australia is putting country and living waters at risk. Australia is lucky to have such a wealth of First Nations leadership, and it's time to listen to them. This NAIDOC week, we must celebrate 50 years of Deadly by finally doing what's been asked. Implement the death in custody recommendations, fund community-controlled services, take
Senator
climate
Waters,
action
your
and
time
work
has expired. Senator Antic.
Yes, thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. The Australian Christian Freedom Index has recently published a report on the state of religious liberty pertaining to Christians in Australia. Over 10,000 Christians were surveyed and shared their experiences regarding expressing their faith. 92% said that they think it's riskier to affirm Christian beliefs than it was 5 years ago. 42% said they experienced hostility, threats or harassment for expressing what they considered to be a Christian worldview. This most likely relates to opinions that could involve things like marriage and family. 25% said they were denied opportunities at work, volunteering or leadership due to their beliefs. Now, while these are always subjective perspectives, it signals something that many Australians of conservative persuasions have felt for a very long time, that an ideology hostile to Christianity has taken hold in our institutions, which is something that I've been talking about for a long period of time. There were university students in this document expressing frustration at being dismissed for conservative opinions, which supposedly free-thinking academic institutions can't tolerate. Teachers in Christian schools expressed frustration with being policed in an environment where their faith is meant to provide the ethos in their workplace. And personally, I've had many people who have escaped communist countries that tell me that Australia feels eerily like what they fled many years ago. Sometimes they whisper to state their honest opinion to avoid being overheard or the need to police themselves lest they face disciplinary measures from HR departments. Shouldn't be this way in Australia, and all I can say is that it's important that we live not by lies. There's a difference between arrogantly pushing one's belief onto others and simply holding to one's religious convictions. And many Australians feel that the latter has become risky. I would encourage anyone listening to go and read the Australian Christian Freedom Index document from May of this year, which touches on a whole lot of important subjects, including but not limited to the ones I've mentioned this afternoon.
Senator Brown.
Thank you. I rise today with news for Hobart's northern suburbs. The Albanese Labor government is delivering a Medicare urgent care clinic in the Glenorchy and Derwent Park area. I was proud, yes, it was good news. I was proud to announce it alongside Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care and Member for Lyons, Rebecca White. This clinic means people will be able to get urgent care close to home 7 days a week over extended hours, fully bulk bill and without needing an appointment. That matters, because when your child wakes up sick at night, or when you cut your hand, twist an ankle, or need care that cannot wait, the only option should not be a long trip to the Royal Hobart Hospital and Emergency Department. Around 32% of presentations to that emergency department in 24-25 were semi-urgent or non-urgent. This clinic will give families another choice and help the hospital focus on the most serious cases. Medicare urgent care clinics are working. Labor promised 137 clinics across Australia, and all 137 are now open. Around 3 million Australians have already received care through them. They are treating children, helping people after hours and taking pressure off hospital and emergency departments. This is what strengthening Medicare looks like. It is also part of a much bigger health agenda: more bulk billing, cheaper medicines, more doctors and nurses, and better care in communities where people live. For families in Glenorchy, Moona, Derwent Park and across the northern suburbs, this is practical help. Closer care, faster care, free care. Labor listened to the community and Labor is delivering. The new Gnorkey Medicare Urgent Care Clinic will make a difference and I'm proud to bring it to our community. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. On behalf of Canberrans, I would like to recognise some of the outstanding work that happens in this place and thank senators for their important contribution. In March 2023, we saw the Finance and Public Administration References Committee begin an inquiry into the integrity of consulting services. And I believe we saw the Senate at its best. We saw Senator O'Neill, Senator Barbara Pocock, Senator Colbeck and others forensically examining allegations and goings-on at PwC. 10 days of public hearings, 61 submissions, 129 responses to questions on notice, a huge body of work. And we've seen them at it again. Senator O'Neill, Senator Barbara Pocock and Senator Scarr looking at KPMG. This is what the Senate can do, and I really thank colleagues for their important work on this, holding these companies to account and shining light on what is happening. The other area I would like to mention is aged care, where we've seen Senator Ormond-Payne and Senator Ruston do outstanding work to shine a light on what is happening to older Australians, to raise concerns about the government's assessment process for support at home, about the algorithm that really isn't delivering for older Australians. And for me, it reinforces just how important it is that on these sorts of issues we have a multi-partisan approach, and as a Senate we use our powers and we use them well to shine a light on these issues and then to make sure that we are doing the work that headlines simply cannot do.
Thank you. Senator Hume.
And every day we hear that Labor has a zero tolerance for corruption, and yet it continues to happen under their watch. We continue to hand over Australians' hard-earned money, corruption continues, and the Prime Minister and Labor simply shrug. The latest revelations about Victoria's big build expose a culture that should be an alarm, a wake-up call to every single Australian. The headline from The Age said it all. It said, "Don't pay Gatto, don't get access." Now, these are not payments that happened before Labor was elected. They are payments that happened this year, as recently as this year, the same year that the CFMEU was apparently under administration, the same year that Labor committed billions of dollars more to Victoria's corrupt Big Build program. And even more chilling was the use of a phrase by those involved: everybody eats. Everybody eats. What does that mean? What that means is that corruption isn't isolated. It means that everybody expects a cut while taxpayers foot the bill. And if this isn't bad enough, both state and federal Labor governments knew this was happening. Think about that. The Albanese government knew of at least 4 corruption allegations about the suburban rail loop in Victoria before it handed over another $3.8 billion of taxpayer money. Now, we learn that access to government-funded projects in Victoria depended entirely not on merit, but on who you knew and who you paid, and specifically whether you knew and paid Mick Gatto. The Allan Labor government has turned a blind eye to this, and it's still turning a blind eye. The Prime Minister says he's sought assurances, but what's he doing to stop it? Because Australians deserve answers and they deserve accountability. They deserve confidence that taxpayer-funded dollars are building infrastructure, not feeding a culture where everybody eats.
Cleanaway has become one of Australia's worst offenders when it comes to workplace safety. In the past 2 years alone, 5 people have lost their lives while working there, and a total of 8 since 2022. Now a working mother of 7 and a grandmother has been left with permanent vision loss due to Cleanaway's disregard for safety. Hune Murphy, a hard-working truck driver, was carrying out her shift when concentrated methanol poured from a hospital waste bin over her. She contacted management to seek urgent safety advice. Crickets, no response. In the coming weeks, she was hospitalised before finding out she would have permanent vision loss. Weeks later, when the Transport Workers Union tried to inspect the site, Cleanaway refused entry. Comcare, the national safety regulator, has to intervene. They intervened and Cleanaway didn't report the incident or take any steps to stop it happening again. And despite all this, their CEO, Mark Schubert, took home over $4.2 million, and Cleanaway still made $109 million in profit in the first half of this financial year. But no amount of profits can wash away the blood from Cleanaway's hands. Now, I want to acknowledge Hune Murphy and her family and thank them today for coming in, because listening to her speak earlier today was heartbreaking, and one that I don't think anyone here will forget. She said, "I should never be in this situation just because of my job. The two outcomes of methanol are death and blindness, and I'm lucky I got the latter. No worker should have to be thankful they were lucky to be blinded instead of being killed. Before Cleanaway manages Australia's waste, it needs to clean up its own mess and sack the CEO. It's time for a clean-out at Cleanaway."
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Senator McKim.
Today is the last day of Pride Month, which is held around the world on the anniversary of the 1969 Stonewall riots in New York, where gay activists fought back against the regular police brutality they were subjected to. And of course, Australia has its own shameful history of hatred and discrimination against queer folks, including when marchers in the first Mardi Gras were brutally bashed and arrested by police, and the Salamanca protests in Tasmania, where over 100 people were arrested simply for asking people to sign a petition at a market. Queer communities in this country and around the world have come a long way in their fight to be free of discrimination, but there is a long, long way still to go. And as we've seen from One Nation in this place as recently as yesterday, there are still people who want to politicise and persecute queer communities for political gain. That is why today the Australian Greens will be introducing legislation to create a dedicated LGBTIQA+ Commissioner at the Australian Human Rights Commission. When discrimination and hate are increasing, you respond by fighting back, and you respond by strengthening the institutions that defend people's rights. Visibility matters. Representation matters. Having a dedicated commissioner tells LGBTIQA+ Australians that their rights deserve to be defended with vigour and to be aggressively promoted with seriousness and in the same way that everybody else's rights are defended and promoted.
Thanks, Senator McKim. Senator Bell.
Thank you. On the 2nd of July, I wrote to the Prime Minister imploring him to declare the Great Western Highway, which is cracked and crumbling, now closed, a disaster. Well, the government has declined to act. And now, today, another local business has gone to the wall. The 888 Cafe at South Bowenfels is closing its doors. This is what happens when the government fails to act. Family businesses get shut down, workers lose shifts, and now a community is losing another local employer. For 114 days, following the highway cracking and crumbling, communities and businesses across the Blue Mountains and Central West have been cut off from customers, trade and certainty. We asked the government to act, we wrote to the Prime Minister. Again, they have declined to declare this a disaster. We asked for the government to provide urgent Commonwealth support for businesses and communities being smashed by this disaster, and again, they have ignored those calls. And then, what's worse, looking at the budget, Labor has put no new money into the Great Western Highway in the federal budget. The locals are being told they'll have to wait another year for a repair job, a temporary fix, while the region remains no closer to having the infrastructure, the highway they should have had years ago. Because this disaster is nearly 2 decades in the making. It's the result of constant government inaction. The need for a proper route between Mount Victoria and Lithgow has been known for years. Labor knows it, the Liberals know it, the Nationals know it. Every government who has looked at this know that this is what is needed. The warning signs are there, but they left the job undone, and now the entire region is paying the price. Families are going to the wall, businesses are going to the wall, and it's not good enough. And this business hasn't closed because they did not work hard enough. It has closed because they have not received the infrastructure or the support from the federal government that they need. One Nation is saying enough. The Central West needs urgent disaster support for these affected businesses.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. Right now, communities are dealing with the harsh reality of an increasingly extreme climate. On the other side of the world, millions of people are suffering through an unprecedented heat wave. Ecosystems are breaking down before our very eyes. It is beyond clear that urgent and large-scale climate action in Australia and across the globe is needed. Well, thanks to the tireless advocacy of local communities and environmental groups, we have a critical opportunity to stop a mega polluting project in its tracks. Labor has been forced to reopen the case against Woodside and their climate-wrecking Browse gas project. We know that the Browse project poses a catastrophic risk to communities. It will spew 1.6 billion tonnes of polluting carbon emissions into our air, pressure cooking the climate and exacerbating extreme weather conditions. If this project goes ahead, WA's own precious Scott Reef and the 27 protected species that call it home will be decimated. Climate change is driving mass bleaching events from Ningaloo to the Great Barrier Reef and in so many other precious reef systems. Browse must be stopped. This project will supercharge this devastation. All that once thrived with life and burst with colour will weaken, will wither and will wash away. Gone forever. Labor didn't want the community to be heard. Woodside definitely didn't want the community to be heard. Well, too bad, so sad. We have until the 21st of July to make submissions. The community will be heard and the government must listen.
Senator Hanson.
Well, according to those who are bitterly opposed to myself and One Nation, another sacred cow I supposedly slaughtered at the National Press Club was paid parental leave funded by taxpayers. Let's be absolutely clear on the facts. I support paid parental leave and I will not change it. I repeat, I will not change it. Actually, I supported the 26 weeks paid parental leave passed recently. Anyone who says or implies otherwise is lying to the Australian people. That's what's been happening every day since my speech, misrepresentations and outright falsehoods. It's why Australians' trust in government, in politics and in the media is at an all-time low. Australians are sick of being lied to. Australians are sick of being ignored. As I said in that same speech, Australians know what you've been saying about me and they no longer believe it. One Nation supports Australian families and supports more choices and flexibility for Australian families. We're the only party that has a policy to enable couples with children to split incomes and file joint tax returns. We're the only party which supports greater choices and greater oversight for parents in the education of their children. We're the only party which wants to scrap net zero and bring genuine cost of living relief to Australian workers and their families. We're the only party which wants to slash mass migration to reduce housing demand and ban foreign ownership of residential property to increase housing supply. We're the only party which has a policy to slash the out-of-control government spending that is driving high inflation and high mortgage payments. We're the only party that puts Australian families first. As I said before, stop your lies, stop construing my words in something not. I support paid parental
Senator Hanson,
leave.
your time has expired. Senator Green.
Well, yesterday's landmark Nakamal agreement with Vanuatu is another transformational breakthrough in our region by the Albanese Labor government. We are doing the work after Australia lost a decade in the Pacific under the Liberals, a decade that we can never get back. They neglected our region and failed to show up when it mattered. Scott Morrison declined to even attend the Pacific Islands Forum Leaders meeting in 2018. And when he went the next year, the Fijian Prime Minister said, and I quote, "After what we went through with Morrison, nothing can be worse," and that Australia should not even be in the Pacific Island Forum. We remember that they failed to respect the Pacific. They mocked their priorities. The Pacific remembers the jokes about water lapping at their doors. And the Coalition oversaw the largest cuts to foreign aid in Australian history. They sought to diminish the Pacific's access to Australian labour market through the establishment of a arrival visa. And nothing has changed. The Coalition, this opposition, opposed the Pacific Engagement Visa and greater support for palm workers' families. And we all saw those opposites, including Senator Collins and Senator Henderson, lead the charge in the coup to scrap net zero. They would not even be able to sign the NACML agreement because it commits to net zero. And they want to team up with One Nation, who have made slurs against the Pacific which are unforgivable. The Liberals and One Nation want to take the country backwards, and our relationships and strategic position in the region would go backwards with them. So I ask those opposite, including you, Senator Collins, will you condemn Pauline Hanson for her slur against our newest ally? And do the Liberals support the NACML agreement, even though they wouldn't even be able to sign it themselves?
Senator Bragg.
Well, thank you very much. Well, recently I was able to visit the Bronte Surf Club with the President, Basil Scafati, and it was tremendous to be able to see that great institution with prospects for a much larger surf club. And in the past year, regrettably, our surf clubs have had to do a lot of heavy lifting in the community. At the Bondi terrorist attacks, the North Bondi Surf Club patrons and officials went out of their way to help people on the day of the massacre, but also to provide services to the community afterwards, including hosting state government, mental health services and the like. But I make the point about these surf clubs that one of the things that they are having to contend with at the moment is what to do with sharks, particularly in Sydney, where there have been a number of attacks of late, including one at Coogee just a couple of weeks ago. And it's always going to be good to get the best information that we can muster. And for that reason, I think we should get more up-to-date information from the CSIRO as the Commonwealth's preeminent science organisation on the numbers of sharks, the nature of sharks. I think it would be helpful and it would aid the debate that we're going to have around the measures that might be required. A lot of the measures that have been used to protect surfers and beachgoers from sharks may not have the effect that people imagine that they might have. And so it is an area where we are going to benefit from more scientific information. So it's been almost 10 years since CSIRO has done a body of work on shark populations on the East Coast, and it would be very helpful if the next survey could be done within the next 6 to 9 months.
Yes, Senator Coney.
Last week, leaders of the Five Eyes cyber security agencies issued a very important warning to our people, our businesses and governments. AI is rapidly transforming cyber risk and swift action is necessary. Through Horizon 2 of the Australian Cyber Security Strategy, the Albanese government is committed to scaling our cyber resilience across our economy, our society and our digital infrastructure. Horizon 2 is about recognising that cyber risk can no longer be treated as a solely technical issue. It is a core risk and a responsibility for leaders in government and businesses right across the economy. In a modern economy, all professionals must also account for cyber risk in everything that they do. This is why reinforcing our human firewall is key to the Horizon 2 action plan. Just as all professionals must account for cyber risk, all of government must factor AI into its work, both its potential and its risks. Faced with constantly evolving possibility and risk, it is important to remind ourselves and those in the community that the responsibility for all our security falls on all of us.
Thank you, Senator Coney. There's 20 seconds going there.
Senator Cash.
Thank you very much. And those responsible have a lot of answering to do because they still have not told us how and why they legislated a widow's tax. I mean, seriously, you talk about standing up for women, but what government says they stand up for women?
Cash. The time for Senator statements has concluded. We'll move to question time. I call Senator Patterson.
Thanks, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. When did the Prime Minister first become aware that Labor's tax legislation would impose what has become known as the widow's tax?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
Party room, maybe. Well, first, I think I think that is a title in your party room and that you keep utilising. I think we have been clear that it is the case that grandfathering arrangements do need to ensure that scenario is addressed. The Treasurer, I think, made it very clear on Insiders on Sunday that the government would address it, and we will do so. But I again remind those opposite and Senator Patterson, it's interesting that the opposition are not arguing against really most of the policy. See, you want to argue.
Please resume your seat. Senator Patterson.
Thanks, President. The Minister's reflections on the opposition are interesting but not directly relevant to a 22-word question.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. The Minister has been relevant to your question and I will continue to listen carefully. Minister Wong.
I again say the Treasurer has made clear it will be resolved. It is an issue of the extent of grandfathering arrangements, and obviously in an ambitious set of tax policies, it's not unusual for there to be various tranches of legislation, and that's what we intend to do to resolve it. But, Senator, it is reasonable for me to point out you're not even arguing against the policy anymore. Because you know that the housing market, the status quo in the housing market is not sustainable and was not sustainable. And you know that continuing to give investors an unfair advantage over first home buyers is not sustainable.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
President, it is relevant, and with all due respect, Senator Wong has admitted legislating the tax. The question was quite specific. When did the Prime Minister first become aware that the tax would be legislated?
Thank you, Senator Cash. I will draw the Minister back to your question. Minister Wong.
I think the government was very clear on budget night that there would be a number of tranches of legislation, and we have been clear with the Australian people that. We have been clear with the Australian people that there would be more than one tranche of legislation, including to deal with this issue, but also to deal with the start-up exemptions, to deal with testamentary trusts. There are a range of issues that we know will require further consideration after consultation, and the government has been doing that and will continue to do that.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Before I come to you, I'll remind the Senate it's absolutely fine to rise on points of order, but if you rise on a point of order, I expect you to listen in silence to the response. Senator Patterson, first supplementary.
I'm up to my first sup. No, all good. Thank you. My question, once the Prime Minister became aware that his legislation contained a widow's tax, what action did he take to prevent the Parliament from legislating it?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
Well, this is ambitious legislation that has passed the Parliament in order to ensure that we give first-home buyers a fair crack at the housing market, because we believe that is fair. And I note, President, that those opposite have not been able to argue that point. They have not been able to argue that point. This legislation also provided tax cuts for working people, also voted against by those opposite. I note that they are not asking questions about 13 million Australians getting a tax cut. No, you don't want to talk about tax cuts.
Senator Patterson.
Sorry, President, on direct relevance, I asked what action did the Prime Minister take? I haven't heard any yet.
Thank you, Senator Patterson. And you're talking about legislation that passed the Parliament last week, and the Minister is being relevant. Minister Wong, please continue.
And what I would say is that we were clear from announcement on budget night that there would be more than one tranche of legislation. The core of the reforms, the big moving parts of the reforms, were legislated in this parliament against the opposition of those opposite, and we made clear that there are a range of other matters there where there would be more tranches of legislation coming, including in relation to these grandfathering issues.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Patterson, second supplement.
Thank you, President. Why did the Prime Minister force every member of caucus, including all the senators here, to vote for a widow's tax? And what other defects are there in Labor's tax package that the government has identified but still not disclosed to the parliament?
Thank you. Order. Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Senator Ayres, Senator Watt. Order. Senator Patterson. Minister Wong.
Well, every member of the Labor caucus was proud to vote for tax cuts for working people. Every member of the Labor caucus was proud to vote for tax changes which ensured first home buyers had a fair crack at the market. Every member of the Labor caucus was prepared to vote, proud to vote for fairer tax arrangements. You see, we on this side, unlike you opposite, we actually have a collective decision-making process, and we know who we stand for and what we believe in, and that makes us really unique when compared to those opposite, because you do not know who you are, what you stand for, or what you represent. You don't know whether you're chasing Senator Hanson or the Teals. You don't know who you are, what you stand for. We do.
Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Order. Senator Patterson, I've called order. That was a disgraceful display. This is not a football match. It is not your role, particularly those on my left, to yell louder than the minister. You ask a question, the answer is given, and you listen in silence. Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. From tomorrow, the 1st of July, Australians will be receiving even more cost of living relief, including an additional tax cut and help at the checkout. Can the Minister outline the important measures that will come into effect from tomorrow and explain the Albanese Labor government's approach to helping Australians with the cost of living?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Wong.
And I thank Senator Tyrrell for her question. I thank her for her support for workers, including casual workers and parents in Tasmania. And Senator Tyrrell knows that every Tasmanian, in fact every Australian worker, will benefit from the cost of living measures that the Albanese government has introduced, which are kicking in from tomorrow, the 1st of July. We are delivering real cost of living help to the people of Australia. That has always been a priority for this government since the day we were elected and for the 1,500 days since. And tomorrow is especially important because from tomorrow, every Australian worker gets another tax cut. Every Australian worker gets another tax cut. On top of the tax cuts we have already brought in, and in addition to the tax cuts which are coming for working Australians, and all of them opposed by the three right-wing parties opposite. You see, we know those opposite have consistently voted against tax cuts for working people. But, President, we're not only focused on making sure Australians earn more and keep more of what they earn, we're also making sure people have more when they retire through payday super. We're supporting Australians at the checkout with our ban on excessive grocery pricing coming to effect with a strengthened ACCC to hold the big supermarkets to account. Motorists will continue to get more relief at the Bowser with a 16% litre cut to the fuel excise for all of July, and we are backing small business by permanently extending the $20,000 instant asset write-off. This government is delivering real cost of living relief, and measures that are kicking in from tomorrow demonstrate our commitment to supporting every Australian.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. I'm sure everybody in my state of Tasmania will be glad to hear about the further cost of living help that's coming from tomorrow. It's actually not my state, it's my home state. Could the minister provide more detail on how the Albanese Labor government is supporting working families right across Australia?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Well, we are proud to support working families, and in particular we are proud that it is a Labor government many years ago which first legislated paid parental leave, and it is now a Labor government that is ensuring that paid parental leave is extended to a full 26 weeks, because this provides support and certainty to families and parents caring for their children, with even more time for parents to cherish those precious early months. So from tomorrow, almost 2.7 million Australian workers will benefit from a 6% increase to the national minimum wage and a 4.75% increase to the modern award wages. The first time the national minimum wage is above $1,000 a week. And I'll take the interjection from the Leader of the Opposition, who is again criticising wage increases. Well, we know what they're about: lower wages. We're about higher wages.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. As the minister has explained, helping Australians with the cost of living and delivering real change is one of the Albanese Labor government's highest priorities. Can the minister please outline if there are any risks to the government's plans to help Australians get ahead?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. And we've got tax cuts benefiting every Australian worker, cost of living relief for every Australian household, real reform for every young Australian who has been locked out of the housing market for too long. And there is more to do, but we have achieved that despite the best efforts of the right-wing parties, the three right-wing parties, to block it. Because last week, the three right-wing parties voted against tax cuts for every Australian worker. And we know, famously, Senator Hume described these tax cuts as egregious. Egregious. And that is really hardly surprising that when you remember that the Nationals and the Liberals went to the last election promising they would unwind the tax cuts for working people. So not only are they calling tax cuts now egregious, had they been elected, they would have ensured they unwound the tax cuts for working people. It is only the Labor Party that is focused on making real change.
Thank you, Minister Wong. The time for answering has expired. Senator Canavan.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Last weekend, Minister Wong, Sydney recorded its lowest auction clearance rates since April 2020, at the very start of the pandemic, falling below 50%. Melbourne recorded its lowest clearance rate since 2021, during the world's longest lockdowns. Will the minister admit that Labor's tax changes have shattered confidence in our property market to the point where even first home buyers are staying away?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Our changes are about backing first home buyers. And I would remind the Senate that house prices have increased, I think, around 400% since 2000 and 58% since 2020. And what that means is that first-home buyers have found it much harder to enter the market. And I think senators who engage with the community will know that that is the case. Increasingly, housing. Owning your own home has been out of reach for too many Australians. Well, we are determined to fix that. We have been determined to fix that because we know the status quo was not sustainable. It was not sustainable. Now, I would make a couple of points. That many factors influence the housing market, not just tax settings. I note that auction clearance rates were declining before the budget. Obviously, a number of factors influence the housing market. I would refer again to the Treasury forecasts, which assume house prices will continue to grow, and that the changes in the budget mean that house prices will be around 2% lower than they would otherwise have been. Now, I would note Senator Bragg himself has said that house prices are too high. I know that he said that. Well, we are seeking, through the tax changes that we have made, to level the playing field when it comes to first home buyers, because we want more young Australians to get their own home.
Senator Canavan, first supplementary.
Thank you. Minister, Brisbane's auction clearance rates are down from 53% to 40% from last year, and Adelaide's are down from 64% to 49%. Has the government modelled the impact that falling property values and declining confidence in our property markets could have on household wealth, bank lending practices and the broader Australian economy?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I again would make the point that many factors influence the housing market, and I'd refer back again to what Treasury has said. And I know you have an interest in trying to find a political point. The reality is the housing market was broken. Anyone who spoke to engage with young people who are trying to get into the market would know that. We want people to have the same opportunities so many of us had to own our own home. And what we have done is change the tax system so people have more of that opportunity. I would again make the point, Senator Bragg himself said...
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Madam President. Just on relevance with less than 20 seconds left, the question went to, has the government looked at the risks of this happening, not the statements of others?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. And the Minister is being relevant to your question. Minister, please continue.
Well, in fact, I think I responded to that directly, Senator. I think I did respond to it directly, and I know that you want, to say the sky is falling, because that's what desperate right-wing opposition parties do, but we do not. The sky is not
Minister.
falling.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Canavan, second supplementary.
Thank you, Madam President. Minister, yesterday your colleague Minister Plibersek claimed that hundreds of thousands of Australians have entered the housing market thanks to the government's 5% deposit scheme. How many of those Australians are now in negative equity because of the government's broken promises, its housing tax changes and the consequent falling confidence in property markets?
Thank you, Senator Canavan. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, Ms Plibersek was right. The figures I have here are that some 260,000 first-home buyers with 5% deposits have been helped into the system. So, Senator, they are many thousands of Australians who would not have entered the property market but for what the Labor government has done, which you opposed. I mean, this is what you actually are opposed to us trying to get more young people into the market. I mean, it is quite remarkable that those opposite don't want more young Australians to have the opportunities that all of you have had, or so many of you, to own your own home. If you sit in this place, you can see that the coalition really is averse to government trying to ensure that more young Australians own their own home. Well, I don't think Australians are where you're at.
Order. Order. I advise the chamber that the Greens and Senator Pocock have swapped their questions, so I'm going to call Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Transport. Minister, this morning I met with Queen and Christiana, both former Carnival Cruise crew members. These young women told me how they were forced to work for just $2.50 an hour, well below Australian minimum wages. And the only reason they were forced to accept such a pittance for their labour is because the Albanese government gave Carnival's Australian ships a ministerial exemption from the Coastal Trading Act. Minister, how can your government support same job, same pay, but stand by and see these workers paid so much less in Australian waters?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Pocock for his question. Of course, the government does support same job, same pay, and it was the Albanese government that introduced that legislation, and it's now working very, very well. But in respect of particular issues that relate to the Carnival cruise line, the Maritime Labour Convention of 2006 provides standards and regulations relating to seafarer welfare, including a base standard of rights and protections aimed at creating a secure working environment for those in the maritime industry. The AMSA, the Australian Maritime Safety Authority, plays a key role in enforcing international maritime safety and labour standards, including the Maritime Labour Convention. The AMSA applies a zero-tolerance approach to breaches of the Maritime Labour Convention and has the authority to issue deficiencies, detain vessels, or prohibit ships from operating in Australian waters. The authority routinely acts on issues such as the payment of wages, conditions of employment, and workplace health and safety. Individuals or organisations aware of any concerns or potential breaches of the Maritime Labour Convention are encouraged to promptly notify the authority so that they can investigate and take appropriate responses. The authority investigates all complaints, receives and takes appropriate regulatory action where warranted. Complaints may be lodged directly through the authority established complaints process by seafarers and by seafarer representatives, and I saw some of them around the building this morning. The Albanese government...
Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister, for the explanation. But my question is why your government has given Carnival an exemption from Australian labour laws for ships that are based here in Australia and operate here in Australia in Australian waters.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thanks Senator Pocock for his first supplementary question. Of course, I'm not the minister in charge of these issues. We have a wonderful minister, and Minister King, who is in charge. I shall convey your question to her and seek a prompt response so that I can come back to you with the correct answer. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Minister Farrell. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister. I appreciate that and look forward to hearing that answer. My understanding is that this exemption is renewed annually. Can the government give any indication or commitment that they will not renew this so that we'll have people working on ships in Australian waters that stay in Australian waters actually paid an award rate in Australia?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. Thanks, Senator Pocock, for his second supplementary question. Again, this is not an issue that I am familiar with, but I shall very promptly seek a response from Minister King, and we'll come back to you at the earliest opportunity with the answers. Thank you, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Brown.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Ageing, Senator McAllister. We on this side of the chamber hear every day how important a strong and affordable health system is to the communities we represent. Tomorrow, the Albanese Labor government rolls out further measures to help every Australian access affordable health care, from hospital care through to urgent care for non-life-threatening conditions. How is the government delivering real change for Australians by investing in our public health system after a decade of cuts and neglect?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Brown, because tomorrow is an important day and I am glad that you asked about it. Tomorrow, the Albanese Labor government is delivering record funding for our public hospitals. $25 billion in additional funding for public hospitals, Senator. And that is for the doctors and for the nurses who are the backbone of our public health system. It's for the AMBOs and the allied health workers who show up every single day to support everyday Australians. And in your home state, Senator Brown, Tasmanians will receive $5.1 billion in total funding for hospitals over the next 5 years. Now, we're clear about what we need to fix. The previous government, the Liberal government, spent a decade neglecting our hospital system. Many senators on the benches opposite were part of a government that cut $50 billion from the hospital system that Australians depend on. And this government is delivering 3 times more additional funding for public hospitals than under the last 5-year agreement. That is what real change looks like. That is what delivering real change means. And that's not all. Not only are we investing in hospital care, we are ensuring that there is a permanent option for Australians to go for medical care when they need it most. Last week I told the chamber how the Albanese Labor government has delivered every single one of our 137 urgent care clinics across the country. And from July 1, every single one of those will be permanent. Every single one of them. Bulk billed for every Australian. And that does mean that a mum with a sick child on the weekend has somewhere to go. It means that a tradie with a bad cut doesn't have to sit in ED for hours, and it means our hospitals can focus on the patients that need them most. And this is what Labor governments do. We deliver real change for Australians.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Brown, first supplementary.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Minister. The Albanese Labor government is not only committed to ensuring Australians get the care they need in our hospitals and urgent care clinics, it is also focused on making more medicines cheaper. How is the government helping Australians access more medicines at a lower cost from tomorrow?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Brown. July is a big month for cheaper medicines. 10 new listings are giving Australians expanded access to even cheaper medicines on the PBS, all for no more than $25. And let me tell you a bit more about what that means. Around 18,500 Australians with severe, uncontrolled asthma can now benefit from a new treatment that lowers the risk of asthma attacks. Today, Australians may have to pay $1,600 per injection every week. From tomorrow, just $25. A nasal spray for the emergency treatment of anaphylaxis. Today, Australians could be paying more than $95 per pack. From tomorrow, a maximum of $25. And it doesn't stop there. Australians with type 1 diabetes, lung cancer and rare blood cancer will also have access to expanded treatments on the PBS tomorrow.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Brown, second supplementary.
Thank you, President, and again, thank you, Minister, for that answer. When it comes to getting quality health care, all you should need is your Medicare, not your credit card. Why is the Albanese Labor government making these investments to deliver quality health care to Australians? Why has the government chosen this approach?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister McAllister.
It's green and gold.
Thank you, President. Well, this Labor government believes in a simple principle. When you are sick, all you should need is your Medicare card, not your credit card. And we have backed our beliefs, backed those beliefs with a record investment in hospital funding and in Medicare. And what have those opposite done? On the one side, we have the coalition led by their current leader, the member for Hume, who just didn't support cuts to health. He actually wanted the cuts to health to go further. In 2015, he said, cost-cutting programs can be painful and always involve hard trade-offs. And then he continued to say that this work needed to extend across the entire health systems. Well, Australians know who bore the cost of those trade-offs. It was them. And maybe it is time for those opposite to consider my counterpart sage advice. Maybe it is time for a rebrand. Maybe a rebrand that would see you finally support public health, because you don't at the moment.
Has expired. I advise the chamber that Senator Lambie has passed her question to Senator Ruston. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. Thank you, President. My question is also to the Minister representing the Minister for Aged Care, Senator McAllister. Can the Minister confirm how many pensioners will lose their private health insurance rebate, additional rebate, under Labor's $11 billion tax on older Australians?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Yeah.
I've called you. Sorry, Senator McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, Senator, Labor is investing over $3 billion in delivering more aged care beds, more packages and better care for older Australians in this budget, in the 26-27 budget. And to fund this investment into aged care, the government will return the PHI rebate for older Australians back to the same level paid by everyone else. And we do understand that it will not
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you. A point of order on relevance, President. I simply asked how many pensioners will be affected by this change. Nothing else.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. The Minister was getting to your question, and I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. Well, the additional rebate is simply not the best way to spend precious taxpayer dollars on behalf of older Australians when we do need to do so much lifting, heavy lifting in aged care. And the approach that we are taking will restore fairness to the rebate system and will free up funding to provide more dignity and care to older Australians.
Minister, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Again, on a point of relevance, President, if the minister doesn't know how many pensioners—
Thank you, Senator Ruston. I don't need— I hear that you've raised an objection. The minister is being relevant. I'm going to ask the minister to continue. Minister McAllister.
Thanks very much, President. So under the proposed changes, all Australians will now receive the same private health support based on their income, not their age. And over 65s, all over 65s, will still receive significant government subsidised discounts of up to 24% on the premiums that private health insurers charge them, the same as the rest of the population. And the average impact on those 65 years
McAllister,
and older—
Thank you. Senator Ruston.
Once again, on a point of relevance, President, I would ask you to direct the minister to answering the question about how many pensioners will be affected. I ask nothing else.
Thank you, Senator Ruston. As you absolutely understand, I can't put words into the minister's mouth. That's what you're asking me to do. The minister is being relevant, and I'll invite the minister to continue. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. These are important changes, and they're important changes that allow investments that are necessary into the aged care system. And so $3 billion will be invested in delivering more aged care beds, delivering more packages and better care for older Australians through the 26-27 budget.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Ruston, first supplementary.
Thank you very much, President. Private Health Australia estimates couples over the age of 65 on gold cover will face up to $1,614 in additional costs from April 2027, the largest increase in private health costs on record. How does the minister expect Australian pensioners on fixed incomes to absorb that cost?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. We understand that this will not be a welcome change for many people, but we also understand that the investments that we propose to secure the future of the aged care system are important. The government has made difficult choices to ensure that we can make the investments that Australians expect, and our investments will build on the changes that we delivered in our first term that incentivise the construction of beds for aged care residents. They will give providers the certainty that they need to build and maintain quality residential accommodation. They will make support at home fairer and more affordable for older Australians, and they will continue the government's work to set the aged care system up for generations to come. People over age 65 and over currently do receive greater government subsidised discounts on their premiums than younger people on the same income. This has become a hard policy to defend.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Ruston,
Thank you, President. Linda is a pensioner who is living on $29,000 a year who told ABC Radio she already, and I quote, struggles like mad to pay her private health insurance to keep herself out of emergency departments. Minister, why should Linda be forced to struggle even more just to fix Labor's budget mess? How's that fair?
Good. Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. And It's always difficult to comment on an individual case when I don't know all of the circumstances around that face Linda. But I will say this, that all people over the age of 65 will
Minister
continue...
McAllister, please resume your seat. Senator Cash and Senator Ruston, stop interjecting. I can't be clearer than that. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, President. Under the proposed changes, all Australians will now receive the same private health support based on their income, not their age. Over 65s will still receive significant government subsidised discounts of up to 24% on the premiums that private health insurers charge them, and that is the same as the rest of the population.
Order.
As I indicated in my answer to your primary question, the average impact on those 65 years and older is less than $1 a day, an average of $250 a year.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks so much, President. My question is to Senator Wong, the Minister representing the Prime Minister. Minister, Palantir builds the tools that ICE uses to deport people from the US. It's been linked to targeting in Gaza, and yet your government has just handed a multi-million-dollar defence contract with no tender to Palantir. What would it take for your government to have the leadership to say no to Palantir?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Wong.
Senator, I understand that you are asking me about a defence procurement. I don't have any further information in relation to that particular contract, but I'll see what I can provide to you on notice.
Senator Shoebridge, first supplementary.
Well, Minister, the Greens have called for an immediate moratorium on new Palantir contracts and a full public audit of every existing one, with the findings to be tabled in Parliament. Given your government can't point to a single ethics or risk assessment of Palantir, given how little you seem to know about it, will you commit today to a moratorium on all further contracts with this noxious corporation and a review of those already signed? And if not, why not?
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister Wong.
You're correct, Senator. I do represent the Minister for Defence. I'm not the Minister for Defence, and no, I don't have a detailed knowledge of this contract, so, and that is not unusual. I understand from Senator McAllister that you did ask some questions about this at Senate Estimates, where Senator McAllister represents the Minister for Defence. As I said in my earlier answer, if I can find further information for you on notice, I will do so.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Shoebridge, second supplement.
Thanks, Minister. And to assist, your government has spent around $60 million of public money on contracts with Palantir. The Future Fund under your government holds more than $160 million worth of shares in the company, and yet not a single document has been provided to the public assessing whether this is ethical or responsible. Can you confirm that no ethics or risk assessment has ever been conducted on Palantir by your government? And if so, how can your government claim it has exercised due diligence over a US-owned company
the time
embedded
for asking
inside
the question
defence?
has expired. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, you would be aware that we do have procurement arrangements and a procurement framework which goes to some of the issues you've identified, but I refer you to my earlier answer, which is I will provide information if I can obtain it to you.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson.
Thank you. My question is to the Minister for Environment and Water, Senator Watt. I refer to the deal between your government and the Greens to change the Environmental Protection and Biodiversity Conservation Act and strip farmers of the continuous use of exemption for vegetation not cleared in the previous 15 years. Why do you impose this on farmers but not on wind turbines constructed in rainforests and native Queensland habitats?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President, and thanks, Senator Hanson, for the question. Unfortunately, Senator Hanson is wrong in her question.
Order.
It is correct that in the EPBC reforms that we passed last year, we did remove an exemption that had applied under the previous legislation, which simply means that farmers now who wish to clear their land, in particular regrowth vegetation that's been there for 15 years or more will simply have to comply with the same rules that those who are seeking to build wind farms, solar farms,
Order.
even coal mines, which I know is something that Senator Hanson says that she's a fan of as well. So what we've done is simply level the playing field to say that the agriculture sector must follow the same rules as every other sector. Senator Canavan, I know you're upset that Senator Hanson beat you to the punch in asking this question, and that yet again we see Senator Hanson muscle in on what was once National Party territory. Senator Canavan managed to do a press conference with AgForce, but it's Senator Hanson who beats him to the punch to ask a question in the chamber. So I understand, Senator Canavan, that you're very upset about losing relevance in the bush.
Order.
I understand you're upset. But I might answer Senator Hanson's question.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Come to order. Senator Canavan. Senator Canavan, you're not in a debate with me. Senator Canavan, I will name you. Minister Watt, please continue.
I mean, it's interesting. Senator Canavan actually had a question today, and he didn't ask about farmers there, and that's because we all remember that wasn't that long ago when Senator Canavan was saying that farmers were no longer the core constituency of the National Party, and Senator Hanson's now trying to butt in on that.
Minister Watt, please resume your seat. Senator Scarr.
Direct relevance.
Senator Scarr, I should not have to remind the chamber that if senators make interjections, the minister is entitled to take those interjections. But, Minister Watt, I am going to draw you back to Senator Hanson's question. Thank you.
Senator Hanson, as I was saying, in fact, what we are requiring is nothing different of farmers than we have required for a very long time of renewables developers, mining developers, property developers. It's the same standard that applies for every industry.
Thank you. Senator Hanson, before I call you, order. 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 Senator Canavan. Senator Canavan. I remind the chamber I drew the minister to order, and Senator Canavan, I drew you to order. Sadly, you were so busy interjecting, you didn't seem to hear me. I'm simply asking that no, Senator Canavan, no. No, you don't. You're not in a debate. I'm running the chamber. Senator Canavan, I will name you. Jackie, what's the section? And you are persistently defying the standing order. If you continue to think that you can stand up and make an argument with me, I will use that standing order. Make no mistake. Now, I'm going to remind the chamber this is Senator Hanson's question and not to interject. Senator Hanson, first supplementary.
Minister, I totally reject everything you just said then, and I refer to the wide destruction of native vegetation at Cumbia in Queensland in order to make way for almost 100 wind turbines, 290 metres tall, and long-term plans to construct more than 30,000 such turbines across this continent. When will you acknowledge the double standards imposed on farmers in your government's unending war on Australian agriculture?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Watt.
Well, Senator Hanson, you might reject what I've just said, but what I've actually just said is the facts and it's the law. Now, Senator Hanson, it wasn't that long ago that your party was demanding that this government do something about hate preachers, and then you came to Canberra and voted against legislation to do something about hate preachers. So your consistency...
Order. Order on my right. Order. Senator Hanson.
Relevance, that's got absolutely nothing to do with my question.
Thank you, Senator Hanson. I will draw the minister back to your question, and I'll also ask those on my right to listen in respectful silence. Minister, I'll draw you back to the question. Thank you.
Thanks, President. So, Senator Hanson, you say that we have imposed some sort of double standard. What we've actually done is ask farmers to comply with exactly the same regulations that every other industry has had to comply with for the last 25 years. Mining companies, renewables companies, property developers, anyone else who proposes a project that is likely to have a significant impact on the environment is required to have a federal assessment, and that's now what we're asking of farmers in some situations. Now, the other thing worth remembering, Senator Hanson, is that one of the reasons we've done this is to protect the Great Barrier Reef, which in our state supplies 77,000 jobs in the regional communities that you claim you represent.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Hanson, second supplementary. Order across the chamber. Order.
Minister, just reference to the Great Barrier Reef, it is in pristine condition and is going to double its coal by 2050. Now, Minister, why is your government destroying our natural environment in order to save it?
Thank you, Senator Hanson. Minister Watt.
Well, Senator Hanson, you might not care about the Great Barrier Reef and the 77,000 jobs in Australia that rely on it and the $9 billion in economic turnover that it produces every year, but Labor certainly does. We want to hang on to those jobs that are in Cairns, in Townsville, in Mackay, in Airlie Beach, even in Gladstone, as far south as Bundaberg. We want to protect those jobs, and one of the ways that we're doing it is by requiring regulation of land clearing that occurs in the Great Barrier Reef catchment. Now, again, we saw Senator Canavan very upset about Senator Hanson beating him to the punch on this question. The problem for Senator Canavan is for the last few years, he, more than anyone, has enabled Senator Hanson, and now he's paying the price.
Thank you, Minister. I think the Minister has concluded. Thank you, Senator Hanson. Senator Ciccone. Senator Hanson, I'll just check to see if he's have you concluded your answer?
Just a little bit more, thanks to the 4 seconds should be enough. Senator Hanson, we will stand up for farmers, for agriculture and the Great Barrier Reef.
Thank you, Minister. The time has now expired. Senator Ciccone.
Thank you, President. President, my question is to the Minister that is representing the Treasurer, that's Senator Gallagher. Now, as we know, President, tomorrow is July 1 and the next lot of income tax cuts starts, and this is very good news for many, many Australian workers. It's the latest of 5 tax cuts, actually, that the Albanese government is delivering, and when fully rolled out, a worker on average earnings stands to be around $2,800 better off. Now, how are these tax cuts, Minister, and other cost of living help arriving on 1 July making a difference for working people and their families?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Ciccone for the question. And again, all the work that's done on this side of the chamber to make sure that when the 1st of July rolls around tomorrow, that we've got a whole range of supports flowing through to Australians to assist with cost of living. Of course, we've got the tax cut that those opposite voted against that will come in on July 1. Every Australian tax payer will get a tax cut from July 1 this year. From July next year, 1st of July, we will reduce the 16% tax rate
Senator Bragg.
To 15% on July 2026, with another one to come next year. We've also passed that important legislation to help more Australians into the dream of home ownership. We've got the Working Australian Tax Offset. Again, Senator Bragg voted against that to provide a permanent annual tax offset of up to $250 for every working Australian taxpayer. The $1,000 instant deduction, no receipts. Again, those opposite voted against that to allow workers to deduct up to $1,000 off their taxable income without providing receipts. And we know that with the changes, while the changes to negative gearing, CGT and trust don't impact the majority of people, they help support the investment that we are making in 13 million Australian workers with those tax cuts coming in. We will also have the national minimum wage, which will increase by 6%, and modern award wages will increase by 4.75%, following the annual wage review decision, of which we provided a submission in support of a real wage increase. Around 2.6 million Australians will also benefit from indexation of a range of social security payments and thresholds. Workers will also benefit from having super paid at the same time as their salary and wages. And of course, the work that we've been doing to ban excessive pricing in supermarkets.
Has expired. Senator Ciccone, first supplementary.
Thanks, Minister, for that very thorough answer. Now, from 1 July, the Albanese government will also deliver another first, and that is paid parental leave for a full 6 months, with superannuation also to be paid to ensure that parents don't lose out in their retirement. Minister, how is this PPL expansion supporting parents to share their care and stay connected to work, and what does it mean for parents' retirement savings over the long term?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, and I thank Senator Ciccone for that question. And as a parent of a young Australian, these issues around paid parental leave and making them work for families have been central to our thinking about sensible reforms that could be made to PPL, not only to make sure that families are getting the right extended time, so going to full 6 months, but as Senator Ciccone said, also making sure that super is paid on PPL. We on this side of the chamber thought it was a problem that, we had an employment condition, essentially, the only employment condition that didn't have super paid on it, and we have fixed that with the investments that we've made. We're also making it easier for families to share care under those arrangements. We know more and more dads or the second parent in those relationships are wanting to spend time with their babies as well, and our changes to PPL do that. And we always look ways to help people with caring responsibilities.
Senator Ciccone, second supplementary.
Thanks again, President. Now, bless you. Now, from tax cuts to expanded PPL, this government is helping many working Australians with the cost of living, even when some in this chamber have failed to back these important supports for these families. How will the government continue this work, Minister, and so that many Australians can continue to earn more and keep more of what they earn?
Thank you, Senator Ciccone. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Ciccone for that supplementary as well. Well, this government is focusing on real change for Australians. More tax cuts, 6 months of paid parental leave, making it easier for first home buyers to get into a home, our investments to make Medicare stronger, keeping our kids safe online. I think it's very clear from what we have delivered over our term in government that addressing cost of living help for households is our #1 priority. Our 5 tax cuts, once fully implemented, will mean that the average working Australian will be $2,800 better off every year from 2028. This is in addition to that, we have our investments in Medicare, cheaper medicine, cheaper childcare, free TAFE, our home batteries program, help to buy, 5% deposits. All of these investments are about making life easier for Australians, particularly when they're feeling under pressure, and we'll continue to focus on all measures to do that.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Little.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Aged Care, Senator McAllister. 91-year-old John Wilson spent the final months of his life waiting for care. Your government had already assessed he needed. His family repeatedly warned my aged care that he would die before help arrived. They were right. John died at the end of April. Months later, the day after his funeral, his family received a letter approving his package. The government's own figures, quietly released on budget night, show the median wait for assessment in receiving a support at home package is now 12 months. Minister, how many more older Australians will die waiting for your care from your government that you already promised them?
Thank you, Senator Little. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator, for that question. Senator, it is always sad to hear about an older Australian who has died, and it is always sad to hear about an older Australian who has died waiting for care. It underlines the reason why the reforms that we are making to the aged care system are so significant and so important. We know that older Australians have spent their lives caring for their children, building communities, contributing to this country, and they deserve to live the rest of their lives with dignity and respect and love. And it is why we are making the reforms that we are making. Of course, we come to government with significant work to do, because the previous government, the Liberal government that so many people on the opposition benches were part of, cut $2.5 billion out of the sector, and they failed
Minister,
to
please
meet.
resume your seat. I've called for order 2 or 3 times. Show respect. Order. Order. If you have so much to say, put your name on the adjournment list tonight. But right now in question time, their interjections need to stop. Minister, please continue.
Thank you, President. Those opposite were part of a government that cut $2.5 billion from the sector. They failed
Minister
to meet.
McAllister, please resume a seat. Senator Little.
Relevance. How many more will die?
The Minister is being relevant to your question, Senator Little, and I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister.
Thank you, President. Those opposite failed to meet the growing need for home
Senator
care.
Colbeck.
That's why we had a Royal Commission.
Please continue.
Order.
Order.
Responsible, Colby.
Minister McAllister, please continue.
And the Royal Commission, President, revealed what was happening on their watch.
That's right.
Neglect. Aged care workers could get paid more stacking shelves than looking after older Australians. And we know that investments are necessary. We want older Australians to have the freedom, the support and the choices that they ask for to remain at home and to stay in the community.
Thank you, Minister. The
love.
time for answering has expired. Senator Little, first supplementary.
Thank you. John Wilson's ordeal began long before he died. His first assessment was conducted over the phone. Despite being nearly blind in one eye, unable to walk without a frame, unable to dress himself and unable to even cut up his own food, he was assessed as needing only entry-level help. Minister, how could your system look at a 91-year-old man in that condition and decide he needed only the most basic level of care?
Shame. I would like to call the Minister to answer the question, but I'm not going to do that until there's silence. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. President, it's not possible for me to speak in any detail about the circumstances put to me by Senator Little, and I appreciate her interest in these issues and bringing them to the chamber, but I do want to speak a little about the approach that we are taking to assessment, because the old assessment approach was not working. The system overseen by those on the other side was not working. It was taking too long.
Minister, please resume your seat. I have asked since the very first question for those on my left to listen in silence, and you're showing me great disrespect and you're completely ignoring me as the President of this chamber. If you can't listen in silence, leave the chamber. Minister, please continue.
The old assessment system was not working. It took too long, it was inaccurate, and it was producing very unfair outcomes to older people all across the country. That is why—
Minister, please resume your seat. My goodness. Senator Scarr, I don't know what possessed you then to interject loudly, and you, Senator Colbeck, after I just explained how disrespectful you were to me. Leave the chamber. I shouldn't have to name senators on my left, but I will. Minister McAllister, please continue.
To be clear about the problem, President, the old system resulted in older people with the same needs receiving very different outcomes depending on where they lived and who did their assessment. It led to very high volumes of high priority ratings, with some organisations approving more than 50%.
Senator Little, second supplementary.
Your own department confirmed at Senate estimates that 1 in 4 aged care assessments are conducted over the phone, using an assessment tool that has never been independently validated and that assessors cannot override when it gets the answer wrong. Minister, if this system failed John Wilson so catastrophically, how can you tell older Australians and their families that it is not failing thousands more right now?
Thank you, Senator Little. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, there is a lot of misinformation about the approach that the government is taking, and it is worth getting some of the facts on the record. There are people involved in every single step of the assessment process. The assessment is conducted by trained assessors, human beings who are highly skilled, who work with older people to understand what their functional needs are and what the evolution of those needs might look like, so that we can make determinations about the sort of care that will be appropriate for that person. Of course, there is an opportunity at the end of these processes for a person to look at the result. A second person looks at the outcome of the assessment. That person is called the assessor delegate. They look at that outcome to make sure that it is right before the outcome is signed off. And there is now a further safeguard whereby delegates can send assessments back to assessors if it is clear that there has been an error in the inputs during that assessment.
Has expired. Minister Wong.
President, I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you. Minister Farrell.
In response to Senator David Pocock's question, I undertook to come back to the chamber if there was further information I could provide. The government is committed to ensuring ships operating in Australian waters employ their crew under fair and safe working conditions. The exemption is being considered as part of the government's broader review of the Coastal Trading Act.
I'll just give senators a moment to leave the chamber if they're not planning to participate or listen in to the debate. I will now proceed to motions to take note of answers. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with informal arrangements agreed by the whips. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Cadell.
I move we take note of all answers to all coalition questions.
You have the call, Senator Cadell.
Thank you very much. It was an interesting question time. There was a general theme. We went from the widows tax, we went on auction clearances, we went on how we're treating our ageing in this country, because they're all very key issues. There was an interesting response from the Leader of the House, Senator Wong, when she sat there, and she argued the point that we're not arguing about the taxes anymore. We've moved on. We're now talking about other aspects of what we're talking about. That is because that argument is one and done. Aspiration in this country is dead, buried and cremated. It's gone. All of Australia knows it. Don't try too hard, because you're not going to get there anymore, so just give up. What this government's tax package is saying is give up. Go home, earn a wage, work with a good corporation, find a nice superannuation-owned company, go work for them under their IR laws, go home. If you can afford one, let's get it there. We had to get confirmation the other day that we're not taxing car sales anymore, because, let's face it, the way homelessness is going, cars will be homes later. But we went back to the widow tax, because what we passed in this chamber was not legislation that was fit for purpose. They've admitted it needs to be changed. What it says is if your partner dies, your widow and widower tax, it creates a capital gains thing where your property that you may have owned together, CGT exempt, is now CGT liable. You may have to pay tax on the capital gains of properties because you become a widow or a widower. The same for divorce. Imagine that. Imagine going through emotional time, your partner split up, everything's terrible, and we sit there and you settle with your partner, you've got custody, you settle your issues, set your property, and then the government comes and says, and now, where's ours? Can we have a bit more of your settlement too? Right at a really exposed time. How fair is that? Because this could have been fixed. This could have been fixed at the time. Had we had here, amendments could have been brought in and we could have fixed it in one go. And they sit there and say, oh, but we passed their thing. We passed tax cuts. We passed tax cuts. It's not hard at all to separate the two. Move the tax cuts through, which we would have supported, which we said we'd support, which we wanted to support. Tax cuts and the working tax people was there. But they wanted to link it so they could hold it over your head and say, pay this tax. You know, we're putting all these changes together with the tax cuts. They were picking your pocket when they gave you $1. It is what they are good at. So we weren't talking about the tax. They say we moved on because that is done. Australia is done for that. Pack it up and work for the man. And when we come to that, it came to similar questions when we're talking about the aged care things at the end. Remember when we were talking about that, we're saying, you know, what are you doing about the aged care rebate for Medicare? These are people, aged people, who are paying their private health insurance because they want to remain independent. They want their choice. They want to live their life the way they want to. But this government, again, no, we're putting money into aged care beds. We're putting it into health packages because they want you to live a life organised by the government, not by yourself. Don't have choice to go to your own doctor, your own specialist. Don't pay your health rebate and come back. Live it the way we want to do. This is control. As I keep coming back to, this is an abusive relationship this government has with its people. It financially controls it, it manipulates it and gets you to do what it wants to do. Everything is around that. And I come back to the second question asked by Senator Canavan here, the question about auction clearance rates. As we're speed dating through this, because the minister actually admitted by their own thing 260,000 people have taken advantage of the 5% home deposit. The problem is housing seems to have gone down by about that pace in the last 3 months. So 260,000 people have no equity, are greater in debt, have done their deposit, have done their dough backing a government-backed scheme. And this is what we're seeing if the housing market falls. I get getting first people in young people in the housing markets. The way they have gone about it is shambolic. You can't put hundreds of thousands of people into negative equity in their homes, and more to the point, every homeowner in Australia is now poorer. Every homeowner in Australia because the property market's falling. Congratulations. I've never seen an act where so many people have paid such high amounts of money for such poor legislation.
Senator Stirl.
Thank you, Deputy President. And look, I look forward to making my contribution. And I will say this, Senator Cadell's passion is unquestionable, and I can't remember how many of these sessions I've sat through over the years. But that really was speed dating, Senator Cadell, and you covered every question, so congrats on that one. But look, I would like to just put a different slant on this if I can, Deputy President, through you. And I'd like to look at it through an older man's eyes. And I've spent many, many months years, in the last few years, everywhere I go, everywhere I speak, doesn't matter who I speak to, or I'm speaking to punters or the trucking industry, agriculture, construction, shop workers, it doesn't matter, because my common theme here is I really, really dread the young ones nowadays trying to get into the housing market. And I say that not with political spin and because I want to get a hit on, you know, that social media crap, rubbish that goes around this nation. But I say from here, Deputy President, I truly, honestly don't know how the young ones are going to get into the housing market. I support every option that we take to try and make it fairer for them. But I want to be really upfront with the people out there that are unfortunately listening to this debate because they probably haven't got anything better to do, the poor devils. But seriously, and I remember when the Howard government came in, and I'm not being political, Mr Deputy President, and I believe the housing market started going backwards back them days. But I will say this, I was one of those people that took advantage of those new tax systems to go out there and buy an investment property. It wasn't illegal, that's what we did. But I sit back now, and I've had 3 investment properties, my wife and I. We don't have 3 now. And I look at the opportunity that we were given, but I had no idea the consequences that we were creating. To see homes since 2020 increased by, I think the figure was $400,000. Now, I know Senator Cadell said that now everyone who owns an investment property, not in them words but similar, has now lost money. Well, a $400,000 increase, and go back to the early 80s when my wife and I first decided we wanted to buy a home. And back them days, I think roughly the price of a home was probably about 5 times the average yearly wage. Crikey, wouldn't that be nice if that was the case now? And I remember that we had to go to the bank manager cap in hand with absolutely no assets, none at all, to probably borrow. I think it was about a miserable $80,000 or $90,000. When I say miserable, it wasn't miserable back then. It's miserable compared to what you're paying nowadays. And told to go away and come back when you got more deposit. And I remember the sacrifices that my generation made and generations today, where you may have had to go live with the in-laws or you couldn't go on holiday. You had to do all that. But it was a small price to pay because it was only for a couple of years that we did, and then we had the fortune of being able to get that loan and go buy our own homes. Seriously, the debate in this chamber, the debate in the other chamber, the debate through the media, it really is out of whack. It is incomprehensible, the language that's being used. And I will say this, I've had a fortunate life, I really have. And I'm a proud father and grandfather. But I tell you what, as long as, I nearly said, I won't say that. As long as I'm in this place and on this planet, I will do anything I can to support any option that gives younger people the opportunity to have the remarkable opportunities that my generation had to get into the housing market. Think of your language. It has consequences.
Senator Scarr.
Still, you may well have had a fortunate life, but the Senate's fortunate to have the benefit of your service as well. I want to take note specifically of the questions which were asked by Senator Little. And there was some passion from myself and Senator Colbeck, who actually held the portfolio of Aged Care Minister the last time the Coalition was government. And I remember sitting on the other side and listening to what Senator Colbeck had to endure from those who were then sitting in opposition and the unfair treatment he endured. So let's put some facts on the table. When Senator Colbeck concluded his service as Aged Care Minister, the waiting time for every level of home care package was between 30 and 90 days. It is now 12 months. It was between 30 and 90 days. It is now 12 months. When Senator Colbeck completed his service as Aged Care Minister, there were there were 28,000 older Australians waiting for home care packages. There's now over 100,000 waiting for assessment and another 100,000 waiting for a home care package. So that is why Senator Colbeck is so passionate about this issue. And the reason for my interjection in relation to the ability for an aged care home care package assessor to override this notorious algorithm is we have heard again and again and again that this so-called integrated assessment tool, which they're using to assess this automated decision-making, which they're using to assess the needs of our older Australians, is not able to be overridden by the assessor at that point in time. At that point in time. So older Australians are pushed back because of this automated decision-making. And there needs to be a look across government at the use of automated decision-making. And I say that in particular, vulnerable Australians, whether or not they're older Australians, Australians accessing the NDIS scheme, should not be subject to automated decision-making, which leads them to be denied the necessities of life without an actual human being involved in the assessment process. That needs to change. That needs to change, whoever's in government. It is unacceptable. And it's unacceptable that this older Australian went through this telephone assessment and then his family had to plead for a face-to-face assessment, and then his family, can you imagine what that's like? I can't imagine what that's like. They've lost their father, their grandfather, and the day after the funeral, a letter arrives, congratulations, you've got your home care package. Surely we've got to do better than that. Seriously. And I have some sympathy for Senator McAllister that she's not the responsible minister, it's Minister Ray in the other place. And he's the person who needs to take responsibility. He's the person who needs to take responsibility for this integrated assessment tool after being told again and again and again that it is unacceptable to a majority of the Australian people that this automated decision-making is being used to make life or death decisions in relation to the care of older Australians. And it's unacceptable that we now have 100,000 Australians waiting for assessment and 100,000 Australians, once they've been assessed, waiting to actually get access to the home funding package. Completely unacceptable. Our Australians, our older Australians deserve better.
Senator Scarr, your time has expired. Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Deputy President. And I will take this opportunity to stand and talk about our proud record for delivering for Australian workers, including delivering a tax cut for every single Australian worker, not just some. We went to the last election with a plan to lower taxes. Those opposite went to the election with a plan to raise taxes. That's the difference between us and them. From tomorrow, July 1, every worker is getting another tax cut.
Order. Oh, sorry, Senator Scarr.
Order. Just on relevance, I thought the debate was taking note of the answers to coalition questions. We do allow a very wide-ranging debate in Take Note. However, I will remind you that this is taking note of answers to coalition questions.
President, I am absolutely getting to it. So tomorrow, Australian workers are getting another tax cut. Tomorrow, around 3 million workers are getting a pay rise. We are very proud of that on this side. That is one of the ways, and many of the ways that we have backed in Australian workers in this country. And on that side of the parliament, you've got senior members of the Liberal Party calling some of those changes egregious. Now, while we are very happy that you are getting tax cuts and you are getting pay rises, they're offended by that. They're offended by you, the Australian worker, getting a pay rise and tax cuts.
Order.
On the
Senator
topic,
Stewart, Senator Collins.
Sorry, Deputy President, can we just get clarification as to which coalition question this was?
Senator Collins, there was a coalition question on taxation. Wide-ranging debates are allowed at this point in the day. Senator Stewart has the call.
there was also plenty of interjections and ministerial responses
Stewart,
too.
It is not acceptable to take interjections.
Okay. Sure.
But you
Thank
have
you.
the call.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you. On the topic of housing and first home buyers, which was talked about, we are changing the property investor tax breaks to give first home buyers a chance of getting into their first home, to give first home buyers a fair go. There is not a single person who says that the housing market is not broken. You can speak to a young person who for such a long time felt like getting to their own home was completely out of reach for them. And for the first time, young Australians have hope. They feel like it is something within their reach. And it's not just young people who have concerns about the housing market. It's their parents. It is grandparents who have concerns about their grandchildren being able to get into the housing market. And if we agree that the system is broken, it's not working for everyday Australians trying to get into their own home, then we have a responsibility to do something about that. We cannot just sit on the sidelines and allow these things to continue happening. And since we announced our changes, we're hearing more and more stories of first home buyers going along to auctions and securing their first home, thanks to Labor's changes. And hopefully you've seen some of those headlines too. It is a good thing for Australians to feel like owning their own home is within reach. And even better that they are realising that dream for themselves. And this should absolutely be the rule and not the exception. The other change we've made to help young Australians realise the dream of owning their own home is changing the rules so a first home buyer only needs a 5% deposit. It cuts years off the time that young Australians need to save for a deposit, helping you get into your home sooner. The other thing that we've done to help first home buyers is we are building 100,000 new homes just for first home buyers, not property investors. Lower taxes, higher pay, a fair go for families and first home buyers. That's the real change that matters to Australians, and it's the real change we'll keep delivering.
Stewart. Senator Blythe.
Very much, Deputy President. Well, there's a reason that they call it question time and not answer time. And I think what we've seen today from the Labor government is, again, dodging answers to serious questions. And the Coalition asked serious questions. And we ask serious questions for older people here in Australia. We ask serious questions about young people and how they're going to get into the housing market. And all we got was political spin coming back to us from this Labor government. They do not care about the Australian people. They are more interested in giving us their talking points and their spin on what is happening out there. But I think Australians know. Australians are doing it tough. Australians that have gone out there and taken the 5% deposit scheme, who now have negative equity in their homes. Can you imagine the position that these young people are in? They've gone out there with this harebrained scheme that the Labor government have decided this is going to be great for everyone. The housing market's cooled because they've decided to play around with the settings. This is all about an experiment for this Labor government. And what they've done is they have created negative equity for these young Australians who are going to struggle. They are going to struggle to afford their mortgages because we've had how many interest rate rises under this government? I think we were up to 14 or 15 last time I checked. 15. We're up to 15. So negative equity, 15 interest rate rises under this Labor government. It is disgraceful. And then they've come out with this budget. And this budget has set to cool the housing market. So we have seen auction clearance rates plummet across the country. That means less first home buyers getting into their homes. No one is bidding for homes anymore. First home buyers are even wanting to stay out of the market because they're just not sure what is going to happen. So every time this Labor government tries to play with the economy, every time this Labor government experiments on the Australian people, it is disastrous. How do they solve this? Because, you know, this is a government that, rather than, like everyday Australians, having to live within their means, they're not cutting spending, they're not controlling our federal debt. What they're doing is they are taxing Australians even more. $70 billion in additional taxes for hard-working Australians. That is $70 billion that an Australian has to earn first for the government to come along and take it from them. That's the reality of this government here. And, you know, if you're an older Australian in Australia, look out. This government is coming for you too. There is no one who is safe from the sticky fingers of this government. So if you saved all your life, you worked hard, and you made sure that you provided for yourself in your retirement, well, don't worry, this government's going to come and take that from you as well. And what they're going to do is they're going to say to you, well, if you need some help, if you need an aged care package, well, you will literally die waiting for it. That is the reality under this government. There is no dignity in the way that they are looking after older people in this country. There are hundreds of thousands of Australians, older Australians, waiting for the dignity of an aged care package in this country. And it is a disgrace that they are dying waiting for them. And the insult of this poor family who, you know, had to beg to be assessed for an aged care package, had to beg for it to happen, and then only to find out after 10 months of waiting, 10 months of waiting and having to care and try and allow their loved one age with dignity, they pass away, and a couple of days after the funeral, they get a letter saying the aged care package.
Senator Blythe, your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against saying no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Waters.
Thanks, Deputy President. I rise to take note of the Greens question to the Minister representing the Prime Minister. Palantir's CEO, Alex Karp, published a manifesto earlier this year declaring that, quote, some cultures are dysfunctional, end quote, and that Western tech firms have a moral debt to US military dominance. This is cartoon-level villainy. So why is Labor rolling out the red carpet to this Trump-aligned fantasist? Palantir identified Australia as a lucrative market for its surveillance software. And the Albanese government said, here are the keys. $60 million in government contracts with favourable terms and little public scrutiny. Palantir staff are embedded inside Defence. The company holds top-secret clearance. Australian Signals Directorate, AUSTRAC, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission, have at it, the government says. Those contracts are in addition to the $100 million that Labor has invested in Palantir through Australia's Future Fund. Palantir's AI has been linked to lethal targeting in Gaza, contributing to tens of thousands of innocent civilians' deaths. That fact alone should have triggered an immediate review of every Australian contract. But no, this government doesn't take that approach to genocide. Palantir also has deep ties to Westpac, Rio Tinto and Coles. Coles, where every week millions of us are scanning our groceries, tapping our cards and, as it turns out, handing our data to Palantir, a Trump-linked surveillance corporation owned by a far-right billionaire whose core business is building AI data and surveillance tech for actors like ICE and the US military. Whether it's war, surveillance, data centres, workers' protections, Labor has shown they don't have the guts to stand up to big AI corporations, any more than they do the gas corporations or the big banks or the supermarkets. AI policy in this country shouldn't be a tech bro free-for-all where big tech just gets wealthier at our expense, but Labor can't help themselves. At every turn, they choose big business and their billionaire mates over people. There's only one party in here putting people before corporate profits, and that's the Greens.
Senator Shoebridge on the same matter.
Yeah, thanks very much, Deputy President. Well, 3 times the Leader of the Albanese government in this place was asked, what are you doing about Palantir? How have you let Palantir and the US tech bros who no doubt are funding and pumping the tyres of One Nation, how have you let those US tech bros come into here and get their teeth into, get their contracts into the Defence Department, to get their contracts into AUSTRAC? And I hear Senator Hanson over there wanting to go into defence of Palantir, always does the same. And why? Because Palantir is also funding Donald Trump, the same bloke that One Nation goes over and flies off to Mar-a-Lago for. They're of a type. Is it any wonder Australians are suspicious about the online activities of One Nation when they come into this place and defend the likes of Palantir, who have said what their priorities is? Their priorities isn't to back in Aussie battlers, isn't to back in the Australian economy. One Nation's and Labor's mates in Palantir, they've made clear what their priorities are. Their priorities are to back in the US military, to back in the US government. And what is really extraordinary is they haven't been hiding it. They published a manifesto. They put a manifesto out online talking about their basic plans to push fascism, right? To push this hard right politics. And having published that, what does the Albanese Labor government do? Well, it gets the Future Fund to buy $160 million of shares in it. It signs more contracts with the Defence Department to literally bring the wolves inside the defence. Palantir is the same company that is giving targeting data to Israel to kill people in Gaza. Palantir is the same company that's giving targeting information to ICE in the United States to deport Americans. That's who the Albanese Labor government has invited in. That's who they keep signing contracts with. And it's the Greens in this place who are saying, what about Australia? What about protecting our national interests? Why would you let these international bottom feeders who have said their interests are serving Washington, not Australia, why would you let them in? We want a full audit, a full public audit, and table the results here, because the Australian public wants politicians on their side, not some US tech bro side.
Your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Hanson.
Thank you very much. Well, I want to take note of the answer from Senator Murray Watt with regards to the Native Vegetation Act that the government has actually passed under the Environment Protection Agency. Now, I'm going to read directly from the National Farmers Federation because I think they've really summed it all up. The deal that they've made is stripped back the long-standing continuous use exemption for vegetation not cleared in the previous 15 years and for some areas near waterways and Great Barrier Reef catchments. Now, let I say that this is preventing farmers from clearing the lands that have been let idle for about 15 years, and it's going to cost up to $140,000 for them to get this done. So the NFF oppose these changes. We still do. Now we are seeing exactly what farmers feared. Activist groups are using these reforms to run sweeping campaigns against agriculture, particularly northern cattle producers. A recent Great Barrier Reef report makes serious claims about land clearing, sediment and grazing, including 856,474 hectares cleared in reef catchments from 2018 to 2023, 84% for grazing, and more than 4.9 million tonnes of fine sediment each year from the Burdekin and Fitzroy catchments. The Greens have never felt the need to be factual, and they use pictures of koalas to crowdsource funds, which is just a little disingenuous. Farmers are sick of being lectured by people who have never had to make a payroll through a drought, rebuild after flood, manage weeds and pests, maintain ground cover, care for stock and keep a business alive. They are sick of being told they are the problem by campaigners whose answer is always more red tape for regional Australia. Farmers reject the idea that protecting the environment means burying them in confusion, threatening compliance action and outsourcing policy to city-based campaigners. That might make for a tidy Greens press release, but it does not make for good law. Farmers should be cautious as the reforms commence. Where there is doubt, they should seek advice, but a system that forces ordinary farming families to pay advisors and consultants just to know whether they can get on with the job has failed. Australia needs strong environmental laws, which I agree. We also need food and fibre, regional jobs, productive landscapes, and farmers who are treated as partners and professional stewards. The NFF will keep working with government to get the implementation right, but we will also call out political attacks that use the reef, koalas or any other much-loved part of our environment as a stick to beat agriculture. Farmers are doing their part. It's time for Canberra to do its part too. Provide clarity, back practical stewardship and stop letting the loudest voices in the room write the rules for the people who live and work on the land. This needs to change, and this is the Greens Labor government shutting down farming in our country with these ridiculous laws.
Your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I seek to take note of the answer from the government to my question in question time today.
You have the call.
Thank you, Deputy President. We didn't learn much in the answer today, and that's fair enough. It's not the actual minister, it's the representing minister. But I do think the Carnival Cruise Line's exemption from Australian labour laws raises an ethical question for us as Australians. This is a company that operates cruise ships here in Australia. They don't seem to pay tax here. They pay tax in the UK and are so exempt because they have an agreement with the UK government. They clearly bring in tourism revenue. They're economically important. But we need to be asking the question, does that justify allowing them to be based here in Australia, operate in Australian waters, and still pay their crews potentially as low as $2.50 an hour? This is something that we should be thinking about as a country. Does the economic importance, the tourism revenue, mean that we're willing to pay foreign nationals on cruise ships in Australian waters $2.50 an hour? Because I assume this cruise company has said something like, if we can't do that, it won't be competitive and we won't bring our cruise ships here. And so I think this is a genuine conundrum. But I think at the core there's an ethical question about whether or not, as Australians, we will stand for a company that is paying foreign nationals operating in Australia, in Australian waters, $2.50 an hour. And I don't agree with that. And so I look forward to hearing more from the government, and I appreciate Minister Farrell's undertaking to find out more.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it.
Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? Minister Watt.
Yes, there are, President. I give notice that on the next day of sitting I shall move that the provisions of paragraphs 5 to 8 of Standing Order 111 not apply to the Online Safety Amendment strengthening enforcement for the Social Media Minimum Age Bill 2026, allowing it to be considered during this period of sittings. I also table a statement of reasons justifying the need for this bill to be considered during these sittings and seek leave to have the statement incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister. Clerk? I call the clerk. Got... Yeah, well, there you go. We'll move right along. We'll now leave of absence for any senators? No? Leave of absence? Okay. I believe Senator Sheldon.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to the leave of absence for senators.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Sheldon.
I move that leave of absence be granted to the following senators. Senator Green for the 25th of June 2026 for personal reasons. Senator Chisholm from the 29th of June to the 2nd of July 26 on account of ministerial business. And Senator McCarthy and Mulholland from the 29th of June to the 2nd of July 2026 for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Sheldon be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, postponement notifications have been lodged in respect of General Business Notice of Motion number 479, postponed to the 2nd of July 2026. Business of the Senate Notice of Motion number 1, postponed to the 12th of August 2026. And Business of the Senate Notices numbers 2 and 3, postponed to the next day of sitting.
Thank you. So there, if there is no objection, the business is postponed. Minister Watt?
Thanks, President. I ask that the question be put separately on the postponement of business of the Senate number 2.
Okay. Okay. So is there any objection to the other 3 which were postponed? The minister's just referred to business of the Senate 2. I'll take it that the other 3 are postponed. Stand up and Senator McKim. Senator McKim.
Thanks, President. Just for the avoidance of doubt or for some clarity, you were seeking leave. That leave was sought to postpone those motions. Is that right?
No.
No.
So I called the
question.
clerk, and the clerk has notified that there are 4 which we've postponed. Minister Watt has indicated business of the Senate 2 they want to vote differently on, and so now I'm asking the Senate if the Senate is okay with us postponing 1, 3 and the general business motion. Thank you, 479. So I'm assuming that we're okay with those 3. Yes. And in relation to business of the Senate number 2, the question is that it be postponed. So those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of the Senate to be postponed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Just a moment. Sorry. Senator Henderson, once the tellers are appointed, you need to be sitting down. That's the second time today. Well, don't be sorry. Just obey the standing orders and sit in your seat. Thank you. Thank you. Well. Order. There being 11 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative and that will be dealt with later in the day. So I now deal with Government Businesses Senate, number 1, standing in the name of Minister Gallagher. Minister what?
I ask that Government Business Notice of Motion number 1, proposing the approval of works within the parliamentary zone, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call the Minister.
I move the motion.
So the question is that Government Business number 1, standing in the name of Senator Gallagher, moved by Senator Watt, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that government business number 1 be agreed to. The ayes should move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Bell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 5 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to 534, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. I advise senators there may be further division. There will be 1-minute bells. You'll manage. So it's 534, standing in the name of Senator Bragg.
534, is that it?
Yep.
Okay. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 534 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 534, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The ayes division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Senators, I will allow the bills to ring longer, but I do remind you it is a standing order that when there is no debate following successive divisions, they are 1 minute bells. It's a standing order. So that is where we're up to. I have indicated I'll let the bells ring longer, but I did advise the Senate there would be 1 minute bells. Senator Ruston.
Perhaps review your previous determination in the case of when the previous divisions have not been real, that you actually always ring the bell for 4 minutes. If you could just review that.
The standing orders, Senator Ruston, do not refer to real. We've had 2 4-minute bells. lock the doors. So the question is that General Business 534, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 33 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative, and I further advise senators if there are further divisions, there will be 1-minute bells. I'll now deal with 535, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
535. So on behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 535 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being
Is that
taken
the one
as
you want?
formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
Okay. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 535, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. There was only one voice. I'm going to put it again. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 535, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Order, order, order. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 535, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Order. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to General Business 536, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge.
Oh yeah, thanks so much, President. I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 536 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Shoebridge.
Well, in that case, I'll move the motion.
So the question is that General Business 536, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business 536, standing in the name of Senator Shoebridge, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to General Business 537, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
537,
Yes.
was it? Sorry. At the request of the Chair of the Select Committee on Productivity in Australia, Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 537 be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business 537, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion 537, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to General Business 538, standing in the name of Senator Roberts.
I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 538 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Roberts.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion, Senator O'Sullivan?
To make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you, President. The Coalition will support this motion. Ordinarily, we are cautious about orders requiring production of highly sensitive border and national security documents. However, the awarding of this contract has already been subject of considerable Coalition scrutiny, particularly through Senate estimates, given many worrying elements in the process behind it. Australians deserve confidence that $4.32 billion aerial surveillance contract was awarded properly. We are pleased One Nation is now following the Coalition's lead and the detailed work we have undertaken in pursuing transparency on this matter.
Thank you, Senator O'Sullivan. So the question is that General Business 538, standing in the name of Senator Roberts, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? Believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Order. So the question is that General Business 538, standing in the name of Senator Roberts, be agreed to. I'm going to appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes with the consent of Senator Bell. Thank you. And Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to General Business 539, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic. Senator Askew on 539.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Kovacic, I ask the General Business Notice of Motion number 539, standing in her name for today, relating to the establishment of a select committee, be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business 539, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business 539, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business 542, standing in the name of Senator Colbeck. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Colbeck, I ask that general business notice of motion number 542 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew. So the question is that general business 542, standing in the name of Senator Colbeck, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business 542, standing in the name of Senator Colbeck, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'm now going to deal with 544, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 544 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
Motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 544, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business 544, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 20 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to General Business 545, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
Thank you. On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that General Business Notice of Motion number 545 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that General Business Notice of Motion number 545, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that General Business 545, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 24 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to 543, standing in the name of Senator McKim. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 543, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? Senator McKim.
What a bunch of sookie la-las, President.
Senator McKim. Senator McKim. Senator McKim, you'll withdraw that statement.
I do withdraw that, President. Pursuant, President, to contingent notice. How predictable. Pursuant to contingent notice, standing in the name of Senator Waters, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent the motion being moved immediately and determined without amendment or debate.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Over here, everybody.
I'm on the program today, Richard. Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion as moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Bell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 8 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator McKim.
Thanks very much, President. I move that the following bill be introduced, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to discrimination and human rights and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Sheldon as teller for the ayes and Senator Bell as teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 6 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I do now present the bill and move that the bill may proceed without formalities and now be read for a first time.
Thank you, Senator McKim. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk. I call the clerk.
For an Act to amend the law relating to discrimination and human rights and for related purposes.
Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I move that the bill now be read a second time and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator McKim.
Thank you, President. I table an explanatory memorandum and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated into Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator McKim. Were you seeking the call?
I'd like to seek leave to make a short statement if I can.
Is leave granted? For 1 minute, Senator Duniam.
Yeah, thank you, President. While the Senate has the opportunity to oppose the introduction of a bill or reject a bill at the first reading, in practice the first reading or the introduction is almost always passed without opposition and is regarded as a purely formal stage. The Coalition supports these normal procedures, as we have with many other Greens, Labor and other crossbench bills that we've had opposition to in substance. The normal process enables bills to be fairly considered and debated by the Senate before substantive decisions are taken, and it should only be deviated from in the most extreme of circumstances, lest we deny the right of senators to even have matters debated. In all cases, a vote on the first reading should not be taken as a position on the substantive legislation, especially where a bill has not had the opportunity to be subject to a normal internal process.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. So we'll now deal with 546, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Is that you, Senator Askew?
46. Yes, on behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 546 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business 546, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now go to 540 and 541, standing in the name of Senator Hume. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Hume, I ask that general business notices of motion numbers 540 and 541 be taken as formal motions.
So the question is that general business 540 and 541 be taken as formal. Is there any objection to that? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion 540 and 541, standing in the name of Senator Hume, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. And we'll now deal with 533, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 533 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
Move the motion.
So the question is that General Business 533, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I believe that concludes formal motions. Senator McKim, you're seeking the call?
I am, President. Thank you. Do I have the call? Yes, thank you. I seek leave to make a statement of no more than 5 minutes relating to the decision of Pauline Hanson's One Nation to deny me formality in relation to introducing a bill.
Leave is not granted, Senator McKim.
To contingent notice of motion, standing in the name of Senator Waters, I move that so much of standing orders be suspended as would prevent me from making a statement of no more than 5 minutes in regards to the decision of Pauline Hanson's One Nation senators to deny me leave for formality in relation to introducing a piece of legislation that seeks to provide greater protections for LGBTIQA+ Australians. Now, let's be very clear about what is happening here, and let's be very clear about why the Senate should support suspending the standing orders. Yesterday, Pauline Hanson's One Nation sought to introduce into this Parliament a transphobic, hateful piece of legislation in order to provide a platform with the protections of parliamentary privilege to allow a whole bunch of transphobic, bigoted people in this country to punch down on transgender folks and in particular on transgender children. That's what One Nation tried to do yesterday. And then, when they lost that vote yesterday and were prevented from being able to provide a platform for hateful bigotry that would be harmful for transgender people right across this country, they had a giant sook about it. And one of the ways that that sook manifested itself was today denying me and the Australian Greens leave and formality for a bill that we want to introduce to provide greater protections, not just for transgender folks, but for people right across the queer community in this country. And I've got two questions for One Nation senators. Firstly, why are you so obsessed with other people's genitals and reproductive organs? Why? What is wrong with you that you are so obsessed with other people's genitals and reproductive organs? And you know what? We've got a name for that in this country: perversion. Perversion. You are perverts. Get out of the gutter. Get out of people's underpants.
Senator McKim, your microphone's off. Please resume your seat. Okay, so it's one thing to be enthusiastic about your argument, but can I direct you to make your comments to the chair?
I will make my comment.
I think it might be appropriate for you to withdraw that last comment.
I do withdraw that. However,
thank you. Senator McKim, you have the call.
I do withdraw that. But I do want to say that this fixation on other people's genitals, this fixation about which toilet people go into to do the things that every single human being in this chamber does every day, is a perversion. And it is a fixation on genitals and a fixation on other people's reproductive organs that is at the foundation of so much that One Nation does and says. The second question I have for One Nation senators, which I will ask through you, of course, Chair, Acting Deputy President, is what has Pauline Hanson's One Nation got against transgender people, and why do they want to provide a platform for trans folk in this country to be harmed, to be hurt? People who just want to get on with their lives and be who they are. People who want to live their day-to-day lives free of harm, free of discrimination, like we all do as we go about our day-to-day lives. People who simply want to embrace who they are as human beings. And why I ask through you, Acting Deputy President, does Pauline Hanson's One Nation want to throw trans people under a bus in the name of their incessant culture wars in this country purely for political purpose? And I want to say to trans people in this country, and I know I say this on behalf of all of my colleagues in the Australian Greens, we have your back. We are your allies. We will fight to defend your rights to be who you are. We acknowledge that as humans you deserve love and support for who you are, and we commit ourselves as a party and as a party room to being your allies and to giving you that love and support, and we will always be there for you to defend your rights and to aggressively push back against people like Pauline Hanson's One Nation and anyone else, and I know there are others in this place, the transphobic elements who seek to harm you, who seek to hurt you, who seek to demonise you, who seek to exploit you, and who seek to allow you to be deliberately harmed because they think it suits their political agenda. That is a despicable thing that you are doing to trans people, and we will always be here for trans folk because trans
Senator
rights
McKim,
are human rights.
Senator McKim, have you finished your contribution?
I haven't. I've got 6 seconds to go. I'm not done yet.
Okay, so Senator, are you standing to take a point of order?
Yes. So I just wanted to, under point of order, so 1933, I do believe that Senator McKim crossed the line there with his statements that we were looking to cause people deliberate harm.
So
it's an improper imputation of motivation.
Thank you very much.
Unparliamentary.
You made
Ask
your
him
point,
to
Senator
withdraw.
Bell. I'm not sure that that's correct, but it would assist the chamber if Senator McKim could withdraw and complete your contribution.
Well, Acting Deputy President, because you have asked me to withdraw it, I will withdraw it, but could I please ask you to just review that ruling and come back to the chamber?
I will do so.
Because
I'll let the
like
President
you,
know.
I'm not sure that it did actually
Thank you, Senator
cross
McKim.
the threshold. And honestly, they're just reinforcing what Suki Lalas they are, if you ask me, Acting Deputy President. We are here for trans folks. Trans rights are human rights.
Thank you. Senator, I'll go to the Minister.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move that the question now be put.
The question, the Minister has sought the call ahead of you, Senator Bell. Your point of order was already addressed. We're going to put the question, and the question is that the question now be put. Those of that opinion say aye, those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bell for 4 minutes. We were at 0. Lock the doors. The question on the motion of Senator Walsh is that the question be put. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin for the ayes and Senator McKim for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 28, noes 11. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Okay, the next question is that motion to suspend standing orders moved by Senator McKim be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. The division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the motion moved by Senator McKim to suspend standing orders be agreed to. Those, the ayes shall move to the right, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator McKim for the ayes and Senator Darmanin for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 10, noes 28. The question is resolved in the negative. Thank you, Senators. Senator Ruston has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today. It is shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? It's only... There is not... With With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangements made by the whips. And just before I call you, Senator Ruston, I just remind senators to leave the chamber in a quiet and orderly fashion so that the debate can commence. Thank you, Senator. Senator Ruston, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I stand today to speak on an urgency motion because I believe it should be the opinion of the Senate that this Labor government is waging a war on older Australians through higher taxes.
Senator Ruston, sorry to interrupt you, but you have not yet moved the motion. So if you would do so.
All right. Could I move the motion standing in my name?
Senator Ruston, you have the call.
Well, I am really pleased to move this urgency motion standing in my name because it's an urgency motion that calls out the Labor government for waging a war on older Australians through higher taxes, higher healthcare costs and reduced aged care support. Older Australians are being hit with a triple whammy: an $11 billion cut to private health insurance rebate, which impacts over 65s, a flawed aged care assessment algorithm that puts a computer instead of a person in charge of somebody's assessment, being introduced into a system that is already seeing blowouts in wait times and wait lists, and a hidden widows tax that strips Australians of the promised grandfathering protections when they are at their most vulnerable. So Labor's $11 billion rebate cut is a tax on older Australians who've spent decades paying for their own private health insurance. From April 2027, couples over the age of 65 with gold cover will pay up to $1,614 more per year, a 21.3% increase, the largest increase on record, and the government admits it doesn't even know how many of the 3.1 million people who will be older Australians will be affected are pensioners. But we know that over 50% of these people are likely to be pensioners because national seniors have already estimated that 55% of those 3.1 million Australians who are impacted will be pensioners. And many older Australians have little choice but to absorb the costs because they rely so heavily on their private health care. Older Australians disproportionately hold gold and silver policies covering procedures like joint replacements, cataract surgery. Losing cover means longer wait lists in our public hospitals and greater pressure on our public health system. And Labor's aged care assessment algorithm. It's an assessment tool that allows assessors to collect information, but the algorithm, the computer, is the one that makes the decision that determines the funding. Assessors have no ability to override incorrect outcomes, even when the professional judgment of the clinical assessors say the decision is wrong. Since the rollout in November 2025, almost 1,000 older Australians have sought reviews to challenge the outcome of their assessment. Thousands of older Australians have had care reduced or been found ineligible despite their worsening health conditions. The Inspector-General found that only 0.1% of cases are classified as urgent, even for people with advanced dementia or motor neuron disease. The Commonwealth Ombudsman is investing this algorithm following thousands of complaints. Peak organisations, including the Inspector-General of Aged Care, OPAN, CODA, MND Australia and the Australian and New Zealand Society for Geriatric Medicine, have all called for human override. And this week, we in this chamber have the opportunity to be able to put that back in, and I hope everybody in this chamber supports that. And the widows tax. Under Labor's new CGT and negative gearing laws, Australians were promised that their existing assets would be grandfathered if held on budget night. That promise was another cruel hoax from Labor. Buried in Labor's legislation, rushed through the Parliament with the Greens, was a provision stripping grandfathering provisions and protections from Australians who lose a partner through death or divorce, or who are fleeing domestic violence. Because ownership structures change, the protections disappear at the very moment when Australians are at their most vulnerable. So whether it's higher taxes, higher health costs, or denying older Australians the care that they have been assessed as needing, Labor continues to make life harder for older Australians. This Treasurer has got no idea about the details of his budget. This government has got no idea about the details of legislation that they have jammed through this place. Well, one thing you can be assured of, that we will stand on the side of older Australians who deserve a more dignified retirement and an ageing process than this government is prepared to give you. They have declared, the Labor government have declared war on older Australians, and older Australians deserve policies that will support them, not punishment. And that means that we need to make sure that Australians get the care that they need, that they get the aged care support that they need, and they should not be taxed when they are at their most vulnerable.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, what another ridiculous scare campaign from those opposite. And it's not all that surprising. I mean, they're badly down in the polls. Just when we thought they couldn't drop any further, they have. They're in absolute chaos. They're in coalition with not only the Nationals but also One Nation. And so, in a desperate attempt to distract from the chaos, from the division, from the divisiveness that we're seeing from the Liberal Party and the National Party and One Nation working together in an attempt to get the Australian people to miss the fact that they voted against our tax cuts for working Australians in this place, that they've stood in the way of every attempt we have tried to make to build more homes, in every attempt that we have tried to make to get more young people into their first home, in an attempt to hide the fact that at every attempt that we have made to help with the cost of living, they have stood in the way. They are sinking to new lows with this desperate scare campaign, using older Australians in their political quest for relevance. It is absolutely shameful, it is irresponsible, and it is wrong. In the other place, we saw the Shadow Treasurer claim the government had scrapped rebates for private health insurance for people aged over 65. This is wrong. It is simply not true. It is not what our government is proposing. He went even further and suggested it was because the government does not want to provide health care to older Australians. I mean, what a ridiculous proposition to say about this Labor government that has done more to deliver health care for Australians than any other government since the establishment of Medicare, and certainly more than those opposite. And what a particularly egregious, I use Senator Hume's words about our tax cuts, egregious claim by those opposite, who were found by the Royal Commission to have overseen an aged care system of neglect of older Australians. For them to come in this place and the other place and accuse us of not being on the side of older Australians. And it is a desperate scare campaign. It's a desperate political tactic to hide from the Australian people the truth about what they stand for and what they don't stand for, what they stand in the way of. They stand in the way of our attempts to deliver tax cuts. They stand in the way of our attempts to build more homes. They stand in the way of our attempts to deliver cost of living relief, time and time again. The bill to which Senator Rushton refers in this amendment, the Private Health Insurance Amendment, modernising the Private Health Insurance Rebate Bill, ensures more funding for aged care by removing the additional private health insurance subsidy provided to Australians aged 65 and over. We announced these reforms in the budget, and really what it means is that all Australians will receive the same private health support based on their income rather than their age. Under the current private health insurance arrangements, the government provides a higher subsidy to Australians aged over 65. This bill simplifies the rebate tiers and removes this inequity. On the other matters that Senator Ruston has raised in her motion, I mean, the widow tax, come on. Again, another scare tactic and an attempt from them to muddy the truth. The jointly held assets question is how these matters are dealt with under the existing arrangements prior to our tax reforms being passed through the Senate and the Treasurer, and the Prime Minister have said that those matters will be reviewed and considered as we continue to work through these important reforms in a staged way, which is entirely consistent with how these matters are delivered at home. And again, on the question of AI and its use in aged care assessments, we've been really clear that there is always human oversight over these decisions, as it should be. But we know the facts don't matter to those opposite. The truth doesn't matter to those opposite, because the Liberals and the Nationals and One Nation are committed to working together, standing in the way of the things Australians want to see our government taking action on, but we won't allow them to do it.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. I want to again commend Senators Russ and Ormond-Payne for the work that they've done in aged care and in shining a light on the use of an algorithm that doesn't seem fit for purpose, shining a light on an assessment tool that, despite what the government says, it seems like the only human oversight is putting numbers into the algorithm. You can't change it once it comes out, and that is no way to treat Australians. I think this leads us to a very important and much broader challenge that we're facing in how do you have more transparency and accountability when there is widespread use of automated decision-making, widespread use of algorithms. And clearly, so far, we haven't figured that out as a country. And so we need the government to step up when it comes to recommendations from the Royal Commission, when it comes to transparency of an algorithm that has such a big impact on people's lives.
Senator Little.
Well, I'm proud to stand here and call out what is happening in aged care, particularly around the algorithms. And as Assistant Shadow Minister for Health and Aged Care, I know, because I get the calls to my office from people who are anxious, who are terrified, their families worried about what's happening to them as they age, waiting and waiting for the government to respond. You can't hide from the fact that this government's waiting lists have got worse, that its ideas for addressing aged care aren't working, because the people power, proves it. Labor claims to support older Australians, but their budget is riddled with hidden taxes on hard-working and vulnerable Australians, and the truth was revealed. They don't understand how their own laws will impact people most affected by changes, and they don't even have the capacity to fix it. We've heard it time and time again. I'm calling with the coalition on the Albanese government to immediately scrap this damaging policy. It hurts older Australians. They tell us that time and time again. These are real people, ageing, scared, wanting better, and they deserve better. Your $11 billion tax on older Australians' private health insurance will actually result in high costs for people on fixed incomes who have no real choice but to absorb them. What about those couples over 65 with gold cover who will struggle with being slugged up to an extra $1,614 extra from next year? That's a staggering 21% increase. It's the biggest rise in private health costs on record. These are real for these people. These figures aren't made up. And you know what's worse? The Labor government has conceded it doesn't even know how many of the 3.1 million older Australians are affected as pensioners, because it never bothered to find out. But National Seniors research, their own research, suggests around 55% are. That's not a small number. What does Labor go and do? Well, it punishes those financially exposed older Australians who have worked hard their whole lives and managed their finances carefully to maintain their cover, to maintain some sort of dignity in aged care. It's a fact that older Australians are more likely to need health care as they age. I don't think any Australian is different in that respect. It's something they expect. That's why they hold on to certainty. They plan for their futures. They've contributed to our communities. They've been taxpayers in our communities. And they expect to be looked after better than they are right now in their old age. The government, we've seen over the last couple of weeks, doesn't even do the modelling to understand how many people are affected by the things it chooses to do to them. We've seen legislation come into this place and then the fixes done after the legislation has gone through, and you expect not just Australians but older Australians to trust the Labor government to fix it afterwards. You didn't take your taxes to them in an election to give them choice. So why should they trust you? Of course they shouldn't. What matters is that older Australians can actually prepare with their families for their futures, choose what sort of cover they go on, choose the kind of care that they get as they age, because they deserve it. You know, when there's, premiers, Labor premiers, like Chris Minns saying little changes at federal level made by somebody in a darkened room in Canberra can have a huge impact on an emergency department in Mount Druitt. He's talking about older Australians. I couldn't have said it better. You can't make decisions in this place without doing the work. You can't make decisions in this place without consulting properly. You can't make it without doing the modelling. But you know what? That's what Labor does time and time again.
Senator Orman-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to move an amendment to the motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is denied.
Pursuant to contingent notice standing in the name of Senator Waters, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent me moving an amendment to the motion. Acting Deputy President, it is urgent that standing orders be suspended because the Coalition's motion does not go to the heart of the problem with the aged care reforms. It is necessary for us to suspend standing orders so that we can speak to the fact that the reforms that we have before us are based on the financial co-payment model that was designed behind closed doors with the government and the Coalition. It is important that we suspend standing orders so that the community understands that whilst the Coalition gets up and says this aged care reform is not working, the government is to blame, that they share in the blame for the co-payment system that is causing older Australians to suffer. It is important that we suspend standing orders so we can focus the debate on the fact that whilst the Coalition stands up and says they are so concerned about pensioners having to pay more, that it is the Coalition who joined with the Labor government to pass the Aged Care Reform Bill, which contains the co-payment model. It is important and urgent that we suspend standing orders so that every Australian knows that the co-payment model that older Australians are now trying to work within in aged care was voted for in this chamber by Labor senators, Coalition senators, One Nation senators and every senator on the crossbench except for the senators from the Australian Greens. It is important that we suspend standing orders so that the community knows and understands and we can debate the fact that the Inspector General of Aged Care, Ms Siegel-Brown, said before these reforms came to pass that the co-payment model would see people being denied the access to the care that they need and deserve. It is important that we suspend standing orders so we can debate the fact that the co-payment model was voted for by the Coalition and the government who cooked it up behind closed doors and was supported by every member of the crossbench except the Greens. It is important that we focus our debate and therefore suspend standing orders so that we can move this amendment, so that the community understands that whilst Labor, the Coalition, One Nation and the crossbench share the blame for the co-payment model that is still currently seeing seniors paying up to $50 for a shower, assistance with dressing and incontinence care, it is important that they also understand that Labor is responsible for the algorithm that is currently under-assessing thousands of Australians who can't access care at the level they need. It is important that we suspend standing orders so that we focus this debate on the Greens amendment, which says the two problems here are the integrated assessment tool, which must be immediately changed to reinstate human override so that people with progressive degenerative diseases like MND are not under-assessed. It is important that we suspend standing orders to move this amendment because whilst the algorithm is under-assessing people, we also have people who still are prevented from accessing the care they need because they cannot afford the co-payments. Pensioners in this country, part pensioners in this country, are making more hardship applications than ever because this system that was designed, the financials behind the aged care reforms that we now have in place, that were designed behind closed doors by the Labor government and the Coalition and voted for in the Senate by the Labor government, the Coalition, One Nation senators and every person on the crossbench, despite the Inspector General warning that they would deprive people of care. It is important that the Australian public understands how we got here. The Greens agree that we need to reinstate human override into the integrated assessment tool, but make no mistake, pensioners are suffering because everyone in this chamber except the Greens supported co-payments for aged care.
Holbeck.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the Coalition won't be supporting this amendment because this is just an attempt to divert attention from what is actually happening to people on the ground right now through the measures of this government. We know, and if the Greens want to put up their own motion, then they're quite free to do that as a part of everyday business, and they could have put up a motion in the terms that they've proposed as a part of this amendment. The reality is that the issue that we're dealing with as part of the substantive motion is also contained within the Greens motion, which is the lack of override that's available to assessors under the new aged care assessment tool, which is all the government's making. They might try to pretend that it belongs to somebody else, but I can tell you, as a former minister in the portfolio who commenced the process, that it's got nothing to do with anyone else but the Labor Party. It's their tool. It's their tool that takes away the capacity of human assessors to make an assessment of the care needed for senior Australians. And the reference was made in the last presentation with respect to the Inspector General of Aged Care, and her evidence at estimates was damning of the Labor Party, absolutely damning of the Labor Party. And to hear the Secretary of the Department of Health and Ageing talking about the reality of the sad reality of the way that aged care is being handed out was shameful. The fact that we are now rationing aged care, home care packages again, which is exactly the opposite of what the Royal Commission, which we all remember so well, said to do. The Aged Care Royal Commission interim report said this cruel lottery for home care packages must stop. That's what the Coalition did. The Coalition put $7.2 billion into home care in its response to the Royal Commission in 2021, and that saw 100,000 Australians come off the waiting list for home care packages. The home care package waiting list was reduced from 128,000 to 28,000 people in about the middle of 2022. The fact that there are now over 100,000 people back on that list is shameful, and it's got nothing to do with anyone else but the way the government is managing this system. So we cannot support this amendment. This is about what the government has done with respect to the assessment tool and their management of home care packages. The fact that there is now over 100,000 people waiting to get an assessment is a further indictment on this government. The hard work that was done by the Coalition in allocating 118,000 packages over 3 years to get the waiting list down, which is what the Royal Commission asked us to do, to 28,000, the fact that that effort, that investment has been wasted by Labor is shameful. And to hear the Minister at question time trying to suggest that we'd taken money out of aged care was just a disgrace. It was dishonest and demonstrates again that you cannot believe a thing that this government says. It doesn't matter what they're talking about or when they're talking about it. You cannot believe a thing that this government says, particularly with respect to aged care. Yeah, that's right. Go personal, Helen. Just typical of the Labor Party. Just go personal. Just go personal. When you've lost the argument, go personal, and you do it all the time. Just got no shame at all. Absolutely no shame at all the Labor Party has. And yet senior Australians, which is what we're talking about, can't get a home care package, over 100,000 of them waiting, and blowing out of the waiting list. It got to 130,000. It's shameful what this government allowed to happen after all of the hard work that was put in by everybody involved to get the home care waiting list back down. And the fact that there is now no human involvement in the assessment of aged care packages, except for putting in the data, is an absolute disgrace. And quite frankly, I don't know why the government just doesn't do something to fix it.
Just to let the chamber know that the time for debate will expire at 5:23. Senator Polley.
Oh, thank you very much for the opportunity to support this suspension. It is important to support this suspension. I also think it's very important that we remind people of the real facts when it comes to aged care. And for the previous speaker to get up and try and paint this pretty picture of what they did for the 9 years that they were in government. They were so good when it comes to aged care. They had 5 ministers and all of them failed. That was so bad. The Liberal government was so bad, and they didn't actually care about aged care because no one really wanted to be the minister, that they had to call a royal commission into their own failure. Why? Because they neglected older Australians. Older Australians were neglected by that government because they didn't care. They didn't fund it. They used aged care as a ATM and ripped money out. That's the reality of it. But what happened was this government, having spent the time in opposition, seeing the results of the lack of interest of their government, we have actually injected more money into aged care. We actually have adopted the recommendations of the Royal Commission, a Royal Commission, I might add, which is why we need to suspend, to have a real debate about your failures when you're in government. So bad, it's very unusual for a government to call a Royal Commission into their own failings. I would be ashamed if I'd been a minister during those years in aged care to stand up and try and rewrite history, come in here with crocodile tears saying that they care about older Australians. You had the opportunity decade after decade when you were in government.
Senator Polley, please take your seat. Senator Henderson.
I'm just seeking clarification that the government is actually supporting the Greens amendment.
That's not a point. That's not a.
And you're supporting the
suspension.
suspension in relation to the Greens amendment.
Thank you.
Wow.
Senator
Okay.
Henderson.
Thank you.
Please be seated
Now,
and allow Senator Polley.
I thought it was very clear when I rose and I said I was supporting the suspension because I think it is a great opportunity to actually call out the crocodile tears from those opposite, because those that were in government with Senator Colbeck when he was minister were very quiet when it came to aged care. They certainly were, and the records will show that. I have to actually commend Minister Butler for the work that he did in re-establishing some dignity for older Australians. We've invested in that. So with Minister Butler and Minister Ray...
Senator Polley, please take your seat. Senators, the time for this debate has expired. As the motion to suspend standing orders to enable Senator Allman-Payne to move an amendment was not agreed to prior to the expiration of time for the debate, the motion to suspend standing orders has lapsed. I'll now put the question on the unamended urgency motion moved by Senator Ruston. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 5 minutes. 4 minutes, sorry. 4 minutes. Give you an extra minute. Senator. Yeah, Senator Ruston. Thank you. Thanks.
Lock the doors. So the question is that the motion as moved by Senator Ruston be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Little as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 20 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative.
The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator McKim, which is also shown at item 12 on today's order of business. Is consideration of the proposal supported? Yes. Thank you. With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in line with the informal arrangement made by the whips. I call Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I move the motion in Senator McKim's name, and this particular motion is really important because it highlights the failure of the Albanese government to protect Australia's environment, water, jobs, data and national interests in the march towards allowing the United States to set up hyperscale, massive big data centres here in Australia, rolling out the red carpet before they've even worked out what Australia is going to get back in return. We know that the regulations are not there. We know that Australians are very suspect of what these big tech companies, these big AI companies want to do right here in Australia. I mean, what we do know is that they want to be able to mine the intellect, the knowledge, the culture of the Australian community and pay nothing for it. We know that. But we also know that they would want to set up shop here because Australia's regulations are weak or virtually non-existent. Australia is one of the only countries in the world that these types of centres are seen as good placement because of a lack of regulation, our safety and, of course, governments willing to roll over as soon as the dollar signs start shining. Now, I say to the Albanese government, stop being so starry-eyed about this. Australians deserve to know and to be assured about what the real implications of artificial intelligence means for them, what it means for our jobs, what it means for our water, for our environment, what it means for our intellectual property rights. What does it mean for our national security? Because at the moment the government can't answer any of those questions. They are simply rolling out the red carpet, billionaire after billionaire, and we need to make sure Australians are in the conversation.
Senator Bragg.
Thank you, Acting Deputy. The issue here is really one of what are we going to do to ensure that we can get the most from this revolution, but what are we going to do to make sure that these organisations which probably have more power and control over our lives compared to any other organisations in the history of humanity. What are we going to do to ensure that we get a reasonable deal from them operating on our shores? And so this is going to be one of the great policy judgments over the next decade. And I would say that the case for having a role in the new world of artificial intelligence is a solid one. We're not going to become like Taiwan. We're not going to be manufacturing semiconductors here in Australia. It is important that we have some role in the value chain, in that ecosystem. If that is going to be data centres, then that is going to be a positive thing, because those, by definition, are going to bring investment, capability and employment into this country. But these centres use a great deal of electricity, they use a great deal of water, and generally speaking, these organisations that are in this technology space, big tech space, have been negligent and criminal when it comes to the payment of taxation. And these organisations, and I make the distinction that an organisation like Anthropic or OpenAI is distinct from a social media company, but to bundle the technology sector together, perhaps in a crude way, these organisations have not been good taxpayers. They have created tax schemes through transfer pricing, which has allowed them to raise billions of dollars of revenue in this country and billions of dollars of profit and pay very low levels of taxation. And we must ensure that our tax systems, our regulatory systems, move and adapt with changing technologies. And so it is critical that the government and the Parliament does consider, well, what are the standards that should apply in relation to water, in relation to electricity, in relation to taxation and stewardship. These are all reasonable questions to raise. In relation to electricity, we should be, by virtue of our solar capacity, be able to provide very high levels of computational capacity with the lowest level of environmental footprint. We should be able to do that. We should be able to do that. In relation to water, we should be able to provide reasonable levels of water, but we should be able to do it on the basis that it is sustainable. And these are the sort of things that the government, I don't think, have really thought about. And we have an incoherence from this government on the question of artificial intelligence. We have the former minister saying he wants to regulate it into oblivion. We have the current minister saying, well, we're not really quite too sure. But it does go to this broader question of how we set Australia up as a country that is going to be able to avail itself of this new technology, but is going to be smart about how we actually derive some public benefit from that. Because one of the things that has frustrated the Australian people has been that we are a country which has great concentrations of power, which is not unusual. You can see concentrations of power in this government with the influence that the unions and those big super funds have over their day-to-day policy. We have huge concentrations of power in the finance sector, and we'll have huge concentration of power in the tech sector, just as we have today. The fact that the large technology companies are able to violate the principle of paying a large amount of tax where it is adjacent to the large amount of revenue and profit that they collect shows you that they are already in a very strong position. And so these are reasonable questions to raise. And I think we want to avail ourselves of this technology, but we want to make sure we get our pound of flesh along the way and that it's done in a sustainable fashion.
Senator Ghosh.
Thank you. Well, this motion once again reveals that the Greens really are a nuance-free zone when it comes to serious issues in this parliament. Australia and countries around the world will need to grapple with the various ways in which AI will impact our lives, not only in terms of our working lives and our social lives, but in terms of the way we live as a society and interact. The attack in the motion is misguided at two levels. One is it's misguided because it mischaracterises what's actually going on, and the second is it's misguided because what it doesn't deal with is the nuance and the necessity to grasp with the fact that this is an emerging technology. There are lots of different uncertainties involved, and it's natural that we will evolve the way we regulate it to ensure not only it serves the Australian people, it serves working people in this country, but also that we don't get left behind and we don't get excluded from the capacity to develop sovereign capability in this space. And I'm very glad to have Senator Sheldon in the chamber here, because Senator Sheldon was the chair of a select committee in 2024 into this, and its recommendations were nuanced. They were detailed. They reflected a concern on this side of the House from the Labor Party and from the trade union movement that as we adopt this technology, we are protecting Australian workers and that we're ensuring that they have a say in the way that this technology gets rolled out. So I do want to congratulate Senator Sheldon in that respect for that work, but it's clear that the writer of this motion and those who spoke to it before didn't read that report, because if they had, they couldn't have made those attacks. There was nothing starry-eyed in it. It was nuanced, and it reflected a deep concern about how AI was going to be rolled out, but it also reflected a recognition that Australia cannot block its eyes and ears to this new technology. It can't prevent its emergence as the rest of the world embraces it and as Australians adopt this technology. So we do need a regulatory framework that protects workers, protects the environment, but also doesn't exclude us from sovereign capability and doesn't exclude us from the economic benefits that this technology will bring here and around the world. What does that mean from a policy perspective? Well, the government's been very clear. It means we should be embedding AI into our economy in a way and guiding it in a way that seeks to lift living standards rather than deepen inequality, and in a way that can be delivered sustainably. And that means we should be embedding AI literacy into our learning institutions, including TAFEs and universities. And we must also ensure that workers have enforceable rights to consultation over how AI is used in workplaces. AI must never be a shield against accountability for hard-won workplace protections. And I also commend the ACTU in terms of the work they're doing in this space, as well as the Shop Distributive and Allied Employees Union, whose recent report into this was so valuable. It's important to remember in this debate that AI is a tool, and responsibility must rest with those who design and benefit from the systems. There needs to be strong regulatory frameworks. There needs to be bodies that are capable of enforcing and dealing with the challenges of AI and dealing with the speed of the development of this technology, which is at stages quite breathtaking. There's also no doubt that the increased use of AI will present risks to our society and have significant impacts. But we cannot pretend the technology doesn't exist, or it isn't going to be used, or it isn't going to be used around the world. Yes, they are, Senator Faruqi. If you want to interject on this, look at this motion. It is barely credible in the way that you framed it. It's incoherent. And the attack that was made earlier is deeply misguided. But the principles that are at the core of the Albanese government's national AI plan are that we will work to attract investment in the necessary infrastructure, both physical and digital. We will work to make sure that workers and public services share in the benefits that can be derived from artificial intelligence. And we will develop regulations and legislation that will mitigate the risks from emerging AI. Data centres will have to go through rigorous environmental and planning approvals like other infrastructure. And our expectations around that is that the projects will meet the standards and needs of Australians, and they must be in our national interest. Such projects will need to demonstrate their ability to help Australians invest in skills and jobs, encouraging global operators to partner with local researchers and startups to encourage innovation and to develop sovereign capacity. They will need to use water sustainably and responsibly, and they will need to support Australia's energy transition by contributing to the cost of network infrastructure and helping bring new energy supplies, sustainable energy supplies, onto the grid. Projects that do not meet those expectations will not be supported by the federal government. Overall, this government is conscious of the need to achieve balance here in an uncertain and quickly evolving environment. We need regulation to harness this technology effectively and make sure we mitigate or minimise its impacts, and it needs to be used on behalf of working people.
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Senator Bell.
I think we can all acknowledge the world is going through an artificial intelligence revolution and that data centres will be a big part of this. And what that means is Australia is going to be faced with two choices. So we can look at building and controlling our own critical infrastructure, or we'll find ourselves dependent on data centres based overseas, controlled by foreign interests in countries like Communist China. That is just a reality. And that would be a risk to our sovereignty and our national security. And it does appear that the Albanese Labor government has been caught flat-footed here. So I was listening carefully to Senator Ghosh's contribution. I hear a lot of, we have a plan, we will do, but there is a distinct lack of action here, and there needs to be action because people are concerned. And again, and on the issue of energy, you're not going to be able to power these with your solar factories or your wind farm. That's another critical issue here. You have hamstrung yourself once again with your net zero obsession, and to hear that you are linking this to further renewable rollouts is concerning, and it will concern Australian landholders, which is why it's no surprise that we have local councils and communities and concerned members of the public coming to my office and to our offices because they're learning secondhand about what appears to be major land purchases being discussed or made and proposed data centres in their area. And yet they do not know what's going on because they're being bypassed because there is a lack of consultation. Councils do appear to have been ignored, residents are being kept in the dark, communities are only finding out about things later, and now we've heard this story before because it's the same blueprint that Labor and the Greens used to force your industrial wind and solar on rural and regional communities. It's the same blueprint we have seen you use at the behest of your net zero billionaire mates. Labor and the Greens have already allowed multinational renewable companies to steamroll farmers, divide communities, rip them apart, and so it is a bit rich to hear you talk about the concern you have for these communities because you've already done it to them, and we don't want to see it happen again. There is an issue with consultation. Your record shows the exact opposite on this issue. You have not shown the due concern.
Oh, sorry. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to associate myself with the comments of my colleague, Senator Ghosh, in relation to this MPI, and it's not really a serious policy argument that's being brought here this afternoon. It's another one of the Greens political party's scare campaigns. It's from the same old playbook as usual, finding a complex issue, stripping out every practical detail, blaming the Labor Party, frightening the public, and then offering a slogan instead of a solution to this one. The Greens political party wants Australians to believe that there are only two choices: hand over the country to American tech billionaires or shut the whole thing down. Well, it's absolute nonsense, and two things can actually be true at once, and you can hold both of those ideas together in the light and assess them, and that's exactly what the Albanese Labor government are doing. We will not let tech companies write the rules or let communities carry the costs where private companies take the profit. But we will also not pretend that Australia can opt out of emerging frontiers of AI, digital infrastructure, data security and the associated economic changes. That's not environmentalism, newsflash. That is retreating from the future. AI is growing and so is the infrastructure behind it. The question is, who shapes that? The question is it Australia under Australian laws with workers and safeguards at the centre, or is it other countries building the capability while Australia continues to fall behind? This government answer is clear. Australia should be shaping the new frontier with Australia's interests at the centre of that. And the Greens bring an MPI here today, and their answer to that is just another stop sign. And it makes a neat little media release, but actually doesn't make a serious policy. The Albanese Labor government has already released our national AI plan and our data centre expectations, sending a very, very clear message to developers that Australian communities come first. This means prioritising the national interest, supporting the energy transition, using water responsibly and investing in Australian skills and jobs, and strengthening local capability. That is about the Albanese Labor government setting the terms. Our approach is practical. Data centres should bring new renewable energy supply online, pay the fair share of network costs, and provide flexibility to strengthen the grid. This is a serious energy policy, not a stunt that sends investment offshore and leaves Australia weaker.
On water, communities have a right to ask the questions. Water security matters, whether it's households, farmers, First Nations communities, industries and the environment, and that's why Labor requires sustainable water use, early engagement with communities and water utilities, efficient cooling technology and non-potable water where possible. Projects that don't meet our requirements, standards or national interest should not be waved through, but a blanket moratorium does not protect one river, save one wetland, build on recycled water systems or deliver one extra renewable project. So let's absolutely get the clarity of what this is about, because bringing this MPI may make the Greens political party feel pure, but actually it's telling us everything we need to know. That, of course, as always, somebody else has to do the work. So they can pretend to care about jobs, they can put their answers to block infrastructure, but that is actually what supports good jobs in communities. Now, Labor expects fair, safe, secure and well-paid jobs and investment in local capability. And on the issue of data and sovereignty, the Greens' argument is a house of cards, as usual. You don't protect Australians' data by saying data centres just need to be somewhere else. When companies want to operate here, our government's position is very, very clear. They operate under Australian terms. That is sovereignty. It's not replacing policy with protest. You don't protect workers by blocking infrastructure that could and will support Australian jobs. You don't protect water by issuing a press release. You protect it by setting the standards, using the planning systems and requiring sustainable water use and rejecting those bad projects. This MPI takes into concern the real issues that Australians should be asking about: energy, water, jobs, data, but it turns into another lazy lecture on purity. And though they lecture us, Labor continue to deliver. Labor is setting national expectations, backing the energy transition, protecting water, supporting jobs and skills, and building safety capability through the AI Safety Institute. The Albanese Labor government will continue to build stronger, safer and more sovereign Australia.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Our country is facing yet another crisis brought to us by the billionaires, and the Labor government doesn't seem interested at all in doing anything about it. In fact, they welcome it. How we deal with AI goes to the heart of who controls information, who controls resources, and what kind of a society, economy, and a world we want to live in. And things aren't looking good. The massive data centers used by AI corporations have an insatiable thirst for our water. They are energy vampires, and they will drive up carbon emissions and power prices. And no wonder communities across this country are organizing to resist them. But even more than the environmental damage, it is the AI business model that seeks unprecedented control. It will only deepen the pockets of the so-called Big Five: Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, and Meta. Tax dodgers who contribute virtually nothing to Australia while extracting billions from us. AI has powered up a new class of oligarchs. It sucks dry our water and energy, hollows out our jobs, and steals from our artists, our writers, and thinkers and musicians. What is hidden and what is amplified is entirely up to these billionaires. Do we really trust Elon Musk's grok to tell us the truth about the far right trashing our democracy? Do we really trust OpenAI to tell us the truth about the wars its own technology is now fighting? This economy is built on the billionaires' terms, to transfer wealth upwards and smash the rest of us in the process. Wait and see isn't good enough. We need a moratorium on data centers, and we need to properly regulate these capitalist nightmares.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Acting President. Well, the Labor government tells us that we should just open our arms to these big multinationals with some statements of expectations on a website, because if we don't, we won't be shaping the future of AI. But the problem with that is that the government seems to have no actual intent to shape the future of AI. After years of work on an AI Safety Act, it was scrapped. After months of work setting up an expert body to advise on AI, it was scrapped. we have this hands-off approach, no safeguards on AI, and when it comes to data centres, a statement of expectations on a website, which the CEO of one of the biggest data centre companies in Australia told Alan Kohler on a podcast, those are basically just the rules as they currently stand, as they exist at the moment. There's nothing new in there. And so I'm concerned we're not planning for this. We're not talking about the difference between sovereign Australian-owned data centres that keep the data here, that are servicing Australian banks, government, researchers, and then these big multinational hyperscalers who want to come here on their terms, use our resources, not pay tax, and we're not hearing anything from the government about something like a digital services tax. We're not hearing anything about the need for some sort of compute reservation policy. So it's not like gas, where we're paying international prices to access compute in our own data centres. These are the things that we need to plan for. And I welcome this from the Greens. This is something we should be talking about because there are hundreds of billions of dollars of investment flowing towards Australia, and we hold some cards here. We should be setting the terms and ensuring that Australians now and future generations of Australians do benefit from this, rather than just saying, well, if we don't just roll over for them, they'll go elsewhere. That doesn't cut it.
Senator Pocock. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Labor is not taking the threat of AI-powered far-right extremism seriously. Worse than that, they're opening the door to it. Take American AI surveillance company Palantir. Palantir was founded by far-right billionaire Peter Thiel, an unhinged nutcase who thinks that Greta Thunberg could be the Antichrist, a man who has said that he doesn't believe that freedom and democracy are compatible. Palantir is now a central figure in the US military-industrial complex, enabling a massive expansion of the surveillance state, helping Israel generate kill lists in Gaza, and supporting Donald Trump's ICE to track and deport immigrants. It was Palantir's AI targeting software that was responsible for the strike on the school in Iran that killed over 100 children. This is a company whose CEO, Alex Karp, has lauded the West's superiority in applying organised violence, end quote. A man who says that society needs to be willing to destroy millions of jobs to develop military AI. And you'd think that all of this would have made Labor think twice before getting into bed with Palantir. You might think that the government of a sovereign nation would be reluctant to let a company that says it has a moral debt to serve US military interests in through the front door. But you'd be wrong. Labor is giving millions of dollars to Palantir in defence contracts. The company has top-secret security clearance, embedding itself in the Australian Signals Directorate, AUSTRAC and the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission. How much of your data has Palantir have access to, and what are they doing with it? How can we be confident that our data is secure? Labor needs to get with the program before it's too late and kick out Palantir.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting President. Now, against the odds, the people of Hazelmere, the Swan Valley and the wider Perth community stopped a $600 million data centre. They organised, they turned up to meetings, they got thousands of people to sign petitions, and they won. But here's the thing, this isn't just about one data centre. Around the world, AI is driving a new extractive industry. Some of the world's biggest tech companies want to use our electricity, our water, our land to power giant data centres. The Climate Council says that electricity demand from Australian data centres could triple by 2030. These facilities use a huge amount of power, of water, and they put more pressure on our clean energy transition. And governments still don't have rules in place to manage them properly. That is simply not good enough. No community should have to spend years taking on powerful corporations just to protect their neighbourhoods, their environment, their very future. That's why the Greens are calling for a moratorium on new data centres. Let's stop approving them until we have proper safeguards in place. Let's make sure every project proves that it is in the public interest, not just for corporate profit, because this is about more than one data centre in Perth. It's about who government works for, the people or the corporation.
Senator McKim.
Big corporations are surveilling us and they are invading our privacy, and some of the biggest offenders are our giant supermarket corporations, Coles and Woolworths. For example, Coles has a multi-year commercial arrangement with Palantir, one of the world's most dangerous and unethical corporations. So picture this. You're wheeling your supermarket trolley down the aisle in Coles, and thanks to facial recognition software, Coles knows exactly who you are. And thanks to Palantir integrating their data systems, Coles knows exactly what you like to buy, when you like to buy it, and whether you are tempted by discounts or specials or not. And thanks to their digital price tags, Coles can manipulate the price in real time as you come down the supermarket aisle. This is surge pricing brought to you by Coles and Woolworths in the supermarket sector, delivered by surveillance capitalist corporations like Palantir. Prices may quietly go up for you and quietly go down for someone else 10 seconds later, depending on who is walking through the aisle, and the Labor government has no plan to protect Australians from this exploitation.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks very much, Acting Deputy. Well, get this. We put on a motion to say the Australian government should be protecting Australian jobs, protecting our environment, protecting our water, protecting our national interests from the march of US-controlled tech bros and their AI centres and their data scraping and their march through our institutions. We put on a motion to say that, and the Albanese Labor government is coming together to say no, to oppose a motion talking about the core protections that of course we should have for the national interest, for our jobs, for our future, for our ability to control our own future. Because get this clear, under the Albanese government, we've got this pressure from the global AI tech industry, largely driven out of US tech bros, the billionaires like Elon Musk and others, some of the bottom feeders that run companies like Palantir and Anduril, really nasty types, right, who have a direct political project to drive forward the interests of the United States military, the United States government, the Trump administration. And what does the Albanese government do? Does it say, well, actually, we're the government for Australia and we'll put in laws and controls and hard guardrails? No, not this mob. The Albanese Labor government roll out the red carpet and give this lot contracts. Give a $1.7 billion contract to Anduril, controlled by one of those, like, far-right, the kind of person you couldn't make up, the kind of cartoon villain, right-wing US tech bro billionaire. They roll it out to Palantir. And what Australians are asking for is a government that actually responds to the needs of the Australian people. Protect our jobs from this lot. Don't put in place expectations that foreign multinational techs just roll over. Put in place hard laws. And for once, have this government, have this parliament be on the side of Australians, Australian jobs and the Australian environment, not whatever AI slop comes out of Washington.
Senator Shoebridge, the time for this discussion has expired. I shall now proceed to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 5 of today's order of business. Do we have... yes, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, is this where we have located the report in relation to the Ombudsman's report on the Public Interest Disclosure Act?
I believe it is, but let me just check for you, Senator Steele-John. Yes, the clerk has advised that it is. Do you seek the call?
Yes, I do seek the call to talk on that report. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I read with interest this report, and it speaks very clearly to the great value of the Public Interest Disclosure Act to the Australian community. and I thank the Ombudsman for the report. The main thing that it brought it clearly into focus for me was the urgent need to bring the National Disability Insurance Scheme legislation in line with the Public Interest Disclosure Act and the other pieces of law that sit around it that go to supporting whistleblowers to make disclosures to the public. And this is a very live issue before the Senate and the Parliament right now. Let's be really clear. When providers commit fraud, when NDIS providers commit fraud, that is a disgusting violation of Australian law and I believe Australian moral standards. And it is very much the responsibility of government to ensure that everything is done in order to take on, in order to hold to account those providers who would commit fraud against NDIS participants and their families. Now, there are two parts to addressing fraud. One is the consequence of fraud. There must be firm consequences of committing fraud. There must be tough penalties. As a Green, it is not my usual, not within my usual kind of lexicon to talk about the need for tough criminal penalties, but when it comes to these large private providers that are ripping participants off, I say there needs to be an expedited and efficient legal process to see them held to account via the justice system. But that's only one part of how we solve this. The other part is actually enabling people to report fraud, enabling them to disclose fraud. And this is where the National Disability Insurance Scheme legislation has been found to be so significantly wanting for so long. It is one of the last pieces of Commonwealth law to lack some of the basic protections for those that want to blow the whistle on fraud, want to report it. And as a member of the Joint Standing Committee into the NDIS's inquiry into the integrity of the scheme, which I participated in alongside yourself, Chair, we heard persuasive evidence from the Human Rights Law Centre about the need for a further strengthening of the whistleblower protections that exist within the National Disability Insurance Scheme Act. And one of the most significant things that we could do would be to align the relevant sections of the Act with the Public Interest Disclosure Act, because that would grant additional protections and create additional pathways to enable people to report things, including fraud. I was also quite shocked as a member of the inquiry to hear, given to us in such explicit detail, the barriers that the absence of these whistleblower protections creates for people trying to report wrongdoing. I'm happy to say that the Greens managed to successfully amend a piece of legislation earlier in the year to secure some improvements, some protections around whistleblowers when they come forward after they have ceased their employment with an NDIS provider, but there's much more work to do. Dr. Kieran Pender and his associates from the Human Rights Law Centre gave detailed evidence about what work still remains to be done and described it, I think, accurately as we have now done 20% of the work to do that there is to do to enable whistleblowers to be able to be properly protected and supported. When reporting fraud, there is 80% left to do, and I agree with that. We should urgently move as a Parliament to align the NDIS Act with the Public Interest Disclosure Act to provide people with the necessary protections to report fraud. Let's get this done. There seems to be a lot of hot air and narrative around fraud from the government. Let's get to work and put these protections in place.
Thank you. Is there anybody else for consideration of documents? No? Okay. So I'll just put the question, sorry, I'll just check with the clerk, just 1 minute. I just put the question that the Senate take note. All those in favour say aye. Against? The ayes have it. Thank you. And just confirming that there are no further speakers for consideration of documents. Okay, I'll move to tabling. Yes, Senator Dalian.
At the request of the Chair of the Economics Legislation Committee, which is myself, I present the committee's report in respect of the 2026-27 budget estimates together with accompanying documents. And I present the fourth report of the 2026 of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works.
Thank you. Okay, Minister.
I present 5 government responses to committee reports as listed at item 14 on today's order of business, and I seek leave to have the documents incorporated into Hansard.
Thank you. Senator Faruqi.
Chair, I'd like to speak to the government response to Education and Employment Legislation Committee, interim and final reports, quality of governance and at Australian higher education providers.
You have the call.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank my colleagues on the committee as well as the committee secretariat for a report that really goes deep into the crisis that universities are facing. And the final report does expose the depth and breadth of failed leadership, the corporate rot, and the consultant capture decaying our public universities. Arrogant executives indulge in obscene pay packets, and big consultancies feast on public money, while the people who teach, who research, who support students, and who hold the university together are overworked, underpaid, and exploited. On behalf of the Greens, I really do want to thank staff and students across universities who have shown immense courage and commitment, not just providing evidence to this inquiry, but also by refusing to accept the neoliberal corporate culture that pervades our universities. This corporate culture treats staff and students as mere cogs in the wheel of a profit-making university instead of the heart and soul of a public institution. Staff and students and their unions have spoken out in a hostile and intimidatory environment. And this inquiry would not have existed without their activism, without their advocacy, and without their solidarity. And the Greens will continue to amplify their voices in our mission to rebuild universities which are based on equity, democracy, and public good. But while the final report is a scathing indictment on the corporatization of universities and the severity of the crisis at hand, while the committee report presents very strong evidence on the complete failures of a neoliberal agenda, it really falls short of providing remedies that match the systemic overhaul needed to end the era of managerial bloat and unaccountable, opaque governance. The final report really shows us some horrendous examples of universities and what corporatization has done to those universities. And 2 of the very glaring case studies come from ANU and the University of Technology in Sydney. And they show us how the corporate governance model in universities has utterly failed the public interest test, as transparency and accountability are falling by the wayside. Like, for example, the UTS management engaged in bureaucratic contortions to avoid disclosing information. What is happening at these universities, though, sadly, is by no means an anomaly. It is a symptom of a rotten model that has spread across the university sector in this country. And it is a model built on running universities as businesses where consultant capture and endless restructures have become the norm. KPMG, NAUS, and other big consultancies feast on public money, while the people, as I said earlier, who really uphold and run the universities are run into the ground. The failures of governance in universities do go hand in hand with decades of underfunding by governments, most viciously exemplified by the fee hikes and funding cuts of the job-ready graduate scheme, which have been widely condemned, but still not reversed by the Labor government. We know that the Job Ready Graduates package has increased fees to almost $56,000 for humanities. This is a lifetime of debt that is near impossible for students to pay off, and their whole life is shackled by the weight of this student debt. We heard from a lot of people in this inquiry, students included. Ms. Campbell, a fifth-year student at UTS and the president of the UTS Students Association, gave evidence that at every level, students see how little voice we have in decisions that directly affect our education and how far university leadership has drifted from transparency, accountability, and public purpose. Mr. Lee, Vice President of the Council of Australian Postgraduates Association, reported that members who are student members on governing bodies have repeatedly talked to us about being treated as second-class members on their respective university councils. He went on to note that in some universities, the student members are the only ones who are not remunerated for their time. This is indicative of the levels of respect afforded to student members in the university senates. This report should be a turning point for how universities operate, for how universities must see themselves not as job factories, but as places of learning, of research, of teaching, which build the minds of the next generation and which contribute to society as public good. It is imperative that the government listen to the damning evidence provided in this inquiry and take seriously the recommendations that are being made by staff and students and act with urgency to turn things around, because at the moment, the recommendations in the report that the government has offered don't move the dial too much. It is as it is always with the Labor government, just tinkering around the edges. And universities don't need tinkering around the edges. Universities need to be fully publicly funded. Students need access to university, which is free. Every single student deserves that. And the wiping of debt. And let's get rid of the horrific, punitive, terrible, failed and flawed job-ready graduates package with urgency.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Dunn.
Thank you. I wish to take note of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade References Committee report to Australia's sanctions regime, and I seek leave to continue my remarks.
Thank you. Okay. Are there any ministerial statements? No. Okay. The President, I'm moving to committee memberships. The President has received a letter requesting a change in the membership of a committee. I call the Minister.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of a committee.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
That Senator Kovacic be discharged from and Senator Scarr be appointed to the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Public Works.
Thank you. Messages from the House of Representatives. Thank you. Okay. The President has received messages from the House of Representatives forwarding the Aviation Consumer Protection Bill 2026 and 3 related bills for concurrence. I call the Minister.
Move that these bills may proceed without formalities, be taken together and be now read a first time.
Okay. I put the question that the bill now be read a first time. Those in favour say aye. Against? Thank you. I call the clerk.
Aviation Consumer Protection Bill 2026, Aviation Consumer Protection Consequential Amendments and Transitional Provisions Bill 2026, Aviation Consumer Protection Levy Bill 2026, Aviation Consumer Protection Levy Collection Bill 2026.
Thank you. I call the Minister.
I move that these bills be now read a second time and I seek leave to have the second reading speeches incorporated into Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
I put the question. All those in favour? Against? The ayes have it. Thank you. Messages have been received from the House of Representatives informing the Senate that the House has agreed to the amendments made by the Senate to the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment, Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1, Bill 2026, and the Treasury Laws Amendment Financial Reporting System Reform Bill 2026. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 2, standing in the name of Senator Barbara Pocock, concerning disallowance of the Treasury Laws Amendment Payday Superannuation Regulations 2026.
Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. So I move the motion, and I rise today in support of a simple proposition, that young people deserve every dollar they've earned, including their super. The Greens will always stand up for young people, indeed for all people, and for decent pay and conditions for all Australian workers. We are here to make things better in a cost of living crisis. Labor's platform supports what we are here to support. But here, today, Labor don't want to pay super to all workers under 18. That's the question. And we say to Labor, why wait? The Greens want to pay super to all workers under 18, and we can do it from tomorrow. And that's why we're here in the Senate fighting to secure super payments for all under 18s, no matter how many hours you work. Currently, young workers are excluded from receiving super unless they work more than 30 hours a week and are over 18. And that's 93% of those young people work less than 30 hours a week. So it's not a small carve-out. It's a massive carve-out. It's not a technical anomaly. It's the rule for almost every young worker in this country. And it's a straightforward discrimination. It's a discrimination against young people based on age. It's a discrimination based on part-time work. And it's a discrimination, therefore, against women. Women are more negatively affected by this provision because more of them work part-time. So the Greens support payday super. Workers should be paid their super at the same time they're paid their wages. Simple, fair, and it's long overdue. But today we deal with a glaring injustice that Labor knows is wrong and has chosen to leave in place. Under these regulations, 515,000 young workers, they're out there tonight stacking shelves, serving burgers, making coffees, cleaning tables. They'll continue to be denied superannuation simply because they're under 18 and they work less than 30 hours a week. They're currently being robbed of an estimated $405 million in super contributions in last year alone. So let's be clear about what this means. At 17-year-old, you can work hard. You can pay tax. Remembering they are paid a lot less than the adults they work alongside. A 17-year-old is earning around 57% of an adult rate. A 16-year-old is earning around 47% of an adult rate. And a 15-year-old is earning around 40% of what an adult earns. In too many cases, they're doing exactly the same work. They know exactly as much as the person alongside them, and they're paid, in the case of a 15-year-old, 40% of what that adult earns. They can contribute to their workplace, they're contributing to the economy, and in too many cases, right now, they're also contributing to putting food on the table in their family household in this cost of living crisis. But when it comes to the retirement savings, Labor has said to these young people, somehow their work does not count when it comes to super. It's an outrageous double standard, a historic anomaly that must be cleaned up. More than 500,000 young Australians are expected to miss out on super because of this loophole, and the cost of everything, as we know, has gone up. Wages haven't kept up with inflation. We all know in this place, Labor knows how hard it is for young people in a cost of living crisis, and yet, to date, they've chosen to prevent young people from accessing the money they need for a safe retirement. And who benefits from this state of the situation? Who benefits? Not workers, not young people. The beneficiaries are some of the largest and most profitable corporations in Australia. The major supermarkets, fast food giants, retail chains making billions in profits while employing armies of young workers on incredibly low pay. these companies can afford to pay for super for these young people. Many simply choose not to do so because the law lets them off the hook. So it's time for that to change. And so far, Labor, regrettably, has decided to protect that loophole. Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you address it for those many young, hundreds of thousands young workers? We know from a Senate inquiry on this issue, the Greens compelled the largest employers of young people in Australia to disclose whether or not they paid super to young workers under 18, and the results are absolutely damning. Most large employers of young Australians do not provide under 18 workers with this basic workplace entitlement, despite raking in massive profits off the back of their labour. Our inquiry found that companies like Coles, Woolworths, Kmart, Target, Chemist Warehouse, Hungry Jack's and McDonald's employ tens of thousands of teenagers, yet still refuse to pay super unless those workers meet outdated minimum hours thresholds. Meanwhile, these same corporations are raking in enormous profits. $1.08 billion for Coles, $1.38 billion for Woolworths, nearly $600 million for Chemist Warehouse, almost $2.9 billion for Wesfarmers, which owns Kmart and Target, and McDonald's global profits, wait for it, they exceed $13 billion. So this is not about whether big business can afford to pay super to young workers. They clearly can. The fact that some employers, such as Bunnings, Aldi, JB Hi-Fi and Priceline, choose to pay their 18-year-old workers superannuation, regardless of how many hours they work, shows that this is possible. These employers know these workers deserve it. It's a fair thing, and they are making sure they do it, leaving all of those other very large, very profitable billion bottom lines subsidised by a 12% pay contribution from some of the poorest and lowest paid workers in our economy. Instead, the vast majority of those large employers are using a business model that relies on insecure, low-paid teenage labour while denying those workers the same retirement benefits as everyone else. Along with collecting evidence from large employers, the inquiry also heard stories from young workers who are impacted by this exclusion. The shop assistant's submission provided testimony of young workers experiencing this pay discrimination. Sarah, for example, is 18. She's been working since she was 15. She works in a discount department, and $3,000 is what Sarah's super balance could have exceeded by now if her contributions had been paid while she was under 18. Nearly 3 times the super that she has now. And asked how she felt about it, Sarah said, "Not good. That's a lot of money, unpaid, and I'm doing the same work alongside the people I work with, and it's just not fair." This exclusion entrenches lower lifetime savings before workers even turn 18. The system's designed to disadvantage people at the very moment they enter the workforce. Treasurer Chalmers said he's talked about this issue with a delegation of young workers just last week. He knows this is a huge loophole. The question is whether he will work to close it. This morning, the Treasurer expressed a willingness to continue to engage on this issue. He knows we need to act. Young Australians are leaning on the Treasurer. Listen to our voices, they are asking. Give us justice on our retirement earnings. If we are old enough to work, to pay tax, we are old enough to be paid super, regardless of the hours we work and regardless of our age. It would be shocking if Labor opposed this disallowance, truly shocking, when you look at their national platform. If they oppose it, they are voting against their own national platform. Labor's 2023 national platform states that, and I quote, "all workers must receive their full entitlement to superannuation." It also says that Labor, quote, "will ensure that superannuation is paid on every dollar earned so that across a lifetime Australians don't fall behind and gain the benefits of compound interest to support a dignified retirement." Well, so true, so important. That's a direct quote from Labor policy. Further, it says that Labor will work with unions and employers to examine gaps in the superannuation system and, where possible, close those gaps for young workers. Well, how long do you need, Labor? Let's do this now. We Greens are ready to work with you to protect our kids' earnings and fix this incredibly unfair anomaly. Labor's 2026 draft national platform, currently in the consultation stage, says that Labor, quote, will support young workers by advocating for the accumulation of superannuation on every dollar spent. Well, Labor, here's your chance. Labor often says no worker should be left behind, but the Labor Party's inaction to date speaks louder than words. It's extraordinary. It's time to fix this. Every dollar of super paid early in life has decades to compound. It's the basic principle of superannuation. Missing out on super as a teenager can mean thousands, potentially tens of thousands of dollars at retirement. We've seen estimates that put for the average young person a loss at retirement of between $7,000 and $18,000. That is a lot of money. This is a fair entitlement for those young people. They are paid incredibly low wages when they're 15, 16, 17. Why would we cut their pay even further by not paying them the superannuation they are entitled to? It's unfair to young people and it needs to be fixed. At a time when young people are facing a housing crisis, rising rents, insecure work and declining living standards, this parliament should not be taking money out of their future pockets. It should not be taking money out of their pockets, 12% in every pay packet, and giving it to the bottom line of some of Australia's most wealthy and most profitable huge corporations who count their profits in the billions. Young Australians are already being asked to carry more than their fair share. They should not also be expected to subsidise those profits of those very large multinational fast food chains and the supermarket giants. So let's be clear. If Labor don't do this, they are backing the wealthy 1% over the young people in our country, in this wealthy country. And it's against their own policy. They know this is the right thing to do, and we in the Greens want to see it happen now. No delay. It's time. It's overdue. Labor's asking young workers to subsidise those profits of those very large companies, the most profitable in our nation, by allowing them to continue to not pay super to those young people who are less than 30 hours a week. Labor cannot credibly argue that superannuation is an essential workplace entitlement while simultaneously maintaining that more than 1 million young workers should remain outside the system altogether. Last year, Labor had a chance to back young workers when we moved an amendment in November to grant all young workers the right to superannuation contributions from their employers. They squibbed it. They opposed it. A party that leaves young workers out isn't a party for workers. Now Labor has an opportunity to right this wrong. It's simple, it can be done, it is possible, and it is fair, and it should be done. If this Labor government genuinely cares about young workers and about young people, then they have no excuse but to support this disallowance. The Greens will continue to stand with young workers and fight to close this loophole. We will stand with anyone in this parliament to make sure the loophole is closed for fairness for those young people, for fairness for their households. This parliament must stand with those young people and make this change now.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator McAllister.
I understand that it suits the Senate to continue this debate tomorrow, so I move that the debate be adjourned.
Okay, so I have a motion that the debate be adjourned. Those in favour? Against? Okay, that's carried. We'll now move then to the reference to the Environment and Communication References Committee, which is in the name of... It's postponed. Thank you. You don't have to apologise. So we're now moving on to government business. So we're on the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025, debate on second reading. So, Senator Walker, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Thanks for the opportunity to continue my earlier remarks. For an older Australian leaving hospital, it could mean getting home sooner with the medication that they need. For someone living with a chronic illness, it could mean fewer appointments, less travel, and one less obstacle to staying healthy. These might sound like small things, but they make a big difference in people's lives. The Albanese government has been clear that strengthening Medicare isn't just about investing more money, although we have done that too. It's also about making sure our health workforce can work to the full extent of their skills, which means backing doctors, nurses, and allied health professionals. And ultimately, it means backing patients. This reform has been years in the making, with extensive consultation across the health sector and agreement from health ministers across the country. It has the appropriate safeguards, appropriate training requirements, and clear professional standards. It's a sensible reform because it's built on evidence, not ideology. And there is another point worth making. Nursing is one of Australia's most trusted professions. Every day, nurses care for Australians at some of the most difficult moments in their lives, with compassion, professionalism, and skill. This bill says that we recognise that expertise. It says we trust properly trained nurses to do the job they have prepared for. And most importantly, it says that the health system should be designed around patients, not bureaucracy. If someone can receive safe, affordable treatment closer to home, more quickly and with fewer barriers, that's a good outcome. That's what this bill delivers. It's practical, it's sensible, and it will make a real difference for communities right across Australia, especially those that have too often found themselves at the back of the queue when it comes to accessing healthcare. I commend the bill to the Senate.
Thank you very much, Senator Walker. Senator Antic, you have the call.
Yes, thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak against this bill and seek to set out some of the reasons for that. Now, the bill speaks in the language of aiming to improve access to medicines, particularly in rural and regional Australia, to remove the pressure that's on the health workforce, and I think most notably to allow registered nurses to work the full scope of their practice, which of course are legitimate policy goals for consideration, and they do deserve consideration. But the key question really is whether or not the proposed safeguards are really sufficient to protect patients, to protect nurses and collaborating practitioners from the risks. And I think there are quite a number of risks in what's being proposed here. Improved access to prescribing really, I think it's important to realise, shouldn't be confused with improving healthcare itself. Many times in healthcare, the act of prescribing is often the end point of the diagnostic process. And of course, we know that nurses and nurse practitioners are highly skilled professionals, but they're not doctors, they're not trained medical professionals. And oftentimes the training that the nurse will have will be focusing really on the care of the patient and all the other important stuff. So there is, I see it, a foreseeable risk that treatment might be even initiated before an underlying diagnosis has been adequately explored or excluded. The bill also raises questions about medication safety, including adverse drug reactions, interactions, and prescribing cascades, particularly in elderly patients, many of whom will have very complex chronic disease. As I've been speaking to people in the industry, they've described to me also a risk of what they're describing as fragmented care, which is where assessment, diagnosis and prescribing and ongoing management are shared across multiple practitioners, where that no single clinician can assume overall responsibility for the patient's care. And finally, the one that was so egregiously overlooked during the COVID period is the issue of informed consent. And I think that really does require a particular degree of consideration here. Many patients, I think, are unlikely to understand the substantial differences in training and diagnostic expertise and the scope of practice between the nurse and the medical practitioner. Patients really should be able to make an informed decision about who's providing that care and the nature of the clinical decision making involved. The bill also heavily relies on prescribing agreements, endorsement standards and conditions of approval and regulatory oversight. But we should consider whether these genuine clinical safeguards, whether they are genuine clinical safeguards or primarily administrative safeguards. And a safeguard ultimately is only effective in the prescription if it changes behaviour and reduces risk in practice. The existence of prescribing agreements doesn't necessarily measure and ensure meaningful supervision, clinical oversight or accountability. And so my question is, will the proposed governance arrangements provide real-world protection or just be in the business of creating documentary compliance? So you can see there are a range of issues that arise as a result of this bill. And I think actually one that really hasn't been properly covered is the risks to the nursing profession itself. With the responsibility of prescribing what can be up to Schedule 8 drugs as a result of this bill, the reform may actually expose nurses to increasing complaints, to litigation, to regulatory scrutiny and professional liability. So the issue is not really whether the nurses are capable and whether they're able to do this job. Rather, it's the question of whether or not workforce shortages are being addressed by transferring responsibilities which were traditionally borne by medical professionals and trained practitioners without equivalent safeguards and support structures. The nursing profession, of course, has an enormously high level of public trust, and arguably, I think it may be said in some circumstances the nurses are maybe even more trusted than the doctors themselves. But any expansion of prescribing authority has got to be accompanied by clear accountability and sound governance and ongoing evaluation. Finally, this of course does overlay the cloud of overprescription, and we know that pharmaceutical companies love nothing more than getting their products into the hands of willing recipients. For those reasons and many, many others, though, I just simply won't be supporting this bill today. Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President.
Thank you. Senator Cox.
Very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak in support of the Health Legislation Amendment prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill of 2025, and this is a practical and carefully designed piece of reform. It makes sure that Australians can access medicines through the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme when those medicines are prescribed by appropriately qualified, endorsed and authorised registered nurses. At its heart, it is a simple Labor principle, and it's about getting quality health care. All you should need is your Medicare care card, not your credit card. And that's what Medicare is about. And that's what the PBS is also about. And that's what this bill helps to deliver. This bill amends the National Health Act of 1943 to enable endorsed registered nurses, known as designated registered nurse prescribers, to prescribe certain pharmaceutical benefits under the PBS. It also amends the Health Insurance Act of 1973, so the Professional Services Review can review PBS prescribing by nurse prescribers, ensuring that they are subject to the same oversight as other PBS prescribers. This bill establishes a regulated Commonwealth PBS framework as well. It creates the approval process for authorised nurse prescribers to allow approvals to be suspended or revoked, including nurse prescribers as a category of the PBS prescriber. It enables the minister to specify which benefits they may also prescribe and ensures that patients can access those medicines through the PBS. That is all extremely important, Mr Acting Deputy President, because authorising a nurse to prescribe is only part of this reform. The other part is making sure that when a patient receives a prescription, they can access the medicine affordably through the PBS. Without this bill, we risk creating a gap between what the health workforce is actually trained and authorised to do and what patients can afford to access, and that would simply be not fair. And it would especially be not fair for people who live in regional, rural and remote communities, especially and in particular in my home state of Western Australia. This bill doesn't replace doctors or diminish the role of GPs or specialists or pharmacists and nurse practitioners, but it absolutely complements the existing health workforce. It supports team-based care and allows nurses to work to the full scope of their training, endorsement and their professional capability. Designated registered nurse prescribers must meet the requirements set by the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia They must have proper education, qualifications and endorsement. They must prescribe within their competence and scope of practice and within a clinical governance framework, in partnership with an authorised health practitioner and under an active prescribing agreement. So this is definitely not a loose model. It is regulated, it is accountable, and it's designed around safe and collaborative care. Registered nurses are already at the centre of healthcare in this country. They are often the health professionals people see first, know best and absolutely trust the most. In regional, rural and remote Australia, especially again in my home state of Western Australia, nurses are often holding the health system together. They are in hospitals, community clinics, Aboriginal community controlled health services, aged care settings, schools, outreach services, palliative care services and primary care teams. They manage chronic conditions, they support families, they provide things like wound care, vaccinations, health education, screening and also follow-up. They are often known to the patient, they know the family, and sometimes they also know the community. And importantly, they know what delay means. And in a metropolitan area, a delayed prescription might mean booking another appointment or waiting until another day, and that's frustrating enough. But in a rural and remote community in Western Australia, delay can mean something very different. It can mean a long drive. It can mean taking time off work. It can mean arranging transport. It can mean waiting for the next visit to a clinician. It can mean a patient deciding it's all too hard and in fact going without. For someone with a chronic condition, that delay can mean also deterioration of their condition. And for an older person in aged care, that can mean unnecessary distress. For someone receiving palliative care at home, it can mean pain that could have been avoided. For a woman seeking time-sensitive reproductive health care, it can mean uncertainty, cost and a loss of control. For someone in a remote Aboriginal community, it can mean the difference between care close to home and care that requires leaving a community. This is why a nurse prescribing matters. This is not an abstract workforce reform, it's a practical access reform. And Western Australia in particular understands this. WA Health has recognised that WA Health has recognised that designated registered nurse prescribing can strengthen access to timely, safe and reliable medicines, particularly for people who live in rural and remote communities and in aged care settings. And in WA, a first, the Edith Cowan University has launched a graduate certificate in designated registered nurse prescribing. And that course will upskill experienced registered nurses so they can safely prescribe or renew medications in partnership with an authorised independent prescriber, such as doctors and nurse practitioners. That matters because workforce challenges are absolutely real. Across regional WA, communities simply cannot wish more health professionals into existence. We need to fully utilise the skills of the workforce that we absolutely have. And we need to support all of our nurses to work to the full scope of their practice. We need to build team-based care that reflects the realities of country WA, not just the convenience of metropolitan service models. A nurse in a regional clinic should not have to identify the need for a medicine, know that the patient needs it, know the delay will make it worse, and then be prevented from helping someone simply because the PBS framework cannot put that in place or keep it in place. And that's what this bill absolutely fixes. It brings Commonwealth PBS law into line with modern healthcare. It reflects the direction of the Strengthening Medicare Task Force and the scope of practice review, and that our health system must support health practitioners and professionals to work with their full scope of practice. When nurses can do their work that they are trained and authorised to do, patients get the care sooner. GPs and other health professionals are better supported, and the pressure that's on hospitals and acute care is reduced. And communities especially have a great benefit, particularly in rural and regional communities, to get a health system that works better for them. The Senate inquiry into this bill received submissions that reflected strong support from across the health sector. This bill sets that into a legislative foundation. It creates a framework, accountability and PBS access needed for the model to operate safely and fairly. The committee recommended that the bill be passed, and I'm pleased to speak on it and today in support of that. This bill is about access, it's about affordability, it's about strengthening primary care, and it's about backing nurses. It's also about recognising that in a state as vast as Western Australia, healthcare cannot be designed only around an assumption that every patient has a GP appointment just around the corner. For people in the Kimberley, in the Pilbara, in the Goldfields, in the Wheatbelt, the Great Southern, the Midwest, the Southwest and communities right across my beautiful home state in regional Western Australia, health access depends on practical reforms just like this. It depends on making sure that a health professional who is there, who is qualified, who is trusted, who is authorised, can actually help them. Labor built Medicare, Labor created the PBS, Labor believes healthcare should depend on your need, not your postcode, and definitely not the size of your wallet. This bill honours that principle in a practical way. It says that when a nurse is properly trained, endorsed and authorised to prescribe, the patient should not lose access to affordable PBS medicines. That is simple, that is fair, and for rural and regional WA, this bill matters.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. One Nation will support the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025 that amends the National Health Act and the Health Insurance Act 1973 to enable approved registered nurses to prescribe certain pharmaceutical benefits under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, the PBS. Australia's health system is experiencing increasing demand due to an ageing population and rising prevalence of chronic disease, something we do need to better understand. Improving access to safe and effective medications is essential to meet the health needs of everyday Australians. Registered nurses comprise around half the Australian health workforce and are the most geographically distributed health profession. They're the best placed to prescribe certain common medications, taking the pressure off doctors while reducing travel and inconvenience to patients. And this will support rural pharmacies. Registered nurses must complete a 3-year bachelor's degree in nursing. Nurse practitioners must hold a master's degree in nursing and complete 5,000 hours of advanced clinical practice. The idea of allowing nurses suitably trained to write prescriptions is quite long. It began with a trial in New South Wales between 1991 and 2000, a generation ago. This went national in 2001 with the advent of the National Nursing and Midwifery Board, designed to bring regulation of nurses closer to the system used for doctors. It was at this time that the pathway to nurse practitioner was introduced. In 2010, nurse practitioners were approved to write prescriptions under the PBS, although only while working in collaboration with a registered medical prescriber. Then in 2024, the government removed the need for collaboration with a registered prescriber, allowing nurse practitioners to prescribe most medications under their own Medicare benefits schedule prescriber number. Finally, in 2025, the government introduced the ability of registered nurses to prescribe. There are suitable checks and balances. Nurses must meet specified qualifications, complete the course and maintain endorsement. The first cohort were enrolled and have now completed their training. This legislation will enable these health professionals to prescribe certain medications. Perhaps this could have been done the other way around, with the heads of power to allow registered nurses to prescribe written into law before we started training them, disrupting their careers and offering a career path which didn't yet exist. Maybe it's just a sensible thing. Maybe it's just a sensible One Nation thing. This legislation is being supported across the chamber and could have been supported a year ago. The point of this history lesson is clear. The move to allow registered nurses to prescribe is not a thought bubble. It's the result of a generation of evolution in the education, professional certification and skill base within the nursing profession. The system they've put in place appears fit for purpose. It's not all drugs. Not all drugs can be prescribed by a registered nurse, just certain ones. Birth control, repeat prescriptions across a wide range of conditions. Lots of opportunities to take the pressure off our doctors. This is particularly beneficial to regional and remote areas. For those who may be concerned about this measure, and One Nation is not concerned with it, I reference the PBS auditing framework. The PBS have excellent audit routines, which scan all the prescriptions written across the system and zero in on any patterns out of the ordinary. These are then followed up with a phone call, or if necessary, a visit. Misuse will be detected. One Nation does contend medical professionals are given insufficient discretion to use their wealth of medical knowledge. In this case, it will provide an additional check. The initiative, in part, stems from the Strengthening Medicare Task Force. One Nation is pleased to strengthen Medicare with this initiative. Next, I must address the Scarr 3, which disreputable media have been promoting in the last few weeks. I say Scarr 3, version 3, because the last two elections saw the Labor Party or their supporters smear the Liberals with a false Medicare scare. Now it's One Nation's turn to be smeared, and Labor is smearing One Nation. They must fear us. While it's only been 1 week since the last time I defended Medicare and the PBS in a Senate speech, it seems I need to do it again. So, very well. One Nation will defend the pharmaceutical benefit scheme and Medicare. Both are part of a social welfare safety net which maintains a healthy population and contributes to Australia enjoying a high standard of living. Medicare and the PBS are why people pay taxes. And don't forget it, government. Taxes are, of course, not the government's money. Taxes are the people's money and should only be spent accordingly. Hard-working Australians do not deserve to have their money wasted or handed over to fraudsters. One Nation will work with and better resource the Benefits Integrity Division and the Fraud Fusion Task Force to ensure every cent of money spent through Medicare and the PBS goes to people who need it and who qualify for the benefit. It's intolerable to me that new drugs that could save lives, are held back despite agreement between the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee and the drug maker because of the cost. Because billions is being taken out of the system in fraud. And yes, some prescribers are complicit, although a tiny amount. No patient with a legally obtained Medicare card should ever be afraid of using that card under a One Nation government. No Australian will have to pay more for a prescription under a One Nation government. We'll support and maintain the system of the Medicare urgent care clinics, and we'll work constructively with all stakeholders to extend operating hours or service delivery to take further pressure off public hospital emergency departments, which we will be able to afford because we will remove the criminals and fraudsters from the system and ensure everyone who uses a Medicare card is entitled to use that card. The government knows who these people are. Yes, you do. The government knows from where the $3 billion a year in fraud is coming. Their own Integrity Division said as much in Senate estimates recently. The fraud figure is the government's, not One Nation's. We didn't cook it up. The government's own agency told us. The Albanese-Burke government doesn't have the guts to do anything about it. I'm concerned that the Health Legislation Amendment prescribing pharmaceutical benefits Bill 2025 could create a two-tier health system. Rural, regional and poorer suburbs would get registered nurses and nurse practitioners. Richer suburbs will get doctors galore. In fact, I'm sure that's going to happen because it's happening now. The Australian Institute of Health and Welfare and the Federal Department of Health track their workforce using a framework called the Modified Monash Model. Their data shows a stark imbalance. Roughly 84% of private hospital medical practitioners and the vast majority of medical specialists operate exclusively within major capital cities and metropolitan centres. Small, regional, rural and remote towns, classified as MM4 to MM7, contain the lowest number of healthcare workers per capita. I'll say that again. Small, rural and remote towns, classified as MM4 to MM7, contain the lowest number of healthcare workers per capita. In these areas, access to medical care drops drastically. GPs provide in these areas primary care and act as emergency doctors, hospital doctors, making up 60% of the entire available hospital workforce, because there are so few dedicated specialists. The bill before the Senate will help take the weight off those GPs, yet it will not solve the issue of doctors gravitating to wealthy suburbs and cities. What may solve that problem is to do more to assist children from the bush to take up medicine as a career. One Nation health policy, to be released later this year, will add more detail to that statement. Next, and finally, I'll be moving an amendment to this bill on behalf of Senator Lambie, who's recovering after recently herself quality testing our healthcare system. As it currently stands, properly qualified podiatrists and podiatric surgeons can prescribe specific medicines to their patients. Although these prescriptions are not recognised under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, so patients either have to pay the full price, meet with a GP to get the same medicine prescribed under the PBS, or worse, they go without and suffer the consequences. That's ridiculous. Podiatrists require a university degree, must maintain membership of their professional association, and are affiliated with AHPRA like other medical associations. Their medical expertise in their area of care is well capable of supporting improved prescribing rights. The focus of our healthcare system must be what's best for the patient. And what's best for the patient cannot include bureaucratic roadblocks and financial pain. This amendment does not reduce safeguards. It does not give podiatrists greater prescribing powers. What it will do is ease GPs' workload and make it easier for patients. It's a common sense amendment and should be supported. Thank you.
Senator Polley, you have the call.
Acting Deputy President, I rise to speak on the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing Pharmaceuticals Benefits Bill 2025, a bill that represents a practical, overdue and historic reform to the way we deliver healthcare in this country, which is what this government has done since we came into office. At its core, this bill is about patients. It's about making it easier for Australians to get the medicines that they need, when they need them, at a price they can afford. It is also about recognising the skill, training and professionalism of our nurses and ensuring they are able to work to their full scope of practice in a service of the communities and patients that they care for every single day. This bill came about in part because of the strengthening Medicare task force and the subsequent unleashing the potential of our health workforce scope of practice review. So I acknowledge the Health Minister, Minister Mark Butler, for his determination and commitment in this space to make Australia the healthiest country in the world. Both the task force and the review recognised a simple truth. Australia cannot meet rising health demand by relying on old structures that leave highly trained professionals underutilised. The review, led by Professor Mark Cormack, found that many health professionals face barriers unrelated to their education or competence and recommended reforms so more of the workforce can deliver care safely and effectively in primary care settings. This bill responds directly to that national challenge. Specifically, the bill amends the National Health Act 1953 to authorise registered nurses who are endorsed under the registration standard. It will also allow for designated registered nurse prescribers to prescribe certain medicines under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme, attracting Commonwealth subsidy. It also amends the Health Insurance Act 1973 so that designated registered nurse prescribing under the PBS is subject to the Professional Services Review Scheme, providing peer review over. In short, the bill combines expanded access with strong accountability, which is exactly how good health reform should be, which is why the Australian people can always rely on Labor to deliver better health outcomes. As the Minister stated, the significance of this reform is enormous. By enabling designated registered nurse prescribers to prescribe medicines under the PBS, the bill ensures that medicines prescribed by those nurses are affordable for patients and not out of reach. It aligns squarely with the government's commitment to cheaper medicines and with the principles of national medicines policy, which seeks equitable, affordable and timely access to high-quality medicines and related services. For patients, that means fewer delays, fewer unnecessary appointments, fewer situations in which cost becomes a barrier to proper treatment. Now, if you listen to the contribution before me, you then wonder why they don't support and didn't support cheaper medicines. They haven't supported the cost of living measures that this government has introduced. But now, all of a sudden, we hear that they support Medicare and they suddenly support cheaper medicines. Well, we're a government with a record of actually delivering. We don't talk about it, we actually take the action and we deliver on those commitments. But back to the bill. At present, many registered nurses are highly skilled and highly educated professionals who make up the largest and most geographically distributed health workforce in Australia. But they remain underutilised in primary care. That is not efficient for the health system and it's not fair on patients. Allowing appropriately endorsed registered nurses to prescribe under the PBS will boost efficiency, strengthen care, coordination and free GPs and nurse practitioners to focus on patients with more complex needs. In a system facing increasingly demand from an ageing population, which we are, chronic disease and workforce shortages, these changes are not merely desirable, they are necessary. This matters especially for rural and regional and remote communities like my home state of Tasmania. And we heard from my colleague from Western Australia. When you live in regional areas of WA, which is so expansive, this reform will make a huge difference to that community as it will for all Tasmanians. Too often, people outside our major cities must travel long distances, wait too long, or navigate fragmented services to receive even basic care. We know that better access to primary health care reduces avoidable hospital visits and preventable hospitalisations. We also know that nurses are often the most trusted and most accessible health professionals in smaller communities. When we empower them to provide treatment directly and prescribe affordable medicines within a clear clinical framework, we bring care closer to home and improve equality across our nation. Tasmanians know that geographically can shape access to care. For communities in regional and more isolated parts of our state, timely access to GP or to other primary care professionals cannot always be taken for granted. Tasmanians' own Health Workforce 2040 strategy recognises the need to build a workforce of the right size and shape, foster innovation and ensure health services remain sustainable into the future. This bill complements that ambition. By enabling nurses to contribute more fully, it will help strengthen access to not only community settings but across hospitals as well, easing pressure where delays in primary care flow directly into emergency departments and acute services. And this will complement the 137 urgent care clinics that we have introduced and are going to be funded on an ongoing basis to help reduce that pressure on our accident and emergencies. So this complements the delivery that this government has already demonstrated that we have to provide better health care for all Australians. Importantly, this reform has not emerged in haste, nor has it been developed without rigorous professional input. Since 2017, the Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia and the Australian's Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officers have undertaken extensive research and consultation on nurse prescribing models. The board developed the relevant standards for designated registered nurse prescribers through multiple rounds of public consultation, and those processes received a strong support. In December 2024, Health Minister approved the new registration standard, and it came into effect on the 30th of September 2025. The first cohort of nurses is expected to complete the required education and receive endorsement from mid-2026. There are also clear safeguards embedded in the reform. Designated registered nurse prescribers will not prescribe without structure or oversight. Very important that people understand that. The list of medicines that may be prescribed under the PBS will be considered by the Independent Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee, or the PBAC, ensuring decisions are informed by evidence and national standards. Under the registration standard, nurses must meet specific qualifications and endorsement requirements, and they must be prescribed in partnership with an authorised health practitioner under a prescribed agreement. The extension of the Professional Services Review Framework further ensures public confidence in safety, quality and proper stewardship of public funding. This reform is in the true Labor tradition. Labor understands that universal healthcare is not only about the existence of a system, as much as we created Medicare and we have always defended it and we always will. It is about whether that system is accessible, affordable and fair in practice. Unlike those opposite, we actually believe in a universal healthcare. We believe that Australians should have access to affordable medications, and they have the best support that they can possibly have when they need it. It's about whether a person can get care close to home. It's also about whether hospital emergency departments are reserved for emergencies rather than becoming the default option when primary care is too hard to access. It's about whether every member of the health workforce is enabled to contribute at the top of their training and their competence. So this will actually encourage more into the nursing profession. This is what this bill delivers. It strengthens Medicare's promise by making sure that care is going to be responsive and it will be delivered to all communities in our modern Australia. The practical benefits will be felt across the system. Patients with straightforward and ongoing care needs will be able to receive treatment more quickly. Nurses will be able to resolve issues that currently require extra appointments, sometimes extra delays. GPs will be able to devote more of their time to complex issues that they're presented with every single day. Hospitals will face less pressure from patients whose needs could and should be addressed earlier in the community, and that's why with this bill, with these measures, along with our urgent care clinics, we will be able to reduce that pressure on accident and emergency departments for the cases that they need, and that when you go to your urgent care clinic, you will get the service, the support, the care that you need, and all you will need is your Medicare card. It will no longer be dictated by whether you've got a credit card in your wallet or your wallet's full of cash. Rural and regional Australians will have a fairer chance of receiving timely care without the burden of distance and cost. That is better for patients, better for providers, and better for the sustainability of our health system over the long term. This bill delivers on the government's commitment to ensure our health workforce can operate at full scope while maintaining the safeguards Australians rightly expect. It is a thoughtful reform, grounded in evidence, developed through consultation, and aimed squarely at improving care for people who rely on our health system every day. It is a win for the nurses, it's a win for the patients, it's a win for rural and regional communities, and it is a win for the future strength of our health system, including in my home state of Tasmania. It is also a win for any future governments. If we invest in primary health care, access is quicker than what it has been in the past. We will have better health outcomes, which means we will have less hospitalisations, and it will mean that patients are going to be healthier, communities are going to be healthier, people are able to stay in their communities and get the support that they need, and that way we reduce the need for those in rural and regional areas to have to travel long distances. And I think this is a win for all Australians, and I think it is very good use of our health professionals that they're able to fulfil their professional capabilities. And I commend the bill to the Senate, and I hope that it's not just going to be this bill that the people in One Nation are supporting. I wish that they would support all the recommendations that we have brought in this Parliament to ensure better health outcomes for all Australians.
Thanks, Senator. Senator DeLiga, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President, and I rise in support of the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing a Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025. This bill introduces a practical reform to improve the efficiency of our health system and ensure Australians can access timely health care. This bill amends the National Health Act and the Health Insurance Act to enable nurse practitioners to prescribe certain medicines under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. And this will in fact help Australians get the care and medicines they need when they need it. Strengthening Medicare has been a key priority of the Albanese government since we came into office in 2022. When we didn't, it had never been harder or more expensive to see a doctor, bulk billing was in decline, and too many Australians were putting off the care because of cost. That shouldn't happen in a country like Australia, so we've acted. We've made the largest investment in Medicare in its 40-year history. We've tripled the bulk billing incentive. We've expanded the Medicare urgent care clinics to take pressure off hospitals and provide walk-in care for urgent but non-life-threatening conditions. In Tasmania, this includes 8 urgent care clinics which are already making a real difference for families. These services are giving people confidence that they can get 7-day-a-week bulk bill care close to home. They are easing pressure on the hospital emergency departments in Burnie, Launceston, Devonport, and we've got 5 around Hobart. And they're ensuring that local healthcare workers can deliver care in the right settings at the right time. Investments have also been made in general practice, headspaces, aged care, women's health and mental health support, and primary care infrastructure, alongside direct investment in the GP workforce. But we know there is more to do. This bill builds on that work in a practical and tangible way. It acts on the Strengthening Medicare Task Force and the Unleashing the Potential of Our Health Workforce review, which identified that highly trained nurses are often restricted from practising to their full potential due to outdated regulatory frameworks, and this bill changes that. It allows appropriately trained and endorsed registered nurses to prescribe certain medicines under the PBS, and this means patients can get prescriptions more easily, more quickly, and often at a lower cost. This is about using the skills of our healthcare workers more efficiently. Our nurses are highly trained, highly skilled, and trusted professionals. They are often the first point of contact for patients, and that's especially in regional community settings. But for too long, outdated rules have limited what they can do, and this reform changes that. It will empower nurses to work within their full scope of practice while maintaining the high safety standards that Australians expect. Only nurses who meet the Nursing and Midwifery Board's requirements will be able to prescribe, and the medicines list will continue to be independently reviewed to ensure patient safety. Oversight arrangements are also being strengthened to protect the integrity of the system. Now, this is a careful evidence-based reform that improves access without compromising quality. It will also take pressure off other parts of the system by allowing nurses to manage straightforward cases. We can reduce unnecessary appointments and free up our GPs to focus on more complex care. And this will mean shorter wait times, more efficient services and better outcomes for patients. And we know this matters especially in rural and regional communities like Tasmania, where access to healthcare can be more challenging and travel distances can be greater. These changes will help people get the care closer to home without unnecessary delays. And this bill is part of a broader effort to modernise our health system and build a stronger, more connected model of care. The future of primary care is team-based. It brings together doctors, nurses and allied health professionals, each playing their role. This reform supports that approach. It doesn't replace doctors, it supports them. It also complements our work to make medicines more affordable, whether it's reducing PBS costs, listing new treatments, or investing in women's health. We are focused on easing the cost of living pressures and improving access. Millions of Australians are already benefiting from cheaper medicines and better services, and this bill builds on that progress. More broadly, we're investing in the workforce that underpins the entire system. We are training more doctors, we are supporting nurses, and we are supporting primary care. The Albanese Labor government is allocating $14.5 million to provide 306 additional GP training places in 2026 through the Australian General Practice Training Program, and this initiative will increase the total number of doctors commencing GP training to approximately 2,100, representing a 14% rise compared to 2025. Continued government support has resulted in a greater number of doctors in the Australian health system over the past 3 years than at any point in the previous decade. We know that a strong health system depends on people, skilled, supported health professionals delivering care every day. This bill is about making the system work better for patients. It's about removing barriers, improving access, and making care that is delivered in the right place at the right time by the right professional. I'm proud to be part of a government that is committed to strengthening Medicare and ensuring that no Australian is left behind because of the cost of care. This bill is sensible, it's practical, and it will make a real difference, and I commend the bill to the Senate.
Thanks, Senator. Now I call Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak in support of the Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill 2025. This is an important reform that will help ensure Australians can access medicines they need when they need them and at an affordable price through the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. At its heart, this bill is about improving access to healthcare and making better use of the skills and expertise that already exist within our health workforce. It's about ensuring registered nurses can work to their full scope of practice while maintaining appropriate safeguards and professional oversight. The bill amends the National Health Act 1953 and the Health Insurance Act 1973 to enable suitably qualified and endorsed registered nurses to prescribe certain medicines under the PBS and to bring their prescribing services within the Professional Services Review Framework. These reforms build upon the new national registration standard approved by Commonwealth, State and Territory Health Ministers, which has established the role of the designated registered nurse prescriber. The first cohort is expected to commence prescribing from July 2026, so from tomorrow. For Tasmania, these reforms will be particularly significant. Tasmania has one of the oldest populations in the nation. We have communities spread across a large geographic area, and many Tasmanians live in rural, regional and remote locations where accessing healthcare can be challenging. whether it's on the West Coast, in the North East, on King Island or Flinders Island, or in smaller regional communities. Many people face long travel times to see a doctor, particularly for routine health care needs. Nurses are often the healthcare professionals who know these communities best. They are trusted, highly skilled, and already play a central role in delivering care across our state. By allowing designated registered nurses prescribers to prescribe certain PBS medicines, we can reduce unnecessary delays, improve continuity of care, and make it easier for Tasmanians to access treatment close to home. For an elderly Tasmanian managing a chronic condition, this would mean obtaining timely access to medication without waiting weeks for a GP appointment. For families in regional community, it could mean receiving care sooner and avoiding lengthy travel. For aged care residents, it could mean more responsive treatment delivered by health professionals already involved in their care. These reforms recognise the reality of modern healthcare. They acknowledge that healthcare delivery is increasingly team-based and that nurses have an essential role to play in meeting growing health care demands. Importantly, this bill does not remove safeguards. Nurses will be required to meet rigorous education, training and endorsement requirements before becoming authorised prescribers. Their prescribing will occur within established regulatory frameworks and will be subject to the same professional scrutiny and accountability that Australians rightly expect. This legislation is also part of a much broader agenda by the Albanese government to strengthen Medicare and rebuild Australia's healthcare system after years of neglect. Since coming to government, Labor has delivered the largest investment in Medicare in decades. We've expanded bulk billing through the tripling of the bulk billing incentive, helping millions of Australians access free visits to their GP. We are delivering additional Medicare urgent care clinics across the country, including in Tasmania, ensuring people can access urgent care without needing to attend a busy hospital emergency department. We have made medicines cheaper by reducing the maximum cost of PBS prescriptions, easing cost of living pressures for families, pensioners and concession card holders. We have delivered the largest investment in strengthening Medicare's primary care workforce, supporting doctors, nurses and allied health professionals who are the backbone of our healthcare system. The Albanese government has also invested heavily in women's health, mental health services, aged care reform and strengthening healthcare access in rural and regional Australia. For Tasmania, these investments are making a real difference. Tasmanians are benefiting from stronger Medicare services, cheaper medicines, expanded urgent care options and targeted investments in healthcare infrastructure and workforce development. This bill complements those initiatives. It recognises that improving healthcare access is not achieved through a single reform. It requires a comprehensive approach that supports patients, strengthens Medicare and enables health professionals to work effectively together. This reform before us today is consistent with the recommendations of the Strengthening Medicare Task Force and the Scope of Practice Review, both of which recognise that better utilisation of healthcare professionals can improve access to care while maintaining safety and quality. As demand on our health system continues to grow, particularly in regional states such as Tasmania, we must embrace sensible reforms that improve capacity and improve patient care. This legislation does that exactly. It supports our nurses, it supports our community, it supports affordable access to medicine, and it supports a stronger Medicare system for all Australians. The Albanese government was elected with a commitment to strengthen Medicare and improve access to health care. This bill is another example of that commitment being delivered. And that, Acting Deputy President, is the difference between Labor and the parties of the right. Labor asks how we can make healthcare more affordable and accessible. The Liberals and the Nationals have repeatedly asked how much they can cut and how much more patients can pay. The Abbott government tried to impose a $7 fee on GP visits. It then proposed a $5 fee and extended the freeze on Medicare rebates, putting more pressure on doctors and patients. The Coalition treated universal healthcare as a budget problem to be managed down rather than a national institution to be protected. The Nationals backed those decisions every step of the way. They did so despite the greatest impact often being felt in regional communities they claim to represent, where workforce shortages, travel distances and fewer services already make access harder. Then there is One Nation. It talks about protecting Medicare, but its own policy proposes abolishing the Therapeutic Goods Administration and reviewing $3 billion worth of medicines approved for the PBS. Australia should be very cautious when a party promises to protect healthcare while proposing to pull apart the institutions that keep medicine safe and accessible. The Liberals, Nationals and One Nation may use different slogans, but they share the same instinct: weaken public systems, undermine expert institutions and leave individuals to carry more of the cost and risks themselves. Labor takes a different view. We believe healthcare is a right, not a privilege, and I am proud to support these reforms because they will help Tasmanians receive the care they need closer to home, sooner and more affordably. I commend the bill to the Senate.
Thanks a lot, Senator. Now, with the time remaining, Minister, I'll call you.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. The Health Legislation Amendment Prescribing of Pharmaceutical Benefits Bill amends the National Health Act 1953 to authorise designated registered nurses as prescribers under the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme. These nurses will be able to prescribe specific medicines that qualify for Commonwealth subsidy under the PBS. This bill advances scope of practice reforms identified by the Unleashing the Potential of Our Health Workforce Review and the Strengthening Medicare Task Force. Since 2017, Nursing and Midwifery Board of Australia and Chief Nursing and Midwifery Officers have conducted extensive research and consultation on nurse prescribing models. The NMBA developed
Order,
the standards...
Minister. Sorry to interrupt,
No,
but it being 7:30 p.m, I now propose that the Senate now adjourn. Now, on that matter, I will now call Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, this evening I'm going to talk about something that is really concerning me, and that concern is compounding again this week. Last night we had legislation in this place in relation to Schedule 1, Part 9 of the Workplace Relations Legislation Amendment, the Building Cooperative Workplaces No. 1 Bill 2026. And that legislation allows for the Commonwealth to preference supply chains with union-backed EBAs. So what does that actually mean? It means that it allows the Commonwealth to discriminate for companies that have those EBAs in place. So if you have two like-for-like businesses and one has an EBA and one doesn't, the government can choose the one with the EBA without it being discriminatory. So what else did we see last night? We saw the Prime Minister on 7:30. We saw the Prime Minister attempting to defend what is currently happening in terms of the revelations of even further corruption, criminal conduct and the infiltration of organised crime in the construction sector, particularly in the CFMEU in Victoria. The Prime Minister said that he has no tolerance for corruption. The Prime Minister said that he knows that there is corruption in the construction industry, and the Prime Minister said that he has sought assurances from the Victorian Premier Jacinta Allan that no taxpayer funds have gone into the pockets of organised crime. And do you know what Premier Jacinta Allan said today? that there was no corruption, that the $15 billion was because of inflation. So now she's...
in the bribes.
Indeed, Senator Scarr, that could well be it. But then I realised... So where he's saying that the corruption in the construction industry is a problem and that CFMEU is a problem and the Fair Work Commissioner have told us that and independent, eminent investigators have told us that. We've heard that from the Queensland Commission of Inquiry. But now Jacinta Allen is saying, no, it's Albo's fault. It's because of the inflation. It's his fault.
Order, Senator. Please refer to members of the other place by the correct title.
Apologies, Deputy Deputy President. The Prime Minister, so Premier Allen has said that it's Prime Minister Albanese's fault. So that the inflationary pressures that Treasurer Jim Chalmers and the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese are to blame for the $15 billion that has been lost in Victoria. So I found that very, very interesting. Yet here we are today. Today's motion that I put to the Senate for an inquiry has once again failed.
Shame.
Once again, it has failed.
Who voted against it?
Labor and the Greens voted against it. So there we go. This is the fourth time, actually, Senator Scarr, that Labor and the Greens have blocked an inquiry, twice into the CFMEU because they told me that I was anti-worker and that I didn't care about corruption in construction. So then I amended it to include corruption in construction. I actually changed it and called it corruption in construction. And guess what? They still rejected it. So I don't know. What do we do? Labor and the Greens, they're always talking about transparency and accountability, except for when it comes to their own vested interests. The Greens in particular always talk about how bad corruption is. They are, in my view, anti-corruption. And I expect that members of the Greens would feel very uncomfortable about the fact that today they voted against an inquiry into corruption in construction.
What do the people say?
Well, they would say that they are disappointed. These are not the Greens that they thought they knew. And they should feel uncomfortable about it because it's wrong. I'm not uncomfortable about what an inquiry of this nature would uncover, because if there is criminal conduct, if there is corruption, if there is organised crime involved in our construction sector, then we need to get it out. Because the corruption tax, the CFMEU tax, whatever you want to call it, is adding between 15 and 30% to the cost of infrastructure projects, and that is then compounding additional costs into the housing construction sector as well. And in a housing crisis, we cannot afford to do that. I say to the Prime Minister again, the standard that you walk past is the standard that you accept. And if you truly reject corruption and organised crime and corruption, you need to act now.
Senator, your time has expired. Senator Hodgins-May.
Acting Deputy President, Australia has just made a deadly call. Despite irrefutable evidence linking toxic paraquat to Parkinson's disease, despite warnings from some of Australia's leading neurologists, and despite more than 70 countries banning it, Australians will keep being exposed to this deadly chemical. This should sound the alarm bell for all of us. Our chemical safety system is supposed to protect people, not chemical company profits. So what evidence was used to justify keeping paraquat on the market? Many of the studies relied on by the regulator were funded or supplied by the companies that make paraquat. While leading Parkinson's experts say that their concerns were largely ignored. When there's credible evidence that a chemical could cause a devastating disease, we shouldn't wait until more Australians get sick before acting. Chemical companies should have to prove that their products are safe. Instead, we're taking risks with people's lives. Think about this. China manufactures paraquat, but it has banned it for domestic use. The European Union has banned paraquat. The United Kingdom has banned it. More than 70 countries have decided that it is not safe domestically for their communities and for their farmers. Yet, as Australia is saying, she'll be right, carry on, let's rip, it is not good enough. Farmers shouldn't be asked to gamble with their health. They deserve support to use safer alternatives that protect their livelihoods, their families and their land. And I've got there's a cluster of people with Parkinson's disease near my hometown of Newlyn. As a fifth-generation farmer, I know that Australian farmers are some of the most innovative people in the world. And they do not need dangerous chemicals to succeed. They need governments willing to back them. Protecting public health takes political courage. It means standing up to powerful corporate interests and listening to independent science and the people living with the consequences. No company's profits are worth gambling with the lives of Australia's workers, farmers and families. Well, Labor is rolling out the red carpet to AI data centres, and they are failing to answer the most basic question: who benefits from all of this? Across Australia, communities are saying the same thing. Stop making decisions about us without us. AI data centres use enormous amounts of water and electricity. They'll change local communities for decades. Yet Australians are being told to trust the process and a set of unenforceable expectations. Whose water will data centres use? Whose energy will data centres rely on? Who carries the environmental impacts? And when the profits start flowing, what community benefit is there? Local communities, do they profit, or is it just the multinational tech giants? And then there's our data. Australians shouldn't have to worry why we're inviting some of the world's biggest tech corporations to own and control the infrastructure that will increasingly store and process our personal information. This isn't about being anti-technology, it is about being pro-community, pro-democracy and pro-common sense. Communities are demanding proper planning, real consultation and strong environmental protections before these projects go ahead. And I was at an event in Sydenham last week where there's a data centre proposed to be built the size of 175 MCGs, and the community are rightly anxious and concerned about what this means for their local communities. Around the world, communities are fighting AI data centres. They are fighting for stronger safeguards, and Australia should learn from those mistakes. It should not repeat them. We have no excuse. We've seen the template. We have seen these campaigns in other jurisdictions. The Greens are calling for a moratorium on all data centres until we have safeguards in place, until we've got safeguards around the water, around energy consumption, around our environment and around our communities, and of course, safeguards around what is happening to our data. Who owns it? Who controls it? What are they doing with it? I want to thank the community of Melbourne's Inner West, in Sydenham. I want to say thank you for turning up and turning out. We have an opportunity. We need to be as loud as we possibly can, because local councils are being silenced. They're being steamrolled. So our voices need to be louder than ever. We need to make sure that community voices are leading this debate, that they're not being steamrolled. And Labor has a simple choice to make. Will it keep putting billion-dollar tech companies first, or will they finally put Australia's communities
Order,
first?
Senator. Unfortunately, your time has expired, but I now call Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, Refugee Week was celebrated between Sunday 14 June and 20 June, and this is the 40th year in which Refugee Week has been held, and the theme for this year was 1 million stories. So I want to tell 3 stories during my contribution here this evening. Now, the first one relates to an event which was hosted by Her Excellency, the Governor-General, the Honourable Ms Sam Mostyn, AC, and of course Mr Simeon Beckett, SC, at the Governor-General's residence. And this was an event which celebrated Refugee Week, but also celebrated the launch of a stamp issued by Australia Post, which celebrates the fact that Australia settled its 1 millionth refugee last year since World War II, an outstanding achievement and part of the Australian story. And during the event, which was so nicely hosted by the Governor-General and Mr Simeon Beckett, and they do a wonderful job of welcoming everyone to the Governor-General's residence, we heard one of those stories from a former Governor of South Australia, the Honourable Hu Van Lee AC, who came to this country by boat as a refugee from Vietnam. And just think about this. He fled Vietnam, made his way by boat to Australia, and then became, a few decades later, a number of decades later, Governor of South Australia. What a great story. And we heard about his journey, his perilous journey. In fact, there were 2 journeys by boat. He was actually appointed navigator after the first journey, because he seemed to have an idea as to how to navigate, even though he had no experience. And he told the story of how they were approaching Australia, approaching Darwin, and they came across a tinny with 2 Aussie fishermen who lifted their beers and said, "G'day, mate, welcome to Australia." I mean, what a wonderful Australian story. What a wonderful Australian story. And at the Governor-General's residence, we also met people who've established wonderful lives in Australia, from Chile, the Baltic states, Vietnam, Sudan, from all over the world. 1 million stories. And we saw the unveiling of the beautiful stamp, which was a collaborative project by the Refugee Council of Australia, UNHCR, and also Australia Post. And it is a beautiful stamp which I think evokes the tale of 1 million stories coming from all over the world and becoming part of Australia, a multicultural Australia. Last Saturday, I attended the Multicultural Community Centre Football Festival for 2026, which involved a number of teams comprised by members of different communities, including people who've come here as refugees. Another wonderful, wonderful event. And I want to congratulate my good friend Jeannie Mock, OAM, who does such wonderful work in this area. And the Multicultural Community Centre empowers people who've come to this country, including those who've come to our country as refugees. Gives them skills, gives them training, helps place them in the workforce, in aged care, childcare, hospitality, empowers people, and that's what multiculturalism is all about. And at that event, I met Mr. Jay Phillips, who's the General Manager of a family-owned timber packaging company called CMTP. And I spoke to Mr. Phillips about CMTP, a family-owned company celebrating its 50th year, founded by Chris and Marilyn Mead. And he told me how the company employs people from refugee backgrounds, gives them an opportunity, gives them employment in our manufacturing industry. And again, what a terrific story, what a great story. And during the course of that event, all I heard was gratitude. Gratitude from members of our multicultural community, those who've come here as refugees, gratitude that they were given an opportunity to come to Australia to build their lives and contribute to our beautiful country. So I want to call out CMTP. Thank you so much for your support of the Multicultural Community Centre Football Festival, and thank you for everything that you do as a Queensland family-owned company in terms of supporting new arrivals to Australia, including those who've come who have refugee backgrounds. Thank you so much. And the last event I want to speak to, Acting Deputy President, is an event which I just attended this evening, which was hosted by the Parliamentary Friends of Refugees group. And I'm a proud co-chair of that group. And the Refugee Council of Australia helped organise an event this evening which provided an insight into what are referred to as complementary pathways. Now, these are pathways complementary to our basic commitment to provide opportunity for refugees to come to the country, provide additional methods by which people can come to our country. And again, we heard amazing stories of people who've come to Australia as refugees through these complementary pathways. So we heard about the Community Refugee Integration and Settlement Pilot, the CRISP program, and a wonderful group at Aries Inlet, and I want to give them a shout out, the Aries Inlet Rural Australia for Refugees group, who welcomed Antoine and Janine from Burundi with their children, and they are now building their life at Aries Inlet. And it was it was so enriching to see the connection between that community at Aries Inlet and that new family who've made their way to Australia from Burundi, and how they're achieving all of these milestones in terms of getting a driver's licence, getting a job in the local community, contributing to the community, and just how happy that, and filled with gratitude that family is. So thank you so much to the Aries Inlet Rural Australia for Refugees group. You really do represent the very, very best of Australian values. We then heard from two wonderful people who came to Australia under the Skilled Refugee Labour Agreement pilot program. And this included Samira, who's come to Australia from Afghanistan and now works as an accountant at Hatchet Finance Company, and she told us her story. And in fact, the story of her family as well, which is absolutely inspiring. Her husband is now a general manager of a hotel in Australia and is also incredibly successful. And I just want to congratulate Talent Beyond Boundaries in relation to their work in relation to Samira. And we also heard from Basha from Syria, who now works as a pharmacist in Darwin. And congratulations to the Northern Territory Health Department for providing an opportunity for Basha to come to Australia with his family and build a future as a pharmacist in Darwin. We also heard about the Refugee Student Settlement Pathway, Skill Path Australia, and we heard from two wonderful, wonderful young people who are now studying in Australia, and I have no doubt will make a wonderful contribution to our beautiful country. So we heard from Umar, who is from the Rohingya community, and he's studying civil engineering at the University of Deakin. And I'd like to congratulate the University of Deakin for their efforts in this regard. And can I tell you, Umar did you proud. He did you proud in terms of his glowing references for the Deakin University. And he wants to be a civil engineer. He wants to be a civil engineer, and he's focused in terms of affordable housing, in terms of provision of infrastructure, especially for rural and regional areas. And he gave a terrific speech with a great dose of Australian humour. And we also heard from Sumaya, who comes from Somalia originally, and she's studying education at Sydney University. And again, it was a wonderful, heartfelt story about how she's contributing to our beautiful country. So, Acting Deputy President, 1 million stories, 1 million people from all over the world who've come to Australia as refugees and have contributed to our beautiful country. And this represents the very, very best of multicultural Australia, and it is something which should be celebrated. It is something which should be celebrated. It is part of the Australian story, and it's something which we should cherish.
Thank you, Senator Scarr, for that lovely contribution. Now, Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. There's a facility in the middle of the country that most Australians couldn't tell you anything about. And it might be the single biggest reason we'd be dragged into a war we never chose. I'll be heading to Alice Springs on July the 16th to the 22nd for the Closed Pine Gap Sacred Land Back Convergence. Pine Gap sits on Arrente country, near the heart of Australia. It's a joint US-Australian surveillance facility that's been used by the US to target drone strikes, to support US military operations around the world, and to feed intelligence into US wars that Australia has never had a business being part of. And for over 50 years, it has operated in the interests of Washington, not of Australia, and definitely not for the First Nations communities whose land it's on, and not for peace. Pine Gap is in many ways the clearest symbol of what the US alliance with Australia actually looks like on the ground. And it again raises a $375 billion question for AUKUS. How much of our sovereignty are we willing to sign away, to pay to lose to the US? And there is another way, an independent Australia, a peaceful Australia, one that respects sovereignty and doesn't outsource its foreign policy to whoever happens to be sitting in the White House. And I'm honoured to be heading up to Arende Country and to be on a panel with Arnie Sue Hasseldine, Karina Lester and Rita Jabri-Markwell. So come join us to close Pine Gap and call for that peaceful, independent Australia we all want, because that is exactly the conversation our country needs. Acting Deputy, AUKUS is melting down in real time, and the public in Australia is waking up to this continental-scale sellout being run by the Labor government. And one of the best indicators of how badly AUKUS is failing is the number of AUKUS spinners being sent out by Labor to try and defend it. Last week we had a senator standing here and scolding the Greens for our anti-American ideology, and I'll deal with that in a bit. But that speech was all about the new Labor religion of AUKUS, where they have faith, they have prayers and unquestioning confidence that these wondrous underwater machines will be delivered by their high priests in the UK and the US. And to get a sense of their near religious zeal, take this quote from that same senator last week, describing 3 second-hand Virginia-class submarines delivered from our US benefactors as the bolt cutters that will ensure we are never wrapped in chains. You can almost hear the trumpets, you can see the robes and smell the incense. Such simple faith. If that's not enough, we have the Assistant Defence Minister, Peter Khalil, penning a manifesto on AUKUS. There's one point I want to draw close attention to in that, where he points to the US and Israel's war on Iran in order to justify AUKUS. And I'll quote, "The war in Iran has also demonstrated how a regional conflict can have global economic implications. And according to Minister Khalil, shows how we need AUKUS so that we can bring sufficient military, economic and diplomatic heft to meaningfully contribute to regional stability." Well, here's a question for Minister Khalil, and here's one he didn't ask. Who started that war with Iran? Who backed it in? Oh, that's right. Donald Trump started it. And his loyal followers in the Australian Labor Party were the first in the globe to back it in. So in the twisted logic of Labor, we need AUKUS to protect us from wars like that with Iran, that are started by the US, the key player in AUKUS. Who writes this stuff? But that shouldn't be surprising from Minister Khalil. It wasn't long ago that WikiLeaks published official US cables that show he used to be a protected source for the US. You know, I think it's a bad thing to have sitting Australian ministers who have a history as a protected source for a foreign government. Call it anti-American ideology. But I think Australia's Defence Force should be for the defence of Australia, not a stalking horse for the US and its military. When 1 in 3 children in Australia are going hungry at school, when there's just one rental in the entire country that someone on JobSeeker can afford, when the government is gutting the NDIS to pay for the military, I don't think we should be lining the pockets of Trump and US corporations. And unlike Labor, I don't care what Trump thinks. I and my party, the Greens, care about the Australian people. Acting Deputy. The Albanese Labor government is currently corrupting Nauru. That is what we are seeing in real time. The recent deal that Labor struck with Nauru will pour $2.5 billion Australian public money into a country with an annual GDP of just $160 million. And so much of that money is being directed by Nauruan President David Adiang and his family and a close group of political backers that surround him in Nauru. Almost all of that cash flows from Australia to Nauru in secret, without the slightest effort from the Australian government to ensure that it's spent to help the people of Nauru. It will, by its nature, do untold damage to Nauruan society. We have already uncovered in Senate estimates how the money is being sent from Australia and funnelled through a series of subcontractors and Nauruan corporations, many of which are controlled by Adiang and his son. We also uncovered that $31 million had already been taken out of the slush fund established by Australia. And so much of that has gone to Adiang-controlled ministries, like $400,000 going to entertainment, $300,000 to undisclosed local donations, millions more poured into Air Nauru. And I'm deeply concerned about the impact this will have not only on the people being sent by Australia to Nauru, but also on Nauruan society as a whole. My fear is that we are seeing Australian public money further distort and degrade Nauruan democracy and society. We have heard deeply disturbing reports of money from Australia being used to monopolise and control Nauruan politics and its economy. The Adjournment government is using the deal with Australia as a reason to establish greater repression over the people of Nauru and deliver extraordinary paramilitary-style powers. I strongly suspect the Australian government will instead have been outraged by this, by Australian funds being used to graft and oppress. Instead, they'll run cover for this. No doubt attack those who speak out against it. Because Labor knows the only way to run the cruel system they've set up with Nauru that is designed to brutalise refugees is to do it corruptly. Politics in this place, the stultifying consensus amongst Labor, One Nation and the Coalition to support this ugly deal with Nauru means it largely goes unexamined, and Labor is very happy with that. They can spend billions punching down on refugees and use their Nauru deal to try and outflank One Nation on immigration and refugees. And time again in this place, I've seen One Nation blaming migrants for everything, and time again, Labor not only fails to take on that rhetoric, but it adopts it. When that happens year after year, this is what happens. Labor, One Nation, the Coalition, in some distorted competition to outdo each other on cruelty, and that doesn't just break politics here, it breaks down decency in our neighbours. Acting Deputy. I'm deeply concerned with the deteriorating condition of Hatem Yekta from Iran, who sought refuge in Australia and instead was sent to detention in PNG. He's currently 36 years old and living in Port Moresby in PNG, if you can describe it as living. He was previously held in the Australian-funded and run detention centre on Manus Island. Hatem is Kurdish and fled Iran in fear in 2013, and when he reached Australia, he was briefly held in detention by the Australian government before being sent to Manus Island, and that was when he began experiencing significant health issues. We know that the Manus Island Detention Centre was a pit of despair and torture, backed in by the Australian government. And after escaping from there, he's then been sent to live in harsh conditions, really brutal neglect in Port Moresby. More than a decade on, Hatem still has no place to call home, and Australia has left him without needed protections or support in PNG in truly appalling conditions. And as I speak, his family is concerned that his life is on the line. This is on the Australian government. For a few short years, Labor supported Medivac until they flipped after pressure from the right of politics. And if ever there was a case to get someone urgent medical care, this is the moment. Hatem and the 40 people still in PNG, sent there by Australia more than a decade ago, need permanent resettlement now. Why are we asking PNG to deal with people that are Australia's responsibility? This is not how we treat a neighbour. This is not how we should treat any people. The Australian government has already taken away more than a decade of Hatem's life. And if action is not taken now, I am fearful that Labor will steal the rest.
Senator Ciccone.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I rise tonight to express concern regarding a recent episode that was produced by the Australian Broadcasting Corporation titled Women of the Revolution, which profiled women in Iran who support the Islamic regime and its supreme leader. The episode platformed supporters of the Ayatollah, whom the ABC interviewed at the direction of the regime. The issue is the conditions under which this story was told, what those conditions made impossible to report, and whether Australians were given a clear enough picture of either. Now, just 2 lines into the program's online piece, the ABC makes the incredible claim that for every Iranian woman that is fighting for freedom and dignity, there is one who supports the Ayatollah and the strict observance of Shia Islam, 50%. Now, the ABC must explain how they verified this conclusion, because I'm telling you, many in my diaspora back in Melbourne will be asking the very same question, and around the country for that matter. It is very hard to understand how anyone could be sure about the views of a people who are killed for speaking out, based only on interviews permitted by that regime. The report was rife with superficial detail, such as the description of the eyebrows of a woman instructing very young girls on combat tactics. Little information of substance was provided by the ABC, but the woman in question is pictured wearing military fatigues and holding an AK-47. The ABC's journalists did include some critical views by women who had protested, defied oppression and oppressive hijab laws, and suffered under the brutal January crackdown where tens of thousands of people were murdered. But those stories were shared only via message, separately from the ABC's managed tour of Tehran. Unsurprisingly, elements of the report, which do draw on the journalist's time in Tehran, read little more than a puff piece for the Ayatollah, raising serious questions as to whether this conditional access provided any value at all. Now, in a liberal democracy, journalists are generally free to travel, to investigate and speak with whomever they choose. But in the Islamic Republic of Iran, that freedom simply does not exist. Access is controlled, movement is controlled, information is controlled. Journalists have been imprisoned, tortured and killed by the Iranian regime for reporting the simple truth. The ABC produced this episode under conditions that were imposed by that government. Now, the ABC journalist was restricted to Tehran, and she relied upon a translator from a government-authorised media company. When journalism is done under such conditions, editorial judgment is fundamentally compromised. When a government controls where a journalist or journalists can go, who translates their conversations, and which media companies that they may work with, it shapes not just what is reported, but what can be reported. Consider also the rallies themselves. Many experts on authoritarian regimes and states have long documented that the use of a state-mobilised crowd to project an image of popular support, whether those attending these rallies did so freely, out of genuine conviction or under other forms of pressure, is precisely the kind of context that the viewers needed to know about, and that context was largely absent. My concern is not that the ABC interviewed supporters of the regime. My concern is whether sufficient weight was given to this reporting, having occurred within an environment that was carefully managed by an authoritarian government with a clear interest in shaping international perceptions. There was no analysis of the impact of the regime's restrictions on its reporting, and this rare access delivered little more than the transmission of a state-approved narrative, I hate to say. This is not, though, and to be clear, criticism of the journalist who was working under very difficult and tough conditions, but it is a call for greater editorial vigilance and greater transparency with audiences when reporting from environments where access, movement and information are tightly controlled by the state in question. The ABC occupies a very privileged position in Australian public life, and one that I proudly support and would love to continue funding it. But with that privilege does come a responsibility to ensure that audiences are not only informed about what they are shown, but also given a clear understanding of what may be hidden from view. Now, that is the standard of journalism worthy of a national broadcaster, and it is a standard that I think all Australians have a right to expect. On another matter, Acting Deputy President, I wanted to speak about a matter that has been in the media domain for some time, and following on from a speech that I gave in the Senate with respect to the nuclear submarines and AUKUS. A constituent recently wrote to me with a very simple and sharp suggestion. Perhaps there is one or some merit in better informing the electorate about why Australia has a submarine force, why Australians excel at being submariners, and why nuclear power. And I thought, well, isn't that a good question, an excellent idea? So tonight, I want to draw on the work of one of Australia's most distinguished submariners, Commodore Bob Trotter, and I want to unpack some of the questions that were put to me by this constituent. Now, most Australians would be surprised to learn that we have operated submarines since 1914. HMAS AE1 and AE2 completed the longest ocean voyage ever made by a submarine sailing from Barrow in the United Kingdom all the way to Sydney. AE2 became the first submarine to penetrate the Dardanelles, entering the Sea of Marmara in Turkey and opening the way for Allied submarines to attack Turkish supply lines from the rear. Now, very few Australians know these stories. Even fewer know that Fremantle was once the second largest submarine base in the world, and that submarines operating from there played a decisive role in defeating Japan, not through battle, but by cutting off its fuel supply. So it is important to understand that being a submariner or being part of the submarines has been a very crucial and critical part of our military's DNA for over a century. And Australians have proven themselves being outstanding at it. Admiral Colvin, who served as Chief of Naval Staff, once said that Australians are never mere copyists. We absorb knowledge and tradition and blend it with something strictly our own. And the result is unmistakable. Our submariners have proved him right time and time again. Our Collins-class submarines regularly exceed global performance standards in conditions more demanding than those faced by any other conventionally powered submarine force. In exercises, our boats have repeatedly outperformed far larger and better resource Allied vessels. Our submariners carried the motto of HMAS Platypus, nothing too difficult. Which brings me to the technical question, and I am most often asked about: why nuclear powered, and what does that actually mean? Nuclear-powered submarines are not just nuclear armed, and that is something that we need to be very clear and careful about in this conversation. The reactor propels the vessel. There are no nuclear weapons. What the reactor provides is freedom. Freedom from the single greatest constraint facing every commander of a conventional submarine in the world. Every conventional submarine runs on a battery, and every commander of such a boat watches that battery percentage constantly. To recharge, the submarine must rise to periscope depth and run its diesel generators, a process called snorting. That is a very noisy, vulnerable moment. Technological advances mean that the moment a submarine rises to snort, it can be detected via satellite. In the age of missiles and network systems, this is a truly unacceptable risk for our sailors and submariners. A nuclear submarine has none of those constraints. It can remain submerged and undetected for the entire duration of deployment. This dramatically improves the chances of a mission success. But above all else, it avoids placing the men and women of the Royal Australian Navy in a danger that is unnecessary now that nuclear propulsion is available to us. And for a nation whose area of maritime interest stretches thousands of kilometres across two oceans, endurance and freedom of navigation are not luxuries. They are the difference between a submarine force that can truly protect Australia and one that is fundamentally limited in where it can reach and how long it can stay.
Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Senators will be aware that I'm a proud volunteer of St John Ambulance, and on the 24th of June 2026, we celebrated St John's Day around the world. It's a time of celebration and reflection. We recognise our volunteers and staff and reaffirm our commitment, rededicate ourselves to the service of our fellow citizens. I came across the sermon of the Right Reverend David Morris, who gave the reflection in London. He starts with the traditional Welsh proverb, which translated means the strength of a nation is its knowledge. It highlights how vitally important education, wisdom and learning are within a society. And it suggests a country's true power does not come from physical size, wealth or military might, but rather from the intellect, skills and wisdom of its peoples. He goes on to say, the purpose of St John is not one of self-interest, but one motivated by the empowerment of others and the betterment of society. We are helping to build something greater than ourselves for the benefit of all. whether it is through the calm and reassuring voice of the first responder when an individual has collapsed at an event, the first aid trainer who gave someone the skills to save a life, or a cadet leader who helped a young person discover their worth with confidence and sense of purpose. Beautiful words, which brings me to an amazing program of St John in Papua New Guinea. Malaria remains one of Papua New Guinea's most persistent health challenges, particularly affecting children and young people in urban and rural communities. Limited access to timely information and basic health knowledge often leads to delayed treatment and preventable complications. So St John has addressed the problem with a program that inserts malaria treatment or malaria response into the First Aid in Schools program. It has trained over 13,000 students nationally and is empowering youth to affect change in the community. It has been incredibly well received, and I congratulate all those that have been involved in the program. Young people now have life-saving skills and essential health knowledge. And once again, in Papua New Guinea and around the world, St John is living up to its motto, for the faith and in the service of humanity. Honourable Senators, I note in the public square there has been some groundless criticism or critique of the Chair of the Climate Change Authority, Mr Matt Keane. In my view, Mr Keane and his staff are doing an excellent work at the authority and are instrumental in guiding our nation along the path of electrification and decarbonisation. I expect the Chair to travel the world because pollution does not respect boundaries, and we need international cooperation to reduce emissions and allow our planet to cool so that life can be sustained for the next generation. The position of Chair is not full-time and demands the appointment of someone of Mr Keane's calibre and industry knowledge. Conflicts always arise in entities such as the Climate Change Authority. It's not that they arise, but how they're managed. And given the disclosure regime in place, there is every reason to have confidence in the authority and its operation. I thank the members of the authority, especially Mr Keane, for their vital work in securing Australia's future.
Thank you. Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Tonight I discuss the heart of Australia's future, whether our higher education system is identifying and supporting excellence, or whether elites have captured education to reward size, history and established reputation. How many Australians know that some of the highest rated higher education institutions in our country, in terms of student satisfaction, are not the G8 Sandstone Group of 8 universities or any public universities? They're smaller, independent universities, one of which, Alpha Crucis University College, records student satisfaction rates of 90% for overall educational experience, when the national average sits in the mid-70s. The national regulator recognises Alpha Crucis as delivering superior quality education and granted it unlimited self-accrediting authority, in part because students studying a postgraduate teaching degree at Alpha Crucis graduated with a job 100% of the time. Until recently, I didn't know that tertiary institutions with this level of success existed. Australians need to know there are exemplary institutions leading our country, and yet we've never heard of them. We need to reassess how our tertiary institutions are supported, because if we don't, we're reinforcing the status quo, and that's not working. Our universities have governance issues, financial issues, confidence issues and efficiency issues. Yet there are higher education providers achieving excellent outcomes for students without the hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars in funding that our public universities receive, including grants and commercial activity. If institutions like Alpha Crucis do not become well known, students who might have thrived in such a place will miss the opportunity. Students will be less satisfied with their education than they might otherwise have been. Students might be less likely to graduate into employment and less likely to leave their mark, their legacy on our society. Philanthropic foundations need to know that outside of the G8, there's great teaching and research, and it's worthy of support. Foundations need to be looking for opportunities to fund teaching and research institutions like Alpha Crucis, because that's where our future may well be. Government has set lofty aspirational targets for tertiary attainment through the Australian Universities Accord, and has already acknowledged that public universities alone cannot achieve these targets. The system needs to provide a diversity and rewards for excellence. Our tertiary funding must move to a level playing field. We must allocate funds on actual performance, not past reputation. The government makes much noise of diversity, yet where's the funding for real diversity in higher education? The G8 sandstone universities would benefit from increased competition. We must do all that we can to remove barriers from lesser-known institutions to enable them to compete. Part of that is to raise their profile, and part of that is to shift funds from the sandstone G8s to institutions already delivering. One Nation is committed to greater scrutiny of tertiary institution funding and want to know why funding favours established universities over new entries. I'm focusing on Alpha Crucis, yet the issue is larger than one university college. It's about whether Australia rewards performance or prestige. These are not the same thing. Reward is about working for today's students. Prestige is about what's been done for students in days past. It's about whether new institutions with fresh ideas are given the opportunity to compete, or whether the system remains tilted towards those who have always held advantage. Alpha Crucis University College is a test case, an institution achieving outstanding student satisfaction, national recognition for quality and a growing reputation for excellence, yet most Australians have never heard of it. If we're serious about innovation, competition and value for taxpayers, then institutions should be judged on what they actually deliver, not on how old they are, how large they are, or how well connected they are. Australia's future depends upon identifying excellence wherever it's found and giving it the opportunity to flourish. The Australian people deserve a higher education system that rewards achievement, encourages competition and invests in results. That's beneficial for students, for taxpayers, for Australia's future. Tonight, I address media misrepresentation of One Nation's policy to review some drugs on the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, the PBS. The New England Times newspaper flagrantly lied to readers in a story just published last Saturday, giving the false impression One Nation will be removing medications from the PBS. Author R.K. Crosby's hit piece was titled, "Concern Brewing as Buried One Nation Policy Threatens Affordable Medicines." Only last week, I included the PBS in a list of social welfare institutions that One Nation would defend in government. Not tolerate, not afraid to touch, defend. This pathetic piece of journalism shows the lack of research the New England Times conducted for its story. I understand that, like many regional newspapers, the New England Times is short of staff. This leads them to accept a hit piece that Better Access Australia most likely prepared. It's quoted extensively. And its mission statement is to transfer as much taxpayer money as it can into Big Pharma's pockets. One phone call would have cleared this up. The story stems from a two-line election policy promise in 2025, which said One Nation will review all medications fast-tracked during COVID to ensure safety and efficacy have been proven. Perfectly sensible and responsible. And in fact, most of the drugs that were given emergency use authorisation, officially known as the provisional use pathway, have already been withdrawn or their use reduced to insignificance. Only 3 remain of interest to One Nation, and these are the drugs we will review: Paxlovid, Remdesivir, or Run Death is Near, Molnupiravir. With each of these, there are other alternatives which anecdotally carry a lower cost and better safety and efficacy outcome. No Australian will be left without medication, not one Australian. This is actually a small promise that the pharmaceutical lobby has deliberately taken out of context. During COVID, Big Pharma benefited to the tune of billions of dollars and is terrified of any scrutiny. To open their story, R.K. Crosby offered a vignette suggesting One Nation will remove asthma medication from the PBS. An outright lie, a fabrication, pure and simple. One Nation threatening affordable medicines is an outright lie. One Nation will not change PBS charges, nor change the amounts government pays under the existing arrangements. Contracts signed will be honoured. If we start tearing up legally binding contracts, confidence in government will never recover. We're not going to tear up contracts. Negotiate, yes. Tear up, no. For clarity, no PBS contracts are in our sights. The COVID vaccines will be looked at in our terms of reference for a Royal Commission, although these were not supplied through the PBS. Perhaps the pharmaceutical industry didn't want to mention their COVID products and instead chose to lie about our PBS policy. For the record, here's the philosophy behind our policy. As I said last week in the Senate, One Nation supports the PBS for the same reason we support Medicare. Society benefits when our sick are healed quickly and return to looking after themselves. For those with permanent conditions, the basic laws of humanity require society to care for those people with love and respect. The financial cost of medication and related devices should not detract from this care. Last week, Minister Butler made similar comments. On this, we're in alignment. Over the last 40 years, the PBS has balanced prices paid to pharmaceutical companies against product benefits. Sometimes negotiations delayed drugs, and the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee displayed a sensible balance, making our PBS the envy of the world. We will defend the process of negotiating drug prices to ensure no compromise on the principles that have informed the PBS for 40 years. I'll discuss two more policies. One Nation will introduce legislation in the next Parliament for the right to try. This means that if a person is being treated for an illness, the outcome of which could be death, and all existing measures have failed, the patient has a right to request their doctor, or a doctor has a right to suggest a drug not listed for that condition. It may be an alternative therapy or an unlisted drug, because, to put this simply, the patient has nothing to lose and everything to gain. This may expand the market for existing pharmaceutical products. Who knows? That's the point. It's a free clinical trial that patients voluntarily entered into, reducing drug prices and saving lives. The other policy is to introduce an 8-year wait for new arrivals to access the PBS, unless you're a citizen or a permanent resident. Under One Nation, there'll be an 8-year wait for citizenship and for permanent residence. This will not be backdated. You can't be unmade a citizen. This will not deny medical care for new arrivals, who will pay for that care themselves. Anyone on prescription medication can vote One Nation without fear of losing access to or paying more for their medication. I trust that's clear.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Tonight I rise to acknowledge a significant milestone in the life of Western Australia's Filipino community, the 40th anniversary of the Perth Filipino Australian Club. For 4 decades, the club has served as a cornerstone of community life, bringing together generations of Filipino Australians while strengthening the cultural, social and economic bonds between Australia and the Philippines. Established in 1986, the Perth Filipino Australian Club was founded on a simple but enduring vision: to provide a place where Filipino migrants and their families could gather, celebrate their heritage, support one another and build a strong future in their adopted home. 40 years later, that vision continues to thrive. The club has played a vital role in preserving and promoting Filipino culture through community events, festivals, language, music, dance and the celebration of important national and cultural occasions. It has helped new arrivals settle into life in Australia, fostered lifelong friendships and provided a welcoming environment for countless families. Importantly, the club has also contributed to the broader West Australian community by encouraging cultural understanding, inclusion and community participation. The Filipino community is one of the fastest growing and most vibrant of multicultural communities in Australia and in Western Australia. Across WA, Filipino Australians make an enormous contribution in fields as diverse as healthcare, education, small business, mining, hospitality, aged care and public service. Their contribution extends well beyond the workplace. Filipino Australians enrich our communities through their strong commitment to family, faith, volunteerism, civic engagement and those Australian values that unite us. Milestones such as this provide an opportunity not only to celebrate an organisation's achievements, but also to recognise the people whose dedication made them possible. generations of volunteers, community members, community leaders and supporters have invested countless hours to ensure the club's success and longevity. I'd like to acknowledge one particular supporter of the Filipino community in Western Australia, and that is one West Australian icon known to every West Australian. His name is Mr. John Hughes, and he and his wife have been tireless supporters of the Filipino community across Western Australia. For those of us from Western Australia, you'll understand what I'm about to say. Just over the causeway on Shepparton Road, Victoria Park. Thank you, Senator Brockman. On behalf of the Senate, I congratulate the Perth Filipino Australian Club on reaching its 40th anniversary. I wish the club, its members and the wider Filipino Australian community every success for the future and thank them for their outstanding contribution to the social, cultural and economic fabric of a wonderful state. Of course, that state is the state of Western Australia, a wonderful place to live, to grow up, to raise your family, an important contributor to our national success. Tonight, I rise to acknowledge a significant event that I was honoured to attend recently in Perth, the 61st anniversary of the founding of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces. As a West Australian senator and as the son of a Vietnam veteran, it was a privilege to join members of the Republic of Vietnam Veterans Association of Western Australia and the Vietnamese Services RSL sub-branch for a commemorative dinner recognising the service and sacrifice of those who fought to defend South Vietnam, and importantly to express gratitude to the Allied forces who stood alongside them. The evening was a powerful reminder of the deep and enduring ties between Australia and the Vietnamese Australian community. It honoured the men and women of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces who fought for freedom, national sovereignty and self-determination. Importantly, it also recognised the service of more than 60,000 Australians who served in Vietnam between 1962 and 1973. One of them was my father. More than 5,000 Australians lost their lives, and thousands more returned home wounded, both physically and emotionally. Sadly, many Vietnam veterans returned to a nation that did not fully understand their sacrifice or their service. Unlike previous generations of servicemen and women, they were met with indifference and, in some cases, hostility. They often found themselves excluded from the recognition and support afforded to earlier veterans. That experience was shared by many former members of the Republic of Vietnam Armed Forces who later chose to make Australia their home, who have indeed made a significant and enduring contribution to their new home, Australia. The establishment of the Vietnamese Services RSL sub-branch provided a long overdue home within Western Australia's veteran community for former South Vietnamese servicemen and women and their families, ensuring their service and their sacrifices would be recognised and preserved for future generations. The sub-branch, together with the Republic of Vietnam Association of Western Australia, performs invaluable work preserving the history of those who fought alongside Australian forces and strengthening the bonds between veterans of both nations. Importantly, the evening also celebrated the remarkable contribution Vietnamese Australians have made to Western Australia and our nation for over 50 years. Many arrived as refugees seeking freedom and opportunity, fleeing repression. Through hard work, resilience and determination, they have built thriving communities and enriched every aspect of Australian life. I'm proud to be an Australian who honours that contribution, that is happy to make sure that Australia is a safe place for other people fleeing persecution throughout the world. I commend all those involved in organising this important event and thank them for ensuring that the stories of service, sacrifice and freedom continue to be passed on to future generations, lest we forget.
Senator Collins. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. My nana passed away last month at the age of 106. For the first time since I started this job, I took leave from the Senate so that I could go to New Zealand and say goodbye to her. I sat by her bedside and I read out the letters that my children had written to her, but when it came for my turn, I just didn't know what to say. Not long after Petty Officer Nancy Moore peacefully took her last breath, surrounded by her family, it dawned upon us that we needed to notify the New Zealand Chief of Navy. Because Nana wasn't just our matriarch, she was a titan of New Zealand. During World War II, Nana was one of the first people to sign up for the Women's Royal New Zealand Navy Service, known as the Wrens. Her serial number was 11. As a signaller, Nana was tasked with relaying coded messages providing vital links between ships at sea and senior Allied commanders. She told the New Zealand Defence Force that when relaying these important messages between allies, you would be scared of making a mistake. Because the mission was bigger than the enlisted members. It was a fight for freedom and democracy, and the ability for us Anzacs to raise our flags for generations to come. It was a fight for survival. Nana served until a few years after the end of the war, then married Fleet Arm pilot John Moore and settled in Masterton, raising her 4 children on a farm. After Grant died, Nana lived alone into her early hundreds before finally moving into assisted living at the age of 102. And would you believe that at that time, when Nan was 102 years old, the New Zealand Health Department assessed her for aged care living. The officials spent 2 hours assessing Nana, moving through a checklist on an iPad, which Nan had to show him how to use. And he was there for so long that Nana had to make him some lunch. Reaching the end of the checklist, he stood up and said, "Well, Pat, I can't see any reason why you should go into aged care." To which Nana replied, "Well, I'm 102 years old, dear. What else does one have to do?" More than 80 years after the war, Nana's Navy training never left her. There was an occasion when Nan popped into a friend's room at the aged care home, only to discover that her friend had fallen. And Nana reached for the nurse's alert button, but she didn't press it just once. She pressed it many times. It was a combination of short presses and long presses. The nurses promptly arrived, expecting to find a panicked resident that needed help. Instead, they found a cool, calm and collected Navy veteran with her friend, laughing when she realised that nurses these days probably don't get taught Morse code. I took leave from this place so that I could say goodbye, and I'm so thankful that I got there in time. And I want to take a moment to reflect on the impact that she has had on me. And we often hear people in this place talk about what they believe in and what they want to do. But I just want to talk a little bit about why. Petty Officer Moore was one of the first to enlist and the last to leave. She discharged after the war in 1946, but stayed part of the Navy family. Even when all the friends she served with had passed, she would be visited by a senior contingent of naval officers every year on her birthday. They would arrive in their crisp uniforms to show their respect and would end up staying for lunch and swapping war stories with Nana. At Nana's funeral, a female Commodore from the New Zealand Navy, who delivered the only eulogy at her funeral, described Nana as a trailblazer who made it just a little easier for every woman who followed behind her. Because she didn't just stop after service, she continued to work and built a career long after the war ended. but the support and well wishes that have come from the Navy have been so appreciated by the family. And I particularly want to thank the New Zealand Chief of Navy, Admiral Garen Golding, and your predecessor, Admiral David Proctor, and our Chief of Navy, Vice Admiral Mark Hammond, our soon-to-be appointed Chief of the Defence Force. Congratulations, Admiral. The spirit of the Anzac is well and truly alive. And the men and women that sign up to serve their country in your armed forces make a sacred covenant to put the country ahead of themselves and their families. Whether you're a new digger being posted to a place you've never heard of, or you're a battle-hardened operator manning a gun in a place where insurgents hide behind civilians, the representatives in this building have an obligation to protect you so that you can protect us. And to the men and women who have served their country and now feel like their country has forgotten them, I want you to know that we see you. We can do better, and we will do better. We must do better. The more soldiers, sailors, aviators and veterans that I meet, the more I come to understand that your culture goes to the heart of what you do and contributes something to our force elements that can't be quantified with a dollar value. If anyone has ever worked in an office, when somebody leaves, your last day is usually a morning tea to say thank you. And later on, maybe a couple of beers with your colleagues, the ones you actually like, right after you hand in your swipe card. And you compare that to senior officers who visited my Nana on her birthday, who were not even born when she discharged. That is why Defence members talk about colleagues as their family, not just their friends or colleagues. It would be a mistake to think that the history and culture attached to the places where our people serve only has value as some kind of museum exhibit. The plan to sell off bases like Victoria Barracks and move Defence members into an office block is an attack on Defence culture. It will erode the cultural ties that make the hardest and most thankless jobs even harder. It will undermine our Defence capability. To anyone currently serving, or anyone who has served, I am doing everything I can to stop this and protect your culture. Nana, your life exemplified service, courage and humility. I hope I can make you proud. Petty Officer Moore, you stand relieved. We have the watch.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Babet.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and thank you, Senator Collins. That was beautiful. Now, Vicky Derderian was an Australian woman of extraordinary faith, courage and conviction. She was a devoted mother of two, a loving wife, and a woman whose life was deeply grounded in her belief in God. Her faith was not something she simply spoke about. It shaped every decision that she made, every hardship she endured, and every battle that she faced. Vicky believed wholeheartedly that her life, her struggles, and her future were in God's hands. And she believed that until her very final days. A heart transplant had always been on the cards for Vicky. She, after all, had lived for years with a very serious heart condition, carrying the burden of illness with quiet dignity and remarkable strength. Now, despite grave suffering, uncertainty and hardship, Vicky did not complain. Those closest to her often said that others complained more often in a single day than what she did throughout her entire ordeal. In 2021, because of her heart condition, Vicky was granted a medical exemption from the novel COVID-19 injection by her doctor. The exemption was in line with ATAGI guidelines. These injections are well known for their potential adverse impacts on heart health, like myocarditis and pericarditis. An adverse reaction for Vicky could have been fatal. Yet, despite holding a valid medical exemption, Vicky was denied any chance of receiving a heart transplant in Australia by our medical bureaucracy. She was, in my opinion and in her family's opinion, discriminated against. She was shut out. She was told, in effect, that her conscience, her medical exemption, and her circumstances were not enough. But did she respond with bitterness? No. She responded instead with resolve. She challenged the decision in the Victorian Civil and Administrative Tribunal alleging discrimination. She fought respectfully and with dignity. During the proceedings, she and her family believed that their case was progressing favourably, but then Vicky was told that even if she was successful, she would still not be eligible for a heart transplant. They said that she was medically unfit for transplantation. Although she was weakened by illness, Vicky found the strength to stand before powerful institutions and say, "This is wrong." She did not cower before authority, but neither did she abandon grace. Vicky's belief in doing the right thing never faltered. With no pathway left in Australia, Vicky was forced to seek treatment overseas. Even then, she faced further obstacles. Approvals were needed from the treating hospital and the airline to travel. Initially, these approvals appeared to be straightforward. However, according to her family, once it became known that Vicky was travelling overseas to seek a second medical opinion, the process became even more difficult. I helped Vicky as much as I could. I contacted Mark Butler, the Federal Health Minister. I raised her plight right here in the Australian Senate. I called for compassion, common sense and basic human decency. Those attempts, however, fell on deaf ears. But the Australian people heard Vicky. They rallied behind her. Ordinary Aussies donated to her cause. They prayed for her. They supported her. They saw in her not controversy, but a woman literally fighting for her life. Despite these many challenges, Vicky and her family persevered. When she arrived overseas, an independent medical team conducted a comprehensive medical assessment and reviewed her results. Their conclusion was very different from what she had been told here in Australia. They determined that Vicky was in fact eligible for a heart transplant, and she was subsequently placed on a transplant waiting list. This gave Vicky something that the Australian health bureaucracy denied her: hope. During this period, there were discussions about whether assistance from Australian officials might help expedite the process. Vicky's family sought support from the Australian consulate and from members of the Australian government. The consular representative visited Vicky in hospital and witnessed firsthand her condition and, of course, expressed sympathy for what she was enduring. Efforts were also made to seek assistance through government channels, but ultimately no meaningful intervention occurred. So Vicky waited for more than a year at great personal expense. She was separated from her home, separated from her family, separated from the country that she loved. And through it all, her faith sustained her. Vicky believed that whatever the outcome, God's will would ultimately prevail. Eventually, Vicky did receive her heart transplant, and for a time, there were signs of recovery, there was hope, and there was relief. There was a possibility of returning to a life no longer dominated by uncertainty, waiting, and sadly, institutional indifference. But sadly, complications followed, and earlier this year, Vicky passed away. The Australian health bureaucracy did nothing to prevent her death. Vicky and her family suffered needlessly. Even after her death, the indignity continued. Upon her return to Australia, a certificate was requested by the Australian government confirming that Vicky did not have COVID-19 before her remains could be brought back into the country, despite the fact that she had already passed away. For her family, this was a painful reminder of a system that she had been forced to fight. But Vicky Derderian should not be remembered merely for what was done to her. She should be remembered for who she was, a person of strong character who trusted life completely to God and remained faithful to her final day. She was a woman of integrity, a woman of courage, a woman who loved her family deeply, a woman who endured suffering without complaint, a woman who stood by her beliefs when it would have been easier to surrender. I was proud to call Vicky a friend, very proud. Now may we all remember Vicky as a faithful wife, a loving mother, and a courageous Australian woman who placed her trust in God and refused to abandon her conscience. My sincere condolences to Vicky's husband John, her children, her extended family, and all of her friends. May Vicky's story never be forgotten, and may no family ever have to endure a similar ordeal. God bless you, and thank you.
Senator Brockman.
Thank you. And first of all, may I also thank Senator Collins for her contribution earlier. It was a wonderful thing you shared with us all, so I thank you. Rushy Lagoon is an agricultural property in Tasmania. It's a big agricultural property in Tasmania, in fact, one of the biggest, 22,000 hectares. In the recent past, it's run 55,000 sheep and 8,500 cattle. This is a big agricultural enterprise that helps feed Australia, helps feed the world. And I, along with a number of my colleagues, led by Rick Wilson, the member for O'Connor, wrote to Treasurer Jim Chalmers and to Minister Bowen and Collins, asking them to make sure that the examination of the purchase of this property is being examined with the highest level of scrutiny possible. You have an international fund management company seeking to purchase this remarkable Australian property and use it not for food production, but for trees. Now, hovering in the background is the question over where the funding is coming from, because there are, at this stage, unconfirmed question marks about whether the Clean Energy Finance Corporation is actually providing cheap government funding to a foreign buyer of a 22,000 hectare Australian food producing enterprise to turn it into a carbon farm. Now, losing that land out of production into trees itself would be questionable, though I'm a believer in markets. The market should prevail. However, doing it through an international company, but with Australian government dollars, cheap finance behind it, is, if it's true, an absolute disgrace. Australia helps feed the world. We produce around 3 times the amount of food we consume in this country. And it is through significant agricultural enterprises like this one, like so many in my home state of WA, where we do produce the food that feeds Australia and the world. And in my home state, we're hearing stories from high rainfall areas, not from marginal country, where land is being purchased and locked up, taken out of food production. And just this week, the minister who sold out the sheep industry for a few preferences from the Animal Justice Party, set up a new scheme to buy land for conservation, again using government dollars to artificially inflate farmland prices, take it out of the reach of Australian farmers and lock it up and take it out of food production. This is not the path forward for Australia.
Thank you, Senator Brockman. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m.